Spirits with spirits.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're live. Season
Season
two.
2,
Here's the
episode
spirit.
7.
Episode 7. Yeah, you kept throwing me off with that.
I I know I messed up the schedule. I feel bad, but I corrected it. I
Gotta
was
agree.
like, I'm an episode ahead. I don't know what's happening, but
Yeah,
I'm already on episode
it
8.
was that 2 weeks off we took, messed you all up. Well, I am
Yeah.
your host,
So
John Watkins, and my other gracious host over here. He's not a co-host, folks. He is also a host. Okay, Mr. David Lowe.
I'm not a host, but I stayed in the Holiday Inn Express last night, and so they made me a host.
Uh, so, of course, we'll get rid of the fine print real quick. We're going to say thank you to Anchor. Anchor allows us to take the audio portion of this live cast here and put it out there to the public on places like Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Breaker, Radio Public. If you guys can't check us out live on one of our many platforms, you can always listen to us later on either one of those platforms. And of course, we'll thank Restream because they're the ones that allow us to multicast to all our different platforms, like our Facebook Spirits to Spirits page, our YouTube Spirits to Spirits page, Twitter, Twitch, Vaughn Live, D Live. So a lot of different ways to listen and watch. So thank you guys for doing that for us. All right, we got a great show tonight. Got a
We got a
freaking
really
fantastic.
great show.
So we got. We're gonna talk to Sean Austin tonight, which is
We're gonna talk to Sean Austin.
I'm a little tongue tied. I'm sorry.
It's a
I'm
little,
excited.
you know, um, you know, in in the professional wrestling industry, we call that marking out, to where you mark out on someone. That's what I feel like right now. I feel like marking out on Sean Austin,
Yeah. I'm excited.
and
Of
to
course,
where you
pick
just
his
like,
brain.
yeah, just to talk to him, get it, just get his understanding of paranormal investigations in the industry and things
Oh
like that.
yeah.
I'm really looking forward to talking with him and picking his brain, much like we did with Ralph Sarchi last
Oh
year.
yeah.
Just that interview could not have gone better last year, so I'm hoping to top that, or at least come close.
It's
Uh,
gonna be phenomenal. There's a couple things I want to ask him about that I watched and personal experiences that he's had as well, and then we're gonna complete the night with going over some of the best moments of last season. We're gonna share some clips, talk about that, and
yeah.
enjoy the
Oh man, so
session.
many things last season that, I mean, I still didn't get everything. I don't think I got everything down that I wanted to, but um, we wanted to come up with like 10 or so really great
Yeah, there's
moments.
so moments that we really enjoyed,
We
and I
really enjoyed
I
some of
think
it for
he's right.
nostalgia, I think, because some things that were you know
Important to us.
important to us. Maybe not maybe not that we didn't get great evidence, but scenes where we laughed our asses off, and um, where we were told to pray for forgiveness.
that,
But
that was
um, the, you know, because funny parts, those kind of are memorable too.
oh,
It's not just the when we catch the really great evidence. It's you know the moments that let us know that we're human beings.
oh yeah. And believe it, folks, we are human as possible. We make mistakes all the time.
I might even go subhuman, but it's only because I deserve to be underground with this face. But uh,
Well, I want to talk about how we got here tonight. I
yeah,
really because I've been it's kind of it's
it
blowing
was
my.
kind of
I
it was
mean,
kind of
it was
mind
mind
boggling.
blowing
Yeah,
when we're last night when
sorry.
we were talking about this, and I've been thinking about it ever since. I mean, this is like 1 o'clock in the morning. We're sitting there going,
Yeah, we were up pretty late going, wow,
there's
wait a minute.
coincidences, and then there's shit that fate has lined up. I guess that's the only way I can see it, or there's something out there put us on this road for everything to line up tonight. So we're going to talk a little bit tonight with Sean about his new venture that just got put out there. And as you notice in the intro, was part of that trailer for his new venture. But when we talked to Ralph Sarchi back in November, and during that show, because we're speaking to, and I know he doesn't like that label. He kind of chose that label when he was doing his show and everything. They wanted to put a label on him, and he chose the label of a demonologist, um,
Religious demonologist.
a
We
religious
want
demonologist. Yeah,
religious demonologist. I want to make sure
yeah.
because um,
It's like
that
saying,
was key. That
yeah,
was key
it
for
really
him.
was.
Yeah, but he didn't want
He
the
doesn't
moniker, but it was really yeah when they were doing the movie and
doing the
he
movie and
had the
everything. They wanted
book
to
and
put
all
a
that kind
label
of
and
stuff. They
stuff.
were like, okay, we need to label you.
Yeah, so
And
he labeled himself as a religious demonologist, and so we talked about you talked to him for just over an hour,
yeah,
and then
great
we wanted
talk,
to stay kind of with that theme during that show, so we talked about the Exorcist house and we talked about Amityville,
Amityville.
and not knowing at this time that him and Sean had kind of like a little project going on, and it wasn't necessarily like a little project. It was like, hey man, I'm going over here. You want to come with me?
You want to come with me and see if we can catch some stuff. Yeah, it was but yeah, we
You know,
didn't know that this was in the making.
yeah, didn't know that any of that
And
was going.
this documentary goes back to 2017.
Yeah, it starts in
Um,
2017, and honestly, in 2021, I think is when all this stuff kind of wraps up. I think,
yeah.
and at that point
Well,
in time, like
in
Ralph doesn't bring
December,
it up. Yeah, Ralph doesn't bring that up. Like
y- yeah, we don't talk about Amityville at all. We didn't even
at
tell
all.
him that we were talking about
Yeah,
Amityville later in the show.
and then we come
Um,
down 6 months down the road. What? No, 4 or 5 months down the road,
yeah,
and we get Sean Austin. We're like, hey, come on the show, and he's like,
yeah,
sure, no problem.
because we
Love it.
saw the trailer
Yeah,
that Ralph shared on
we're
his
like, oh my,
page.
yeah,
And
we're like, oh
of
wow.
course, we're Facebook friends now, so
Yeah. Like, goes
so
a
we're
long
like
way,
so we're
man.
like so we're like, oh, cool. There's this new documentary on the Amityville house. So we check out the
Of course.
trailer,
Yeah. We're like, "Oh, wow. We gotta watch that."
and
And there,
the
lo
trailer
and
it
behold, there's
stars
Sean and
there's
fucking
Sean
Ralph.
Austin, there's
Yeah,
Sean and
Ralph's
Ralph,
gonna
and we're
go.
like, dude. So uh I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna
Yeah,
reach
go
out to
message him.
Sean and see if maybe we can interview him.
Yeah, you got the professional writing. Go ahead and
I got
message him.
the, I can ask people stuff
You're a
and they
linguist,
do
so
things.
you know.
I I'm mind control. I have written mind control. So um
To my shock, Sean said yes.
so right to both of our shots, I was like, I just got a response from Sean and it's like cool. So and it was like we were back and forth a little bit, and he committed to the date today
Yeah,
to interview with us.
awesome.
And I was like, wow, that's really cool. Cut to um like the first, I'm going to call them the first family of the Amityville house, the DeFeos,
Yeah,
and Ronald DeFeo
You
Jr.
feel
I feel great.
passed away
Dude,
in
dude,
March
of
of last
March,
year.
like, we're
So
3 days
we're
away from the
almost we're
anniversary date of his
ex-
execution.
exactly, we're almost a year to the day from Ronald DeFeo's passing, and we're interviewing Sean Austin about that house. And
It's
I'm kind of blown away from
you know,
the whole sequence.
happening. Coincidences happen, but and you could say we're we're just kind of linking
me.
everything together. But
Yeah.
these
I
fucking
mean,
links are
and
strong.
maybe
You
it's the number
know,
23 thing.
it's
I don't know,
strong.
but
It's just phenomenal. I just
yeah, I'm just like, okay, so yeah, we interview Ralph, who was already investigating the Amityville house with Sean. Then in December, they kind of wrap up the
Danger.
documentary, and then
Backward.
we interview. They release the documentary. We arranged for the interview with Sean to talk about that just before the anniversary of Ronald DeFeo's death. So I don't know. The planets are aligned.
yeah. Right.
I
Venus was
I
in retrograde.
I'm like, it's
Right.
like, dude.
I don't know what
I'm
happened, but I am
I
appreciating
I don't yeah, I don't know how it happened. I asked at the right point at the right time and we got the we got the response. Hey Holly,
it. Hey,
thank you
Holly,
for
how's it
joining us.
going? All right.
Um so yeah, we're really
Good
looking
luck.
forward to this. In about 20 minutes we're going to have Sean Austin. Um
Stop it.
Oh,
well, that's
you're
okay.
okay.
Um but
We have missed you
uh,
though.
yeah, we have missed you. We talked about you. We're like, "Aw, Holly hasn't been on the show." But um God, it's I don't know, it's kind of a surreal moment to where we're like, wow, all this stuff is happening and
Okay.
it seems more than a coincidence to me because two things happening, that's a coincidence. But we had like
Six things
there's
happening.
like five or six things that have come together at the right time for
And
us to, to leading to this interview.
which is
And
crazy because, like, when we did our research on the Amityville house, we were kind of both
we're both kind of
about it,
wishy-washy. Yeah, it was kind of
Yeah,
like when
Who?
there a lot of it was saying it was a hoax.
yeah,
And we
including
talked about
what's his lawyers and
yeah,
everything.
how
And
they were trying to discount it and um the
oh,
the really
y'all got
the only people that were like, dude, something's going on in the house were Ed and Lorraine Warren
dude.
and the priest
Yeah,
that went in there and was
slapped
like,
in
he told
the
me to get out.
face.
I'm out.
Get out here. Yeah,
Uh,
slapped in the face. Yeah,
guys,
so
I
start
slapped me. Yeah,
you have no idea, Holly. I'm
dude.
I'm just
If
as I'm
if you saw from the waist down, my legs are bouncing right now. I am so excited. I'm a duck on a pond
yeah, duck
right
on a
now.
pond, man.
Yeah, right here. It looks like everything's calm and
Yeah.
cool. My feet are just going. It's just, um,
It's interesting. Yeah,
yeah. I just this what I call the sequence of events that brought us to this point is I, I I'm not going to say a miracle, but I'm going to say it was um, improbable.
align. Yeah,
It
like
was
the
yeah
chain links for coincidences are usually
yeah
pretty
yeah
fragile.
See.
These things are
because yeah
freaking strong, man. I mean,
yeah
and from what I'm gonna ask him, but from what I understand, Sean is a protege of Ralph. And during the interview, he was talking about some of the people that he was training. I'm wondering if Sean was one of the ones that he was talking about. That's one of the things I wanted to ask him too.
yeah
But there's well, Holly, we are happy that you are on tonight, and of course,
Trick.
definitely throw questions in the chat tonight. If you
yeah
guys want to ask Sean something, if
yeah. Maybe we
you know,
should have let him know that we could get questions from the chat. So
uh, but it's gonna be freaking phenomenal. I'm blown away. I'm blown away that he's coming on. And I said that word. I said those two words a lot. When Ralph Sarchi was on the show, and after he was on the show, and weeks and months after he
For
was on
you.
the
we
show.
still talk about that interview.
I'm doing great. How are you? Uh, and I have a very strong feeling. I'm gonna feel the exact same way after talking with Sean. It's he he seems very relaxed for a New Yorker though. For an East Coast guy, you know what I mean? uh like when we talked with Ralph, total East Coast guy.
Yeah,
Totally East Coast.
total. Yeah, total New
Sean
Yorker
seems
through and through.
Sean seems a little bit more laid back than what you would consider a normal East Coast guy.
Yeah, yeah. He seems a little more California. There's a little California in him.
So he's kind of like Midwest.
He's yeah kind of, yeah, he's right there,
Right there in the
Nebraska,
middle.
Kansas, like right there in the Kentucky, Tennessee. Um, he didn't make
Damn
it
it.
all the way to the West Coast, but he's there's a little bit of a
He's Midwest.
he's a little Midwest. He's a
He's over
little
the Mississippi.
he's over he crossed the Mississippi, but he didn't make it to the Rockies. It was kind of like
Oh, I'm telling you, man. My 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 perfect night is me, you, Ralph, and Sean going to stay the night at, at the
at the
state.
Stanley. Yeah, I'm down for that. I'm
Let's
down
get
for
this
that.
going.
Yeah,
That's
I'd
this,
I'd be down to do an investigation with Sean and Ralph. I don't care where it is. We can go to somebody's
go to
outhouse in their
Walmart.
yard. I don't care. We could
You want to go to Walmart with me?
yeah, you want to go to Walmart in Poughkeepsie? Yeah, I'm in. Let's go.
Let's go.
I'll bring any equipment I've got. We'll see if I can get a hit on something. We're gonna go to a vacant lot in Queens. I'm in. Let's
I'm
go.
in. Let's go. Someone's outhouse.
Yeah, that's what I
Dude,
said. Yeah, we can go. Yeah, we're gonna go to Jed's outhouse in Arkansas during tornado season. No
will
problem.
all four of us fit in there?
Yeah, can we fit in that outhouse? Is it a luxury model? Because make sure that this and just walk in and go. Well, shit.
Oh,
uh, no, I would. Yeah, I would literally jump at that just to just on the chance to do an investigation with someone experienced like what Ralph said. You got to get the knowledge, you got to get the experience under your
the
belt. you
training.
can't just go you can't just go read a couple of books and willy-nilly um, investigate a haunted location and expect to get anywhere.
Yeah, but it
um,
happens though.
but you have to start somewhere. You have to get your foot in the door.
I agree.
um,
I think you have to be brave enough to take that step forward, to
mm,
and go do that investigation. Right now, I tell you right now, the only thing that stops me from going investigating places is the fact that I have a job. So I can't just take time off of work, and
I need the
I
money
got
I make
bills
from my
to pay,
job.
and I need the money I make from my job to
And
pay all my
yeah,
bills.
it's like, it's like, wait, for me to be able to take
Really,
time off work to go and do investigation, I need money, but I
really
need to
hoping that
work to make
Powerball
money.
wins.
Yeah, it's a vicious circle that can end with a Powerball win. um, but
Dude,
I don't know. Who knows? Like we've always talked about, we do this for fun. We enjoy what we
yeah,
do,
yeah,
and then
it's all for
if something comes out of it, great. If not, then we're still two guys having fun,
fun,
drinking
having some
beer
drinks,
and talking
talking about
about
stuff we love talking about,
yeah,
and hopefully we get that summer trip going.
yeah.
I'm working on it. I gotta wait till July to put my time in, but I'm working on it. Goddamn fiscal year doesn't start till July 1st, so I gotta wait for
Ah,
that to
man.
come up so I can put my vacation time in for the new calendar year. Ugh, it's a pain in the butt. But I said,
Yeah,
you were saying, it's we do this for fun. We do this really more for our enjoyment than anything else. But hey,
'cause a lot of times we're talking to ourselves, so
yeah. If I
it's
could get paid for something I love doing, because I'm too old to play football,
yep. I heard that one.
I ain't getting that walk on contract. Let me tell you,
Yeah, we're gonna bring you in and have you punt for
I
the
look like a fat guy freaking on
guy.
that movie Invincible with this cape on.
Yeah. Oh, God. You know who that guy is? That's the cheesesteak dude.
Yeah, yeah.
That's Tony Luca. And I saw that. I was like, that's Tony Luca. I was laughing. And he's like, I'm gonna play football. That was hilarious. It was so great.
Yeah, that'd be me going out there for a walk, walk on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That'd be me too. It'd be like, whoa. And I'm like, yeah, I brought my football with me.
Brought Whole bag
I,
of
I,
footballs.
I'm already wearing my pads.
Bad's getting away.
Is yeah, I could do the 40 in about a minute and a
15,
half.
20 seconds.
I'm gonna need to, I'm gonna need to stop every 10 yards and have an asthma attack. So, and then my knees are gonna give out about halfway through, so I'll have to crawl the rest of the way.
Far
But darn
better
it, put
than
me in, coach. I'm ready for one play. I'll, I'll, I'll give you one play and then take me to
one
the
play.
hospital.
Nobody
'Cause
touched you. That
nope,
doesn't
it
matter.
doesn't matter. Doesn't you ran to the end zone untouched? There was nobody on the field. I know.
I
I need
know.
to go to the.
It
I
was
can't.
halftime.
I can't. It was halftime. Yeah, that cheerleader. I had to dodge that cheerleader. Was
Pulled a hammy.
I pulled a hammy? Ah, you went to the restroom. How did you get?
I was trying to take my pants off.
I was trying to take my pants off.
I got a knot.
Oh shit!
Yep, that's why we talk on the radio.
Yes, that's why we're here, and
Jesus Christ. I'm killing
all,
myself for the show's
all
done.
all the asylums have closed down. So
Only place you can know is on live
yeah,
television. Yeah.
exactly. At least we're committed, or maybe we should be.
We are a sign that mental health in the United States have failed.
Hmm. Not to mention the education system.
We didn't start off right.
We're
But
both
hey,
from
at least we didn't
California. We know the education system has failed us,
at least we didn't have to go through Common Core math.
right?
Oh God.
Dun dun. So, man.
Oh, I fucking love it. But hey, you never know what happens. I'm excited. I'm so excited. And every time I say that, I just keep hearing
Oh, he's going to be on
Kevin Hart.
video.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, we
Sean
tested that before the show. He was able to join in. So yeah, we're gonna have him on video live.
Yeah, he'll be live on here.
So yeah, we're really excited. I would have been able to get Ralph, but I didn't know for sure. It was our first interview. I wasn't sure if he was gonna have to download software, and he wasn't willing to do that. So, but no, we found out that if you join the show as a guest, you do not have to download the software. Um, so for any future interviewees,
No software
talk
necessary.
talk talk to him, talk to me. We're available.
Wait.
I was like, talk to wait, that's not it. That way. Him. Talk to him.
Goddamn reverse angles on these
I
cameras.
know it was like crap, wait, that way. Talk to him.
Yep.
That guy.
Have you ever noticed, like, if you actually flip it the way it's supposed to
The
be?
way it's supposed to be, then everything's backwards.
Yeah, and then it's
So my shirt's backwards and stuff like that, but then my
oh my
hand
God.
gestures are right. And I'm like, wait, because I'm thinking this is my right hand, but it's not. It's my left hand.
That's
And
your
I'm
left
like,
Yeah.
like that.
You know what I just realized?
Uh,
You're wearing the same shirt that you
the same shirt at the Ralph Archery interview. I did that on purpose.
I was
This
like,
is my
wait a
this is
minute.
this is my interview shirt, buddy. This is my good luck shirt. So anytime, and I have two of these in case I get a taco stain on one, which is bound to happen. Um, every interview we have, I'm gonna wear the shirt.
I don't know how to act my age. I've never been this old before. Yeah, Holly, we love that interview too. It was great.
Yeah, yeah. We
I
still
almost feel bad for reminding him that it was an hour. I was like, "Damn you, Dave!"
Yeah, I know. I was like, well, I wanted to be courteous. I didn't want to like have it draw, and then we end up not getting them again because you're like, you made me go an hour and 20 minutes, you bastard. I was like, you know, okay, we're coming up on our hour, and I was like, but if you want to go longer, you can. He's like, nah, I gotta go. I'm like, um, but
Oh, so funny.
this is our second season, Vicky. Thank you for joining
Yeah,
us.
Vicky, nice friend.
So we've done
I don't know,
37 episodes now
37
because
or
we did
so
30
episodes.
episodes last year,
So we got
and
kicked off of YouTube at the very beginning.
I wasn't involved at that point.
Dave was not part of that.
I was not part of that.
So I ended up having to create a new YouTube channel and made sure that the actual parental advisories were on there because we do drink and we are not politically correct. We cuss and talk like normal people
As,
that
as I put my beer away.
and so yeah, I got kicked off with the first YouTube channel. So the second YouTube channel we just got back up and running right at the beginning of this season. In fact, I think season 1 is when we got it going, right?
Like the tail end of season 1, I think, like the last,
Or I mean season 2.
or maybe the first episode of season
Mother.
2.
Yeah, I think
But it looks like our
beginning.
guest has arrived.
Yeah, well, we got Sean in the green room.
Yep, the green
So
room. Got Sean in the green
professional
room
standards, you know,
watching our big screen TV. No,
with
um,
the snacks that he provided. I'd probably have to say for me, I've been paranormal my whole life. I would probably say Dave's the same way.
yeah.
And
As far as investigations, I have done investigations. And I did a live investigation last season.
yeah, and
Um,
besides living in a haunted location, I have yet to go because I'm saving up for the big ones, like the trip out to California. Me and Dave are gonna try and go hit Alcatraz, Winchester, La Vista Hospital, and
oh, hi, Nancy.
hopefully the Queen Marie if the renovations are done. Nancy, nice
Yeah,
to see you on, and looks
yeah,
like you are friends with Vicky. That's awesome. All
yeah.
right,
All
well,
right, so let's get in the
yeah,
trailer
right.
for Amityville: The Resurgence. We've got Sean in our green room. I love that. Um, and then we'll bring him on the show. All right,
Yeah.
so here we go with the trailer for Amityville: The Resurgence.
That dude. Oh my god.
He came, he opened the door, and he was screaming, come on, help me. Somebody shot my mother and father.
When you're a mother to kids, hearing of young children being murdered is actually one of the most scariest and most horrible things you can hear.
Well, it was our house. Well, it was our house.
That sounded like George Bush's voice.
Started to get really into live streaming. I just decided to take a trip down the Amityville house and throw the spirit box on. I first went to the DeFeo grave, and then I asked who from the family that's still here, and it responded,
John.
I had this vision where I was inside the house and I could see 3 perfect humanoid shadows at the top of the stairs. I yelled out to these shadows, in the name of Jesus Christ, I command you to let this boy John go if he is truly trapped here. One night, Ralph joined me. We sat there in the car.
And I honestly didn't want to go. And in hindsight, I'm glad that I did go because of what I experienced that night. One of the most important aspects was when I had asked specifically to John, hey, John, is that the picture of that little boy you? I knew that was not a human spirit from the first moment I saw that photograph.
The photo of the little boy in the house, John, is that you?
That isn't me.
That isn't me. Wow. I know it isn't you.
Sean and I knew what we had come up with at this particular point.
What is your name? Are you a little boy? I hear him laughing. Sounds
I'm
like
still here.
that laughing.
I just said I'm still here. Play.
I want you to reproduce the gunshots that took place in this house. Let's hear them.
Whoa,
Wow.
what the?
They angry? They wanted to help that boy? What is that, dude? Oh god, dude.
I don't know if anybody's out there right now that has some sort of physical, potential paranormal evidence on video while we're staring at the Amityville house in front of the car, and to have this type of activity just sitting in the car and having a light anomaly actually go around the windshield outside like it was watching us and come through the windshield into the car like that.
It is evidence, actually, and I think that it was pretty good evidence. It was incredible.
All right.
All right. Please welcome to the show, everybody, Sean Austin.
Yeah. Thank you for joining the show, John.
Yeah, thank you guys.
Man, let me tell you that documentary, phenomenal. Phenomenal.
It was really good. Yeah. We watched that thing last night, and John and I spent hour and a half to 2 hours just talking about the documentary and all the great information that was in it.
Yeah, it came out really good. We're definitely proud of it, and there's a uniqueness to, not just the typical story you hear, and it goes a little beyond that because it's my personal paranormal experiences and some of the unexplained events and evidence to back up what I experienced that kind of gives that resurgence to some of the mystique or the mysticism of the infamous Amityville case.
Yeah. As a kid, I grew up with the Amityville and of course watching the movie and everything. And then growing up, of course the invention of internet, you're able to start looking into more of these things with the Amityville, and I've always been intrigued with that place. And of course the movie is probably what brought me to it. I mean, that my brothers are so much older than me, that they got me hooked on horror when I was a little kid. But that movie is probably like in my top 3 horror movies ever. And then go to find out that this is all, it's all, I don't know, it's a movie, but it's all based off of real life events and what happened there, whether it be with the Defoes or the Lutzes. And then watching your documentary on it, I've purposely stayed away with documentaries from the Amityville, just to try to keep my vision clear of what this place is. And then I watched yours, and not only do you kind of, I was a little wishy-washy. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little wishy-washy between what was going on, what people said happened, the conspiracy theories about how it was faked and all that good stuff. And then you kind of, after watching that, changed the balance for me. It's like, now I still want to go there. I and people live there, so I can't go there. But it's I don't know. That was just a phenomenal show that you get, and
it off.
Everybody needs to go watch that. It is
It's
great.
just really interesting that it's just one of those cases where it kind of
Line.
it follows you. It follows you and it sticks with you. I mean, I just took a trip to Texas, and I had references to the Three Shadows and Amityville while I was over at Goatman's Bridge in Texas, and I was live in front of a bunch of people. And I just it was right before it happened too. We got these EVPs. I just put it on my TikTok. I heard a fly buzz by my ear, and I'm just like, that damn Amityville shit again. And right after that, this creepy voice is saying Amityville, and then I'm like, I asked him, are the Three Shadows here from Amityville? And this very clear EVPs is like, from your vision. And I'm just like, oh my gosh, man.
Oh Lord.
Crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of stuff just hits you, and it's it's strange. And I think on more than one occasion, and I'm speaking of a past documentary that you did, where I believe you were followed home. You've been followed home several times, right? In investigations that you've had.
Oh yeah, definitely. Because of my specific approach to the paranormal and always offering help for spirits and not just going there to make them do a backflip like they're a zoo animal. I treat them like they're a fellow human being, because they really are. We are brothers and sisters from that eternal light we come from as an eternal source. And, because of that, of these different scenarios that these human spirits are going through, when it just might be, are they trapped within themselves consciously and energetically and emotionally to the point where they're just lost within themselves? Or is there a third person spiritual entity that's actually keeping them in this state, and getting energy from them. Because I do think that negative energies do feed off, not just from human beings, but also our souls if they're earthbound and what we call ghosts. So, obviously, doing that sort of thing and stepping in the way of some of the, evil's plans, if you will, can create a real target on your on your ass. Not just helping the people when I go to people's homes and try to help them dealing with a residential home, but you're dealing with souls that may actually be in the possession to some degree to the devil and taking souls away from the devil. You're making enemies with the enemy of man, stepping in the way of evil.
Yeah.
We've actually talked about that on our show before.
We have.
Negative energies using the energy, not just of the people that come into places, but actually using the actual good energies that are inside those places, whether they be from earthbound souls and whatnot, and being able to, I guess, consume them to the point where they just don't exist no more.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nice hearing someone else actually say that and not make me feel like I'm just talking out my ass.
Vengeful.
Well, it's interesting to have all these theories about the paranormal. Everyone has different methods and stuff like that. And I had my own thoughts about it before I was actually involved. And all I had was just watching documentaries and really believing in people's stories and wondering about it. But then I started to, once I actually did investigate and go out and have my first experience, and these things were happening to me. Like once I investigated the paranormal, it was like immediate. It was like I was jumping in, doing backstrokes and this stuff. And, it was just, it took over, my world. It wasn't just like a gradual thing. It was just like, boom, this explosion went off and now I'm in it. And now I know it's real, and they know that I know it's real. And this connectivity to me in that world, the non-physical world, it just grew from there. And here I am 12 years later, obviously I've done a lot of things. I never thought in a million years I'd be doing what I've done or did. But obviously it's a calling. I've been destined to do this and be involved with this stuff. And that's really what I've just been trying to do, make an impact in a positive manner, and bringing, a good in the form of light, to whatever I do in the paranormal, and make an example and show people how I do things, and show that they're, the power of prayer, and the power of really putting the right intent into the paranormal. And intent is such a profound element in how we approach the field, and the spiritual entities and the human spirits and so forth. They all pick up on your intent. It's such an important piece to the puzzle, and how you're going to be affected by it, presently and also in the future.
Oh, wow.
That's excellent. I love how your approach to the paranormal is one of help and not of show. So you're basically your forecast is I want to help the people that are in the house that are dealing with this. I want to help the spirit pass on, because those spirits were human at one point. And if it just so happens that the influence is demonic, I want to try to drive that off, or get in between. As you said, you're stepping in between the innocent family or the innocent people that are in the house and the demonic spirit. And I think it's amazing that you do that. And I'm not going to say, I was going to say without regard of your own safety, but I do believe that you regard your own safety too. But ultimately, it's you have the weapons to combat this, and they don't. So you've got the bulletproof vest. You're going to step in front and take this on. And that's
I would say I would have a bulletproof vest. I mean, there's still things that do happen to me. And even Ralph always said, because of my abilities and my sensitivity to the spiritual realm as a whole, makes me more susceptible to some of the trickery and the attacks that come from the shadows, because I'm so open and I have these dreams, these premonitions.
Right. I was going to say, yeah, like the visions you have. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so, there's definitely I'll definitely have stuff happen. But in the end, my faith has to be strong. I can be startled, which I always tell people, like, oh, are you scared? I mean, like, if I'm scared, then I undermine my faith and my protection. If you truly believe that God is more powerful than any devil, demon, or diabolical force,
keep recording.
then you wouldn't be frightened of these energies that are coming at you, and they want to have you in a state of fear because they can feed off you. So, I'm not trying to create that climate for that thing. And having these experiences firsthand and witnessing negative entities that react to things of religious significance in a very, agitated manner, over the years, that's why my faith is so strong to this day. And that's why I will, pray every day and protection prayers and wear blessing, medal around my neck. And if anything comes at me, and obviously I'm going to say in the name of Jesus Christ and so forth, back off with conviction.
Wow.
Right. And that's the key. If is the conviction. You can a regular person who may not necessarily believe or have that secure of faith that you do could say, in the name of Jesus Christ, please leave, and it wouldn't work, or it wouldn't work as well because they're not as secure in that faith.
Yeah, I mean, I
And
don't think that someone could fight off a demon reading off a teleprompter saying, "In the name of Jesus Christ, leave." I mean, I could, I could turn my home into a church. It wouldn't, that's why I tell people when I go to people's homes. I mean, if you don't have the intent to try to get rid of what you have in the house and have a spiritual foundation, that's these things know the advantages that they have subconsciously. So that's why, again, I reiterate about the intent of the individual and the person or the families that are dealing with this sort of thing. These are some things that we can't fight with physical weapons. This is spiritual weapons, and that comes from a non-egotistical place. And that's why you have to believe in what's behind you, what's above you, for your backup, and go up against these things. That's some people learn the hard way, and some people don't. I mean, it's how it is. And obviously, again, for me, throughout the years, I don't mess around with that because of my firsthand experience. And now I don't mind anybody. I don't judge anyone who has a different belief system than me or how they do things. I do it the way that because of what I've been called to do. It's been my path, and that's just it. And whoever wants to watch what I do, see what how I do things, and have a belief in that, and want to follow that path, anyone's willing to listen to me, then that's great, and I can bring awareness to those people, and make a difference, whether it's one person or thousands of people. That's all we can do. Trying to help people and make an example of the good. You do know that evil exists. You know that good exists, and this is stuff that you witness throughout that process.
Yeah. It amazes me. I'm a spiritual person. I can't say that I don't go to church. I've never been. I've gone to plenty of churches. That atmosphere for me was never right. But I am a very spiritual person, and it amazes me that people that go in like I guess it's like an alcoholic walking into a bar. They have no protection. They have nothing spiritually inside them, in their heart, their soul, to help protect themselves, but yet they're going to walk into this dangerous situation where you don't know what's there. I mean, I'd probably have to say that 90% of the things that you have to deal with usually isn't human. It's usually something non-human that's taken form.
I get a little bit of everything. I mean, I've been visited by the worst of the worst you could ever imagine. It's so funny because, like, when I go live on TikTok, now I do investigating.
Just started following. Great.
Oh, nice.
We're following your YouTube page too.
Yeah, it's just like you get that question, and it's so funny too because when I first started doing this, I had the same exact question. Like I remember, like when I would meet someone like Ralph or John Zaffis or something like that, and I want to just pick their brains because these are people that are around the pioneering times of the paranormal field, and you'd ask that same question. What was the scariest thing that you ever saw? Ralph would run some of these crazy cases, in his book Delivers from Evil and Board of the Night. And, John Zaffis, I'd always thought about, I love the series of Haunting. And I, as a younger guy, well over, 15 years ago, I mean, I was watching the shows before I was involved in the paranormal, but A Haunting in Connecticut was the story that actually spurred the entire series of A Haunting. And I always loved that documentary. It blew away the movie. And I was
Oh,
always
yeah.
fascinated, or like, about John Zavis's experience, what he saw coming up the stairs in that house, because that was such a fascinating, creepy story, about the place that used to be a funeral home. But it's just like, I get that same question now all the time. And yeah, you know, I'm just like, what's the worst thing you could ever imagine that you could see in the paranormal? Like, I mean, what would be the scariest thing that you would consider the most terrifying thing? Because I've probably seen it because of my sensitivity. I've seen it all. I mean, there's not much I haven't seen. I mean, you guys got
I
like a marathon on right now.
I got an Ovilus. I run it to the show. I was turning it down, and then I don't know if it keeps turning up, but it hasn't shut up since you got on, Sean.
And yeah, I have the same thing, but mine hasn't talked. I haven't heard anything yet.
Oh, jeez.
But I have a barrier spell around my house, because I get invaded in my dreams and visions and things like that myself, and it got to the point to where I wasn't sleeping. So
I'm
I
completely
worked.
opposite of him. I'm like, I want to know it all. If you're going to show it to me, I'm
Well,
just going to sit there and listen.
how I approach it too. And it's like, if God is allowing me to have an experience, then I want to attain the knowledge from that experience. That means that it was destined for me to happen. So whether or not you can learn from that and then use that for the greater good from that experience. And that's life in general. It doesn't have to be a spiritual experience. I mean, that's just about the life of a human
Life.
being in general, as a whole. I mean, in whatever thing that we go through, that's kind of like a prevalent, profound experience. And it might be something terrible or horrific, but it's really how we cope with disaster, and we endure obstacles, and how we turn things that are really rough and hard for us into something that's light, as much as it's hard to get through. I mean, life isn't about being perfect. It's about learning through struggle, to learn for our souls infinitely. And that's where our souls come here for the first place. So, having that realization and really living by that notion, I think, people would be more accepting of the crappy things that we have to go through. It's inevitability with the stuff that we have to, the loss, death of our loved ones or people that we care about, and, sickness and all this stuff, especially over the last 2 years. I mean, it's just, but spiritually speaking, yeah. Obviously some people are not able to handle that sort of thing. I mean, I just, again, if I have an experience, I want to learn from it. Okay, so what does it mean? I'm ready to try to unravel that mystery, so to speak. So, all right, give me a a piece, and then let me see what else I can come up with. I mean, there's going to be meaning behind it, and that to me, even if it's a creepy thing, it's kind of like still, it just brings so many layers to life. I mean, before you really believe in ghosts and have these experiences, it's kind of like a fantasy of just like, is this stuff real? You wonder about it. But now, I mean, I'm way beyond that. I mean, this is just a part of, my daily life. I mean, so, if something's going to happen, and, the Amityville thing, it fascinates me too. It's just like one of those things, even you guys saw the documentary about the whole thing with Ed Warren, and my vision of Ed Warren, and my belief and theory about how that all connected together, and like how Ed, I believe, knew that I was going to be involved with the case or the story somehow. And I think that he was symbolizing what was going to end up happening for the boy John, because of me going by that house that one day and after with Ralph.
Yeah, it's like he had the premonition already. And he's like, no, you're accolade. When you read when that pop, I was like, made perfect sense. I was like,
at the time I was like, why would I have anything to do with the Amityville story? I'm like, I have no idea. And I even remember telling Ralph that, like, back in 2014, 15, 16, something like that. It was at least a couple years before I went there initially, and that ended up happening. I just randomly went there and live streamed. But, looking back at it all, I'm just like, that's it. That's the missing element. That's definitely the answer to what he meant when I had that vision. I'm just convinced of it.
So that vision is kind of what prompted you to kind of start the whole Amityville thing.
No.
No?
No. I mean, it was just random.
Go to visit the Defoes at the cemetery. I mean,
I was just live streaming, and like when live streaming became a thing, Periscope was the first one to actually do live broadcasting, and then all these
Yeah.
social media started to copy them. And I got really excited. I really liked people watching with me, and then obviously I still live stream to this day. It's really exciting, and you feed off the people's energy about getting this evidence and bringing genuinity and reality to the spirits being real, and then these experiences I have firsthand in real time. These people are like there with me, and that's what's even cool. And I tell people that are like on these live feeds that a lot of these investigations, like especially even on the Amityville documentary, is that there were witnesses to this stuff while it was happening. That's on the documentary. Every clip that you saw that was evidence based, I'm pretty sure was all from live streams. That none of
Yeah.
it was recorded. There was hundreds and hundreds of people that were witnessing this stuff in real time. And I bring it's actually, to me, it brings more validity to my
Validity. Yeah.
experience too. And I had this one guy coming on the YouTube and like commenting, and just, this guy's like cynical, like whatever. Oh, you put voices in there beforehand. I'm like, that's great because I live streamed everything. So I mean, oh, if you live stream, you just had it planned out. I'm like, of course. He's like, oh, why don't you walk down to the Amityville house with me, and we'll see what happens. And I'm like, I'm gonna waste my time with your attitude, like someone like that, like completely calling me names and being judgmental. It's like, look, we can have a healthy conversation, and agree to disagree or be open to stuff. But some people are just, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But again, I think that also brings that level of reality to the situation. When I've had so many people witness this stuff, I mean, I wouldn't be able to fake this stuff, like a spirit box, and put those voices in there. And I even said, because he had said, oh, you took it from an interview from George Lutz's voice and John Ron DeFeo. I'm like, all right, so go ahead, go online and find me where it says George
What is
Lutz
that thing?
stole my soul, and
Stole my-
find me a place where Ron DeFeo says I'm in prison.
Yep.
So, because you're not going to find it. I mean, I actually looked online when this happened, because the Ron DeFeo voice was actually, I was live in a cemetery, and there was
He was
like
still-
1,000, and that voice came through, and my ear is really keen. So like, I'm a musician. So I was like, oh my God, that's Ron DeFeo's voice. And I went back in the live feed, downloaded it, and I found the closest thing I could have him saying the word prison, because I wanted to compare the voices.
Yeah.
And when you compare the voices, they're absolutely identical.
What's
And he
crazy
was
is
still
Ron
alive.
DeFeo's still alive at that time.
Yes, he was still
Yeah,
alive. And if you notice at the other part of the documentary, and when I asked, and I was also live streaming at that point because we were in a hotel near the Amityville house, I'm like, who was the Ron DeFeo voice that came through the spirit box? And the voice says that was all the demon. He shot them.
Yeah.
Which is
yeah. Man, if you guys have not watched that yet, go in there. Go watch that. That was a mind blowing. I loved it. I mean, I loved every part of it. I loved the 30 minutes at the beginning, the historical factors on everything that's happened in that place. I love everything in between. I love. There's so much about that I was just like, that's what I want to do. And the fact that you never stepped foot in that house,
Yeah.
it's phenomenal. It's
That's the whole thing. It's just like, and also too, because, someone actually showed me and shared it with me on a message online about the realtor. There was a realtor there in 2010 that actually went inside the house, was in the second floor where in the vision I saw the three shadows. And then also in the basement, he had a cold chill and pressure on his chest and just panicked, and he ran out of that house, and he briefly told like a couple of people, but he was like, if people say like he said that to get attention, then he would have been on every major news network in the country. He would have been all over the place, and this guy hardly talked to anybody. And again, like an instance of that has to bring again more validity to something's going on. And we talked to somebody else that was in the house, and they said they felt something in the house too. So I mean, obviously, again, everything that I experienced, just being in that car and being by the grave of the DeFeo family, I know that there was some truth with the DeFeo family, what they're experiencing,
Yeah.
or after the murders, but also with the Lutz family experience. I don't know what was exaggerated for the film, the movie, because I wasn't there, but I know that there's something truly evil that's associated with that story that they definitely experienced. I don't know to what extent, but there's definitely to it because I experienced firsthand, and
Well,
I
the
know
movie
that, and that's the
itself,
curiosity that we get.
the most popular movie, the original Amityville Horror, that was based off of the Lutz family staying there for those 28 days.
Right?
28 days.
Yeah. And you know what's interesting
28
too?
days in a house. That always blows my mind. The guy bought a house for $80,000 and could only live there with his family for 28 days.
And I wrote about it in my book too a little bit more because you could go down so many rabbit holes with this story. But I wrote about it in my book Shadow Chaser: The In Between because originally I just wrote about the chapter, and actually you get that reference in the documentary because I'm like, George, why are you following me? The chapter, you
Chapter.
know, it's so
Yeah.
freaking bizarre, and I went in, there was something interesting that stuck out to me too, that obviously knowing about numbers and the symbolization, the symbolizing of numbers and what they mean in the paranormal, especially if it has associated with the demonic and stuff like that. It can mean, obviously it's the intent behind the number, but there's some sort of connectivity to the number 13 and with the story, because I saw it a bunch of times and I went into that a little bit in my book too, because we got the original address, 112 Ocean Avenue. 1 plus 12 is 13. You got 1974. 1 plus 9 plus 7 minus 4 is 13. You have the Lutz family moved into the Amityville house 13 months after the DeFeo murders. And then you have the DeFeo family that's actually buried in section 13 in the cemetery. And I'm just like, there's something to that. There's something else to that. I don't know what it is, but there's something.
Wow. Okay, so all right, let's talk about this for a second because this is kind of what blew it. We're up till like I don't know 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning talking. Me and Dave talking to each other, and so we did a show with Ralph back in November, not knowing that he had done anything with you. I did not realize that he did anything with you. Dave didn't realize that he didn't, let alone go to the Amityville house with you. That show, we talk about the Amityville house. 5 months down the road, we see this trailer, your trailer for Amityville Resurgent. I'm like, man, that looks phenomenal. I was like, oh, that's Sean Austin. Dave's like, man, Sean Austin, dude, paranormal. We're talking about all the stuff that you've done, and we're like, dude, that'd be awesome if we get him on the show. So Dave messages you, and you say yes. So great, by the way.
No problem.
Talking about the Amityville house. And we're like, this is kind of crazy. And then we're doing the show March 9th, 3 days before the 1-year anniversary of Defoe's death.
DeFeo, yeah.
DeFeo, sorry. I always say Defoe, but
You always say Defoe,
I
but
always
that's
say,
okay. Yeah, Ronald DeFeo Jr.'s, before his
it's like,
passing. So we're 3 days away from the anniversary of his passing, and we're just like, wow, all these things kind of like fell right into place.
Yeah.
Leading to this interview, and we were just kind of starstruck by it after the documentary, and we were talking about it. And I was like, wow, all that kind of came together because from when we reached out to Ralph Sarchi and got an interview with him, and we decided that we were going to talk about the Amityville house after that. We had no knowledge. Yeah, we had no knowledge that Ralph and you had already been
had this
there and
project
done
going.
something. Yeah, had this project going, and that it all kind of culminated with this. And we were just like, wow, that was really cool that all kind of came together for us
Sure.
on the show.
I was like, it was like lined up in the stars. I don't know what you want to call it.
Yeah. We're like, we don't, the sequence of events, it was like great. And I wanted to show this, and I don't know if this will work, but we got a question from the chat, and it's from Dover Paratech, and I wanted to kind of throw it in. And let's see if it works. Yeah. So I said the word energy is confusing to me. Energy is positive or negative. Are they our emotions or are they tangible, measurable forces? We've all had that bad vibe. So what the heck is it? I was wondering if maybe you can kind of put your own spin on that, Sean, and tell us what energies are and um, whether they're positive or negative.
Well, I mean, I think every single item on this planet has energy that's associated with it. Again, what's associated with that energy, what actually makes it the energy it actually is at the time. If it's something intelligent, then it would be the mood of the person. I mean, all of our emotions have different energies that represent that type of emotion. And from my experience too in the paranormal is that's why you'll see balls of energy that have different colors, because I believe the colors represent the current state of the consciousness of that spirit and the intent of the spirit. And so if they're in a lower vibrational emotional state, then we might pick up on the sadness of a spirit, whether they're speaking it, projecting it through EVP, or someone like me who's sensitive and might pick up the emotion of that spirit because they want to connect and have acknowledgement to getting sympathy or getting their message across of why they're stuck in the first place. Or if you have like a negative energy where a lot of people will feel like, the characteristics of the room just change on a dime. It becomes very oppressive, heavy in the chest. You feel like you're being watched and you just don't feel comfortable. That energy, obviously, breaks through into the physical plane where we're able to pick up on that stuff. We have natural abilities. We are spiritual beings as a core living in a human body vessel. And, we really are just connecting into a world that we come from originally. But, obviously the human experience, it makes us, lose some of that if we're trapped in the environment that we are, if we're more rationally endowed, but rather than, all spiritually related. But energy actually, it just depends on, if you're talking about spiritually speaking, it just depends on the type of energy you're dealing with. What did that human spirit go through? What kind of torment? Is it sadness? Is it anger? Is it aggression? Is it rage? Is there sadistic nature to the person in life? I mean, there's a lot of the personalities of these people that once lived that translate into the earthbound ghost spirit that they are, is because they haven't been able to let go of the life they once lived, because judgment, were they a bad person in life, or, but they just sad, they felt like they lost something and they just can't let go of it. There's so many diversified ways that people can die and pass away and lead into this situation in an environment on a spiritual level where they could be suffering or tormented and trapped within themselves, or having something else trap them because of the state they are in and reminded of from the physical plane the life they once lived.
Wow.
Great.
Good question, Dover.
Thank you, Dover Tech, for that question. Yeah, I know it was a question a while back, and I was like, I want to save this and kind of put this in if we can talk about it. But
your apartment.
Oh, here we go.
I've watched the 5 some odd hours of your apartment.
Yeah.
As a guy that lives in a haunted location, I'm interested. So I know you talked to the bad entity and you had, I don't know if I would say trapped there. Is it still going on for you there?
Obviously because of what I do and being sensitive to spirits, I've always had things happen like on and off, but I didn't know until I slept here for the first night that I'm like, there's something else like here, that I felt like I was sleeping in a haunted location. I didn't know until I slept here the first night. And it's been very playful spirits that are around and been friendly. And I've prayed for spirits here a bunch of times. But because of some of the places that I go, sometimes I'll have a little bit of an eerie experience. But yeah, that's why I got, webcams while I'm sleeping, in case I capture something, because I'm like, I might as well. I mean, if I'm here, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not afraid of anything. And if it got out of hand, I'd obviously be dousing the whole apartment with my holy water filled with super soaker. So, it is what it is. And I've just been, all right, I might as well document something if it's something strange happens. But because of all the places I go to, things do happen. It's just one of those things. It's a part of my life.
Yeah,
A lot of people can't handle it at first, but I mean, I'm so accustomed to so much. I mean, I've seen things with hooves, tails, reptilian creatures with yellow glowing reptilian eyes. I mean, you name it, black-eyed children to red glowing eyes, yellow glowing eyes, shadows, things with horns. I mean, you name it, I've been visited by it. So, I mean, it is what it's not a thing that like, okay, it's going to happen like once a week or something. It's just one of those things, that'll just happen out of nowhere. It's just all right. And if I wake up to something like nasty that's in my room because I'm going to go on a case where someone is spiritually tormented by something they invited in and they don't want me to step in its way, they're going to come to me to try to sway me from trying to help that person or help a spirit. And that's why I've had some of these evil spirits come at me, because I believe I crossed over spirits that were in the hands of evil, and they
source
don't
of
like
energy.
that.
Yeah,
And that's
took
what I
its
was trying to
course.
say before too. It's like, typically investigators go into homes to just, bless the home and get research maybe, or they want to do their thing. But I mean, getting down on an individual level, I really think you can help the situation, have a better chance of doing it if you get down on an individual level with the spirits and try to help them rather than just try to say, oh, here, talk to me. Okay, that's why you're here. Now we're just going to, set off this bomb of light and say, get out of here, because I don't think that really resolves the issue, because you're trying to displace it outward. So like, trying to help them, trying to pray for them. And then if there's anything negative there, you can, bless the place. And that's how I do it. And I feel like that really does help the situation, in all different levels. But yeah, I mean, my apartment's definitely not been a dull moment. And yeah, I mean, I actually have a crazy piece of footage I tried to debunk that I haven't posted yet.
Oh, I
And I
can't
had
wait
to make
for
a
that.
video to like try to disseminate what it really is, because like right over here, I have a motion camera. It's triggered by a sensor, and like this light, I was asleep and it was moving went off, and this little burst of light flashes, and then you see this like black weird thing just appear in the corner in the kitchen. And while this is happening, it sounds like the cabinets in my kitchen are kind of like banging
Right.
this and that. And you can see in the corner to my bathroom, it looks like a little head peeks out and then goes back into the bathroom all at the same time. And I like tried to like really debunk it, and I'm like, I don't know how to debunk it because I was asleep
Unless
and
you
this
got company over, I don't think that's.
yeah,
Wrong
yeah,
apartment.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, hey man, it's
That's kind of how I've been probably since I was, preteen. It is what it is. I'm gonna learn to live with it and just deal with it on my own. I mean, Dave's known me since that time, but I've had something with me since I was probably around 7 years old,
mhm,
and to the point where nothing else bothers me. Like I don't have that fear of what most people do when they see something paranormal happen. I'm like, it's happened so much in my life that I I I don't have that fear anymore. I have the fear of I guess uh, 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 a conscious man would, where being taken over or anything like that. I want to make sure I'm kept safe in that way, that I'm spiritually sound.
sure,
But I don't have that fear. I mean, yeah, you get your jump startles when something comes around the corner because you're not expecting it, but that's normal. But when you realize, oh, okay, it's just that kind of fear goes away. But I've had some unexplained stuff happen in my house. So I live in a house where both people that lived here actually died about a month before. Well, the husband died about 6 months before I moved in, and the woman, the female, died about a month before I moved in here.
hmm
And the only thing I've taken out of this house was like the beds. Everything else, because the brother-in-law or brother of the male that owned it didn't want to get rid of anything. He's like, "Do you want to move in here furnished?" I was like, "Yeah, no problem," without realizing what I was saying. Yeah, no problem too. So I have them here. And then I have, I don't know, I don't like saying it, but I have something here I've literally watched run through mirror to mirror to mirror in my room and then leave and have my dog react to it 3 rooms down the hallway in the living room, to the point where she literally wouldn't come back into my room for a couple nights. It was so weird. It was so weird. And my dog
Well,
won't make
there you go. If you have something like a dog reacting to an experience and you're scratching your head about it, like am I imagining this? But to have
Yeah.
somebody else or something else react to something at the same time period, I mean, that's what we look for, something else to validate the unexplained event
Yeah.
without any rational explanation for it.
Yeah. I think you need to get some motion cameras, John. And
That's my next step is actually start
see if
documenting
we can
everything
catch
inside the
something like
house.
that. Yeah.
I mean,
Because
that's
I'd
what I
love,
did. I mean, like, I'm seeing these things float over me while I'm sleeping. I'm like, oh boy. What else is-
yeah.
All right.
Or see the
Clock
big
in.
blast of light, or see the big blast of light from a dark room that nobody's in. It's like, where'd that come from? And those are the times I wish I had. That's my next step for this place, is to go get the motion cameras, or even just some night cameras to put in here while I'm at work, because I work nights. I think I changed how I get affected, because I just won't be here at night. I'll just go to work because you guys don't bother me during the day. But that doesn't change it. They start bothering me during the day now too. So. But it's interesting, only for the simple fact that I've lived with it so long in my life. I get more intrigued by what's going on than scared by what's going on. It's like, all right, what's really going down here? Because I've seen the lady that used to live here in my house, in my kitchen. And I saw her when the television was powered off, and the reflection of the TV, she was standing in my kitchen. I was like, and I look over my shoulder and there's no one in my kitchen, but you look back over to the television where it's just a blank screen and she's standing in my kitchen still. I'm like, okay, what's going on? All right, you're here. All right. And the only thing I ever really worries about, that I ever worry about, is when my kids are here. Yeah, you mess with my kids, that's a whole different story. But my kids have seen it, but to the point where they don't bother me, Dad, but they make it hard to sleep sometimes because they won't quit making noise.
Yep.
Yeah. So Sean, I know that, everybody's asked you what your scariest experience was, but there's something I want to know. I want to know if you remember this. What was the first spirit that you helped pass on? Do you remember that?
I do, actually. It was really the beginning of the whole theme that started for me in praying for spirits, that actually, I guess it was kind of brought me into the demonology aspect, because I wrote about in my first book about this double murder suicide house that I changed the names of everything in the story, because it was actually a big story in the 90s when it happened. But there was a man who murdered his wife. I believe he killed her with a hammer. And the daughter at the time came home on like New Year's Eve and found her mom bludgeoned to death, even though she ended up passing away a few days later in the hospital. I guess, you know, the the father wasn't the father; he was the stepfather of the children. But he was married to this woman. She was very wealthy, and he went and jumped off a bridge after he had murdered her, and they found his body a few days later. So the daughter never got over the death, and tragically, at the same age, I believe, as the stepfather did it, she went and jumped off the same bridge and said, "Mom, I'm coming to look for you." So getting involved in the paranormal, I drive by the house and I'm like, this place has got to be haunted, because there's 3 seriously tragic deaths associated with the house. So I'll never forget that defining moment where I went by there and did an EVP, and we got this voice that said, like, killed my mother's what killed me too. And then freaked me out, and we went back there and got blood curdling screams and like, help me. And obviously from watching other documentaries and like a psychic medium going into a house because they're having paranormal activity in the house. And then she picked up that there was, a father that murdered the entire family and killed himself, and then he's not letting the family cross over because he's afraid of judgment and wants to keep them trapped in that state. So that scenario was kind of playing out in my head, and I got the stepfather's voice. He responded to his name. He was there, and I thought as if he was trapping the mother and the daughter there. And one defining night, I took some holy water from my father, and never going on the property, I just sat on the side stairs of the property and just threw a name of the cross and said, in the name of Jesus Christ, if something evil, the stepfather or something, is holding the daughter or mother here, I command you to let them go. And for 2 months, I was investigating a bunch of times because it was the beginning of my journey. And I started to notice that this voice was coming through and being very friendly, investigating cemeteries and stuff like that, and saying, Sean, I'm here. You saved me from my stepfather's hell. And she followed me around for like 2 months, and she was with me. And I was doing EVPs in my house at the time because I didn't know what I was doing. And obviously you shouldn't be uh, constantly doing that. But she was with me. She was like a friend. Like every day I was talking to her on recording, and she would tell me where my wallet was. I lost it. She told me where it was. I found it. She'd be like, Sean, go to sleep. You're going to get sick. It was really just something. I would go to a cemetery and I'd walk by, name on the grave, and I'd be like, John Smith, like, are you here? And she'd be like, no, Sean, he crossed over already. And it was just this amazing, crazy thing that happened to me for 2 months straight. And then, at some point, like, it was the first time ever I was at a cemetery with my friend where we felt this like really strange feeling. It was the first time ever that I experienced the oppressive negativity of an evil spirit. And we both felt like, it's almost like if you're high. I mean, not having that experience before, like your blood starts to like crawl. And then we were just like, even my friends skeptical, like, dude, let's get out of here. Like, what the hell is that feeling? And then she had told me that there was a demon that was pissed off that I'd actually freed her from the property. And this whole thing just ended up happening. And I'll never forget this one defining moment. It was with my sister, and she's like, Sean, I'm going to leave now. And my sister was with me, like, I'm recording, and she's like, the angels are going to take me, and this has never happened before. And this whole crazy thing, my sister and I just started bawling, crying. The emotion of it just came through the room in my apartment. And she's just like, be careful of the abomination. And, the angels fight him, and just be really careful. And that was like this whole thing that happened. That was the first time, like, my big paranormal thing. And like, it all had to do with this daughter of this story. And that theme obviously translated and formulated into this reoccurring situation where I would be in, and I'd sit there, and all of a sudden I started praying for spirits. And then psychically, as my abilities were progressing, the first time in the Maleficent documentary is when I saw a white dove in my mind's eye, which now I know would be a symbol for a female crossing over, and a white horse, a male would be crossing over. But that was like the first, experience where I prayed for a spirit. But, mind you, like, I didn't know what I was doing at the time. So I didn't know that I was actually literally doing religious provocation, because after that experience and doing that, that's when I had all these evil things like floating around me and threatening me, like, because I mean, I was well away over my head. But that also brought my interest into demonology because of that, because I brought all these creepy things around me because I prayed for that spirit, not knowing what I did. But that actually inspired me to go get, the Demonologist by Ellen Ray Warren, and Ralph's book, and John Zaviz's book, and other demonology books. Like, I was reading stuff because I was having these experiences. I just wanted to, like, okay, this is so fascinating. It's creepy, but it just, like, it takes you away from planet Earth, man. It's like you're living like a science fiction movie, but it's real. You have this realization this stuff is seriously real. And I'm just like, you want to read about it. It's so interesting. It's endlessly fascinating. But obviously, it comes along with a lot of scary experiences. But that's really what's geared me into my present day, position, and how I approach the paranormal from all these experiences over the timeline of my involvement in the field.
So, how, with your experiences and everything, and just kind of how you were talking right there, how do you deal with? because you come to that realization that this is real. This is really happening, and you've dealt with it for a multitude of years now of it really happening and seeing it and hearing it. How do you deal with a skeptic? How do you deal with that when you deal with the people that are like, no, just don't believe it?
Like that guy that came on YouTube. I mean, it's just like, but I don't mind people that are skeptical, but don't sit there and actually talk down to me as if you know what you're talking about, and you're gonna actually tell me that I'm stupid or dumb or you're fake, you're a fraud. I mean, like, don't believe what I do, but I mean, like, I'm open to have a debate. I mean, these days people can fake, evidence very easily with the technology
Easily,
we have.
yeah.
And even that, the Ghost Boy picture from the '70s that I know a lot of skeptics like, oh, that was the camera guy and stuff. I'm like, dude, that is a kid's face. Like, I don't know what you see through the
Yeah,
the
yeah.
stairwell or something, but during those days, to have something look that legit from the '70s, like that would be really
On
hard for some to be able to
Yeah,
do.
some
Little, it looks very
eight
similar.
millimeter film.
Yeah,
There's no doctoring of 8 millimeter
but
film. I mean,
yeah, but what actually was also interesting about the Amiel documentary is that, look, we were in the car with Ralph, and like, whether or not you believe in that photo to be legit or not, we literally had something intelligent in a kid's voice telling us, referring to himself as John, saying that that is not him in the picture. And I think that even separates that and even creates more of kind of like a wondrous
the
thought
part
about
that, that part
what,
floored me. That part floored
Yeah.
me.
you know.
Is that you in the picture? That isn't me. And hearing your reaction to it too is like, he just said that isn't me. You're like, oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, anyone would be that excited.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
Um,
dude, that was beautiful.
one of the coolest things that I saw in the documentary, and it was in the trailer too, was the orb that flew. It was outside the car and then flew
yeah,
in the windshield and then was inside the car.
yeah.
You know,
It broke the material plane. I
Well,
mean,
that's
yeah,
what I'm
it went through
saying. Like,
solid
we were
you
just
mass.
like
see,
whoa, you can't debunk that because that happened. It was right there. It was not like, oh, that could be a bug or it could be
right?
dust
It
or
was
what.
30
No,
some degrees
it
that night. There was no bugs, and you can see it's in front of the windshield. And like you said, and that's what I've always been saying is like you
Logic.
literally see it come
yeah,
through the windshield,
Through the
and then
yeah.
windshield. I was
I
like,
saw that. I
what?
was like,
following it. I'm following it
oh,
around the car, and as
yeah.
soon as
And
it
you're
gets
watching.
close to my phone and the camera, it shuts off.
It
And Bill,
shuts off, and I was like,
It's like,
I'm
yeah,
like,
you're done recording, but you can save that if you want.
you can go. We'll let you save that, but we
luckily,
don't want you to get.
yeah, luckily the infrared camera I have, it said saving video as it turned off. I mean, God, I
Yeah.
mean, I would have been so pissed off.
Whew.
I randomly got that infrared. It's an infrared phone. I was trying to, they really need to make an infrared phone I go live with, but I purchased it randomly from Amazon because I was going to try to go live with it. But I'm like, you know what? I might as well just keep it. Maybe I can use it. And literally, thank God I did, because we wouldn't have never captured that in the car that night and actually had some physical evidence while we're staying at the Amityville house. And that's why I said it on the documentary, because I'm like, I'm sure there's a bunch of videos, people doing some spirit box sessions, but I don't know of anybody that has some sort of physical, anomalous, potential paranormal evidence as we're on video staring in front of the Amityville house. Like, and
Yeah.
there were some legit, like, anomalous things coming in that car. And that's why we try to show the ones that defy gravity, have abrupt turns, and a life to them. That's what we would consider potentially spirit energy. And there was a few, just like some of them, but that one defined one, that was the only one I knew I caught at the time. But
Yeah.
that one was so specific, so prominent, and what it did, you can clearly see that it was outside and came right through the windshield. And
Oh yeah, very,
yeah.
One of
very
those.
clearly.
Yeah,
I
one of those
think what
holy
blew
grail
my
moments
mind.
where you're just like, whoa, that that took the taco for me. I was like, we've got to watch this documentary.
I think what blew my mind, and I don't want to give too much away, but it didn't matter whether if you're using an Ovilus, didn't matter if you're using a spirit box, didn't matter if you're using a geophone. The amount of intelligent responses that you had coming through was mind blowing, and it
Yeah.
wasn't just like, I mean, like I said, we run. I gotta quit looking at that. I run an Ovilus through every show. I actually run it. It's connected Bluetooth to my board, and that way people can kind of hear what's going on in my house. and he runs the same one at his house where nothing hardly ever comes through. So it's very weird that happens. But like he said, he has the barrier up. I'm like, come on in, you're invited. But the
Yeah,
amount of
that was
intelligent
Ralph
responses.
came that night because of that I was using the Phasma box, which was something that just came out at the time. And it's kind of, I love the Phasma box. You get some really amazing stuff on. The only downfall that you can only use it on a Windows tablet. But yeah, one night I'm like, you know what? I want to use this in front of the house and see what happened. That's where Ralph was just floored that night. And literally, because of what happened that night, it changed, Ralph's interpretation of demons and the potential of demons trapping human souls just because of the evidence that we got that night. And
Right?
even, yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
because I had
like, I
told
never
Ralph about what
believed.
happened to me, and he had thought about it, the boy, and because of what he experienced that night, he's like, that's it. I'm good. I get chills thinking about it right now. It's like, I'm going to give up my communion and mass for John DeFeo tomorrow. And then never again, that boy's voice never came through. And that's why I decided when, it was random, but, I kind of talked briefly with Billy about, do you want to do a documentary about my story with Amityville? Like, it's kind of unique. We could turn into a story. I wrote about my book, but once we decided to actually give a go ahead with it, I was like, you know what, Billy, let's go down to the house. You can get some B-roll and we'll do a couple of sessions to kind of get maybe some spirits talking about what transpired potentially with my story. And we did. Not only that, we got the physical evidence in the car, and then the spirits talking about John going up into heaven and the shadow things being pissed off and saying the Ron voice was a demon, and all this crap that just gave another layer of unexplained validation to what I experienced 4 or 5 years, 6 years ago, whatever it is now.
Yeah,
So
that's phenomenal. There's
It's,
the intelligent responses that you were getting. It didn't matter what device you're using. And
yeah.
that's what blew my mind. It's like,
And
oh, you want to switch devices? Okay.
okay, and sometimes you had two devices at once.
Yeah, you run
I think I remember like Spirit Box and an Ovilus going
Yeah.
at the same time, and
For
you were
sure.
getting intelligent responses
That's
from
something
both.
that I would do over the years because I noticed that some of the words from like a novelist type of situation would connect with the words on the Spirit Box, and I'd leave them with both comments. Sometimes they finish these other sentences, and I know there's people that are very skeptical about apps, and I have these people coming at me like, "Oh, you're pathetic. You're a scam artist using apps." I'm like, let me tell you something. Like, again, people go investigate the way you want to investigate. If you don't like what I do, don't watch me. Number one. Number two, if you know anything about the paranormal, spirits can manipulate anything that's electrical. That's why we call it unexplained. We don't have a rational explanation from it. Okay. Do you agree that we go into cases and the TV can turn on without being plugged in? Do you agree that people actually get text messages from loved ones and give information that only their loved ones would know when the person's already passed away? I mean, I've had a thing posted on my wall from having to do with someone's death that no one ever posted on my wall. Like, they can manipulate anything that's electrical. So like we're dealing with the unexplained. So I don't understand why like apps are so far off from like what the spirit's been doing stuff in. Like, people get so offended by it. It's just like, I'll use anything that I get, I can use as a tool to get, valid evidence that I consider real, and I'll use it to the fullest extent. And at the at no person being able to like influence me or make me feel like I'm using something that I shouldn't. Like, go do what you do. I don't care. But like you said, I mean, I can't. How could you even fake a Spirit Box thing with the white noise coming through like that? I mean,
yeah, it's. I mean, I know there's a lot of speculation on are you getting really paranormal coming through? A voice coming through because it's sweeping all these. I was like, but yeah, I think if you look at the actual frequencies that Spirit Boxes use, most of those frequencies that they're using aren't even being utilized by anybody. When you look at the gigahertz channels and
Sure.
everything like that, so it's fascinating. I have my ups and downs with the Spirit Box. I'm not gonna lie. I have. There's times where
Of
I'm like,
course, you're going to get some bleed from radio stations, but you got to learn how to use the thing where you can disseminate between the two.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just the bottom line. But I that's why I always personally, if I'm just using the straight SB7, I like AM and going backwards because number one, AM.
That was the thing, is
nice.
the backwards sweep instead of the forward sweep, which like
Right.
if you had something come through that was distinguishable, if it's going backwards, you shouldn't just be able to distinguish it whatsoever.
Right. And if it's a voice that's going over like 6, 7, 8 stations and it's still speaking, then that can't be the radio. Or if
Right.
it curses
And it's the
that
same
station,
voice. It's not
F-word.
like Yeah.
you know, if
We're
it's
not doing
person,
an Avi record in backwards, you know, where we're getting it's not happening that way.
yeah. I mean, you know, it's just it's the way God, you know, made it, where it makes it a little tougher for us to find. I mean, think about orbs, and there's a lot of people that take such offense to about orbs and stuff. Like, okay, so in my argument to that is like, please tell me. So when there's a ghost, what form are they in? And my answer to that, and my theory, is that, you know, um, apparitions are the holy grail to the paranormal, to capture that or to witness that. And that is for one reason. And that's because it's a projection of what the spirit once lived and looked like. And they're able and they're innovative enough to actually project outwards and have that type of manifestation. But many spirits don't know how to do that. And I think that is a learning process for a spirit. We don't know what that is. We don't know how it occurs. But if they're not in that human space, because if there were ghosts that were in apparition states all the time, don't you think a lot more people would be witnessing that? So
For
my
sure.
my question is, for people that don't believe in orbs, is like, what form is a spirit in? Do you believe in mists? Because why? I mean, like, mists are kind of like another crazy, unexplained white thing, but it's like it's the same color and texture of like a perfect sphere. I mean, like, to
Yeah.
me, it's just a ball of consciousness. I mean, it just like, yeah, it's very, sometimes can be very tricky to differentiate between dust, bugs, and orbs. You know what? You know, obviously, you know, Ralph and I said we call it spirit energy, but like, you know, just like the video in the Amityville, like, how do you explain that if you don't believe in, you know, the orb theory about spirit energy? You know, please tell me what that is. I mean, because that's no bug. You
No.
know, it's an
No,
anomalous
bugs
event.
can't fly through what glass? They can't.
No,
Dust
No.
can't fly through glass. It can't. It can't break that physical plane. It's going to stop right there. How do
yes,
you explain this ball of energy that I don't care if it's big, if it's small, I don't care what size it is, but to watch it go from the left hand side, fly up, round, and down, come back up, and then through the glass.
and
And
literally intelligently fly around, as
And
I
then
had to
yeah, just
follow it
literally
around.
like right there and come up to the camera and it's like, wow, yeah,
it was,
I still get chills. I still
yeah,
like
that was just
that's a really
great.
cool. I mean, I've seen some orbs, but aside from I had one that came out of a mirror. I saw an orb in a mirror come out of a mirror and then drop.
I'll be right back.
And that's probably the biggest thing. And he left. So
There's the orb right there.
yeah, there's the orb. It's a J orb. I know we're past our hour mark, Sean. So I wanted to just kind of plug Scare Network TV.
Yeah.
And how long ago did you start working with them?
I started working with Billy, I guess, in 2021, when we did Malefist was the first project, and ever since then, you know, we've been doing more projects. Just took another trip with Billy, and we were in Texas, and we did a few more creepy locations like Goatman's Bridge and Yorktown Memorial Hospital, and you know, we got another one. Actually, we're going to film here in Connecticut. I don't want to give that away, but it's going to be a really unique documentary as well. And yeah, he's a very talented filmmaker, and obviously, you know, me being artistic and visual and knowing about what I know about the paranormal, it's been a nice fit, and we've been putting some really you know, legitimate stuff together for people to watch. And yeah, definitely go to scarenetwork.tv. You can rent the titles individually or subscribe and watch all of them. And you know, he's building content up there. He's going to be pushing stuff out every month, and eventually it'll be available on every single you know, app. And that's all we want to do is, you know, bring genuine, real, raw you know, features involving all things scary.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, we turned around and yeah, we bought the Amityville, the Resurgence, just by itself, but we are looking to subscribe to scarednetwork.tv because the content is still going to keep coming, and we're
Yeah,
really interested in that. And if you have any plans to make it out to California, I know my buddy John's in Colorado, but if you have any plans to make it out to California, yeah, I've done a few investigations, but I'm not by no means,
sure.
I'm learning. So yeah, we were talking about, it's like it'd be great if we could get in on an investigation with Sean and just kind of even do our podcast and
Sure.
talk with you while you're on site somewhere. If you're in the area, it'd be awesome to
Yeah.
really.
I actually have another film project. I have to go and fly out to California next week, but it's San Francisco though. It's not LA.
I'm not in LA. I'm in I'm in Central California, so I'm near Fresno,
Yeah, he's in
thereabouts.
California. I'm in Colorado.
So yeah, so
I lived in
I'm
California almost my life.
I think I'm only about a couple hours, maybe 3 hours away from San Francisco.
Oh,
So
I see. I've never been to San Francisco, but
Oh man, I used to love San Francisco. It's changed a lot. I used to love going down into Chinatown and things like that. You can't enjoy it as much as you used to, from what my friends down there say, but it's still it's a great place to go hang out and have fun. There's a lot. You see, are you going there for paranormal?
yeah.
yeah,
There's a lot. There's a lot there that you can check out there. What's the name of that hotel right there? We just talked about it not too long ago. Oh, man, I lost it. I don't know. But that's part of our trip is we're gonna go hit Alcatraz again, hopefully this summer, and
Nice.
yeah,
do a bunch of
and
stuff there, and then of course the Winchester Mystery House is right there. Now, if you've never been there, go check that place out. That place is phenomenal. Um, just to see the structure of how she made that house and how she didn't quit building in rooms that go nowhere and stairways that go to floors that just
Hmm.
it just ends with you hitting your head on the top of the stair. It's a there's some phenomenal places to go check out in the place. I don't know
Yeah.
what you're going to check out, but you'll
Yeah, I
have
don't know how much time I'm gonna have to downtime, but yeah, I mean, I will definitely. I mean, I love traveling, and obviously, bringing the paranormal element, you can pretty much find something anywhere when it comes to history and
heck yeah,
these urban legends of hauntings and ghosts. So, I mean, it's everywhere.
Oh yeah.
yeah,
It's as apparent as inhaling and exhaling oxygen. So that brings so much fascination to the paranormal. I mean, even I know people are like into aliens and stuff like that, but the ghosts, they're right here with us. They are everywhere. It is right here.
yeah,
Yeah,
So,
that's what we like. When I say paranormal, I actually include cryptids with them, like Bigfoot and Loch Ness monster. I include aliens because what I
UFOs. Yeah,
consider as paranormal is, to me, it's just the unexplained. Um, and as much, and I'm probably, I don't know if I'm overstepping or whatnot. As much investigations that you've done and research that you've done, would you agree that the paranormal itself is still just the unexplainable? Or
well,
do you think there is more of an explanation to the paranormal?
well, of course, there's more explanation. There's just no definitive scientific answer to what skeptics would be able to answer. Like, okay, this is why all these events take place. I do believe a lot of the paranormal events are tied to quantum physics, and what happens is because a lot of the scientists that don't want to believe. I mean, it takes natural law of the physics, the law of physics out, and they throws it out the window. It does nothing makes sense. So it
yeah,
drives them mad. They want just a 2 + 2 = 4. Okay, there's our answer. When in fact, like again, I just I think that we'll get a little closer. We'll get a little by little, but we'll never find out everything. But again, that's what also makes it interesting. I like the fact that not everybody believes in ghosts. Not everyone's had an experience. It makes it special and humbling to have the experiences and the journey that I've taken along in the paranormal. So I mean, because if it was such a natural occurrence and so part of our inhabitants and living life, it would just be like, okay, it's there. But just this mystery,
Oh yeah.
it's like you never know what you're going to get, and there's so many signs and symbols and things that are just waiting for you to disseminate and understand and try to unravel the meaning to all these experiences that we do have and why we're meant to have them.
So Scare Network Television.
I plugged that while you were gone, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
I know. But Scare Network, how did you get started with that?
He had actually done a project with another fellow investigator of mine, Dave Spinks, and we ended up doing something together, all of us. And
I'm gonna
then
jump off for a second.
I started doing stuff with him, and yeah, it's pretty much how it went from there.
Are
Um,
you kind of doing like the exclusive with them now, or
I
or
mean, I'm trying to find places that he could do stories at. I mean, to have somebody like Billy that's a talented filmmaker, and I'm trying to help him bring good content to his platform, and the resources that I have, or anything that comes to me, or I think would be a good story. I'm trying to obviously offer that up to him, and also be a part of that investigation myself. So yeah, it's definitely a nice thing to have, and
I've
come along.
I've watched I think everything that they have on there now because it looks like it's still pretty new and in the building stage with their page and everything like that. That I
Sure.
think there's only like 4 or 5 things that I saw on there,
Yeah.
including the Amityville. But it seems like it's on the road to go somewhere, and I'm kind of hoping it does. And that's why I was kind of wondering if you're like doing like the exclusive with Scare Network TV, or if he's still pretty much an independent
I mean,
researcher
I'm
and
an independent.
investigator.
I mean, obviously, I have my hand in, working with Billy and helping him with Scare Network. I wanted to succeed, and I'll keep trying to find stuff that would be, valuable to him and what he thinks that he wants to take on. Um, it's again, it's a cool, amazing thing to see, so many little things come to life in a professional manner, without the ability to do whatever you want with like TV shows, and also the limitations that you have with TV shows, and not being able to do things the way that you want to do, and just do it naturally, genuinely, without and make it raw, and just make it very entertaining for people, but also like where they can learn too. So it's not just about the eccentrics of the paranormal.
I think that's what I kind of like about uh, YouTube and things like that is where they can people that do their YouTube channels like you have your YouTube channel. Of course, we have our YouTube channel where you can go beyond what TV allows. It's not, you know, I guess it's kind of FCC regulated, but it's not really FCC regulated. You have the freedom of doing what you want, and then that's kind of
Yes,
what I
it's,
like
it's
about
called artistic control, really.
artistic
Yeah.
control. Yes, thank you. That's the
I,
best way
you
to put it.
when you get involved with projects like on big networks, they have a lot of their own visions of what things and how things could go, and they're the ones who have the big money behind them. So you kind of left there and just following the lead of that, um, which could be a good thing or a bad thing, depends on how it comes out. But when you're doing something raw, it's very natural. It's just like, let's tell this story and let's bring some really amazing, real, genuine evidence to the people. And I really think that's what audience want to watch. I think there's a lot of overthinking that happens in TV shows where they bring in so much of Hollywood, and it kind of incorporates into how we perceive the paranormal, and it loses something in the
Authenticity.
middle in between. Yeah, I mean, um, you know, you do have good elements that come from TV, and then there's some bad elements, and I've had my experiences over the years too.
Yeah.
It's just, again, I think people are out there to watch good stories and really relate to the characters, the people that are there investigating, and connect with them, bring a characterization to the familiarity of what these people are doing on camera, and bringing that real evidence, and be emotionally invested to the characters and the story and the spirits, can really be a moving, inspiring thing for people, and bring an awareness and change people's opinions and lives in general when it comes to the paranormal as a whole.
Yeah, and for me, I mean, me and David, we do this show, and we kind of we talk about these places that have been investigated and everything like that, and it's for us, it's more as much as we'd love to go to these places, uh, an educational factor into it. Like we want to tell you about the history of this place. We want to tell you about the investigations that have happened there, what type of experiences people have had. Um, and that's, and we just enjoy doing it, and that's kind of basically, if you love what you do, you'll never work a day in your life. And
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
and if you can get paid to do it, all by all means. But if not, at least go enjoy it.
Sure. Yeah.
So you're on investigations. I saw something new uh, on a show, because I watch paranormal shows all the freaking time, and there's some that I don't watch just because they just, I don't know, I just don't like them no more. I'm not gonna get into that part, but uh, I saw a piece of equipment being used that I've never seen being used before, and I want to get your opinion on it. Is a little tiny sonar device, and I thought that was kind of ingenious to use sonar for a paranormal investigation, because sonar will pick up any type of mass that pops up inside its blip, and I thought that was kind of an ingenious thing to use. I mean, this thing's like this big. I mean, it's super small.
Hmm.
Have you ever thought about using anything like that? Because I've seen people.
Sure. I mean, you can use any sort of thing and scientific equipment and try to use it for different genres of research. I mean, that's good. Obviously that's pushing the envelope of the way we can investigate. And having an amazing engineers like people like Gary Galka, who's a pioneer in the paranormal field, or Bill Chappell. These people have built amazing equipment for us, and I think that equipment will always innovate again and push through, and we'll have more equipment that we can use to get more valuable paranormal evidence to bring genuinity again to what people are experiencing, or to a location and so forth. But yeah, I mean, sonar and stuff like that, of course. I mean, think about thermal cameras. I mean, it's not like that was made for paranormal investigating.
Yeah,
We
We
know.
were talking. Yeah, we were
Yeah, we
talking
know.
about the SLS camera too. Because that
that's
came from
Chapel.
the Xbox. Yeah, it was.
Well, actually, Bill Chappell created it first.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Digital dowsing, and then obviously they obviously knew that the technology, you can make it a less inexpensive one with the Connect, the same principle. But yeah, um,
Donka,
you,
is he the one that did the Mel meter, right?
yes,
Yeah, named after his daughter that passed away.
yes, yeah,
yeah.
Yeah.
great man, really down to earth, passionate about what he does. I've been up there. I've hung out with Gary quite a few times. Uh, just he's truly an amazing guy, and what he's done for the field is astounding.
I think it's all this equipment that comes out. It's amazes to me. It's amazing to me because you don't know if it's gonna work, because like we were talking before, there's no scientific backing to any of this equipment that we're using, that it's actually truly picking up paranormal. You really have to believe that it's actually doing that for you. And don't get me wrong, I'm a believer. I believe the Mel meter does pick up the EMF, the cold. I mean, it does what 3-4 different things with the Mel meter, whether it's EMF, what
Yeah, it kind of makes you think of
proximity
like
detector.
remember, obviously, you remember from the '80s, the Gremlins movie. Remember the
Oh,
father would have these crazy inventions, and it did like 5 or 6 different things. Yeah,
oh yes,
it
great
would make
reference.
coffee, and it had knives in it, and I
Oh,
mean,
yeah, I love that movie.
yeah, it's
Great
classic.
reference.
They're making a sequel, I think, to it.
Yeah, they're remastering, as they call it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
something.
Oh yeah. As long as they don't ruin it like they did Ghostbusters, I'll be happy. Ghostbusters was, I love the cast, but it was like, what are you doing? This is not, no.
Everyone likes
But I'm an
everyone.
80s kid, you
Everyone
know.
likes
Yeah.
what they like.
I'm an 80s kid. I was born in the 70s, grew up in the 80s, so it's, I don't know. I got opinions.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So
Uh,
understandable.
all right.
Oh man.
Have we taken enough of your time, Sean? Because I know we've gone over our allotted time, but it's been great talking to you.
Yeah, no, it's really appreciate. Obviously, talking about my passion. It's like what I do. I enjoy
I love
talking
it.
about it. So it's been great.
Right.
Thank you guys for definitely having me on here, and of course, down to come back on, and
that'd
as
be
we
great.
release more documentaries too,
Yeah.
we can talk about them too.
Oh
Yeah,
man,
hit us up.
anytime you want to come in and plug one of your shows, I'm so down for it.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem.
Yeah.
I'll talk about this stuff all day long.
And
I know what you mean.
and if Scare Network
But
TV needs a weekly podcast, we're in. We'll
yeah.
let Billy know.
All right.
But before we go, I wanted to, because we were talking about equipment, I wanted to know what is your first piece of equipment if you're going to go on a paranormal investigation? What is the first thing that you're going to grab, and what is the item that you'll leave at home?
Well, I really do love the spirit box, or something that I can just immediately communicate with spirits, because of I can hear telepathically what spirits say on and off. I want to hear what they're saying through the devices as well, so I can connect and correlate to what I'm picking up, because I consider my own piece of equipment, being sensitive to spirits. So I like that instant gratifications of hearing what the spirits are talking. So, I mean, an ITC device, of course, but there's something special about the spirit box that I've noticed, that when the spirit box turns on, I notice that activity can increase. And then the energy I can actually feel off the device is nothing like anything else that I've experienced when it comes to just trying to communicate. It's kind of like an EM pump in your hand. It's really fascinating, but I would say just a straight up spirit box, or, I mean, obviously, what would I leave home? I mean, I would prefer, I don't know what specifically I would leave home. But
like your least favorite piece of
You're like-
equipment. Like
you're
if you're gonna
"Oh, I
if you got
forgot
your
that.
bag
I
you
don't
got
need
your
it."
bag of tricks, you're like, yeah, I don't need that. That's
"Oh, I
fine.
forgot
Well,
that at home. I don't need it.
I mean, I used to, gosh, I have the bare essentials, what I use. Gosh, I don't know. Like one night, maybe I want to just take the REM pod. Another night, let me just take the millimeter, or then I'll take both. I mean, I love all the devices. They're all different in their own way.
yeah.
It also
Does it depend on the situation? Like if you're
does, because
Yeah.
one location the millimeter might be going crazy when the REM pod doesn't do anything. Then another location the REM pod goes crazy and the millimeter doesn't do anything.
right, you go with the hot object.
One night the spirit box is very quiet, but then when I use something else that's similar but a little different, all of a sudden it's speaking like nonstop. So it's good to have most things with you, just in case you have an opportunity for options to coordinate to the characteristics, to the haunt of whatever place that you're at.
Yeah, I can see myself going on my first ever like true investigation and literally having like the thermal camera, the full spectrum camera on, night vision goggles, a digital recorder wristwatch that records everything, the millimeter, and a spirit box in my hand, walking through just looking like Egon from Ghostbusters.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'm gonna catch something. As long as it's not herpes, I'm happy.
Wow.
Nice.
What are we talking about? Is this like STD, sexually transmitted demon, or what?
Always take protection when you're going to be dealing with something like that.
Always take
You
protection.
don't want to catch an STD. Sean, thank you so much for joining us on Spirits with Spirits. It's been great having you with us. And we'd love to, stay in touch and get you on the show in the future. But yeah, you've got us, and well, you've got me now on Messenger and Facebook. Ping me anytime if you got something coming out and you want to, we're glad to have you back on the show anytime.
Yeah, thanks guys for having. It's been a great little conversation.
All right. I appreciate it.
We're gonna let you
All
go and probably take a quick break.
All right. Thank you, Sean. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, guys. Have a great
Have
night.
a good one, buddy.
You too. Take care.
Wow.
And he's back. Then he's
Yeah,
gone.
We both at the same time.
I think we both clicked him off at the same time. Oh,
So great.
great,
So
great
great.
show, great interview. Yeah, I love that guy.
Yeah.
And yeah, we
So
were talking about it being just as good, if not better, than Ralph, and it was very informative. Loved. Uh,
no disappoint.
no,
Everything
everything on the button. Great conversation. Great
insightful.
answers. Um,
Insightful.
one thing I like to do in the interviews is um, I like try to ask him something that people normally don't ask him in interviews, and I think we got that.
He-
He keeps trying to join us again.
He's
He
like,
wants
I'm
to come
coming.
back. He's coming back. He's coming back. Sean, if you want to come back, you come back. We'll do our favorite moments
Yeah, you can
next
judge
week.
us.
Yeah, just come on back on. We're good. We'll just keep talking.
Uh,
Now I did already take my first break, but I think we're coming close. But yeah,
What happened to
we went.
me?
You died. I'm pretty sure you died. It's so funny because when he was talking about the picture of the little boy,
oh,
I got a little boy's voice on my Ovilus saying, "Leave me alone."
dude, it's
And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna have to like stop that. But
so much came through. I mean, so much. You know how active. You know how mine likes to talk. I got the
yeah,
chatty Cathy box over here. Um, it's I don't know. I probably have. When did we start? I have. I have. Through his.
yeah,
I have over 200 things in my library about what it was saying while he was on.
that's funny.
It would shut up.
So when he started, I didn't get one word until about 20 after 7 my time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we were already almost an hour in
An
before
hour in,
mine
yeah.
started talking. And it was when he was talking about the boy in the picture at Amityville, and I got "Leave Me Alone." And then at 7:45, so about 12 minutes ago, he was talking about something, and I got the word "change," and that's
Dude,
it.
I got satanic. I got help me. I
How old are you?
I love
And
Two Realm Paranormal. How does an investigator answer that question when when you asked what's your
I
go-to? What do you leave?
and what do you leave at home?
How do I
Like
leave
I said,
it?
I wanted to ask him something different, something, because everybody's like, what's your scariest place, or how do you do this, or whatever. I was like, like that question, when you roll out of bed in the morning, what's the first thing you grab? What's the first thing you turn on?
My
And
coffee maker.
my coffee, right?
Yeah, I was doing the dance, so that's why I disappeared for a second. I had
Me too. I had to go. I was like, I'll wait till he comes back because I needed to go too.
I'm 8 beers in.
Had to make it to pee pee, and
So we don't
uh,
have to take a break. We don't want to.
yeah, we're okay for a little while now. But I kind of like how we
It's so
staggered,
good.
and you went,
Yeah.
and I got to ask him a little bit of questions, and then you came back, and then I went, and you could ask him some stuff.
We probably asked the same
We probably
question too. All right,
it was
Scare
funny. You
Network
were getting into
television.
Scare Network TV, and I was like, I already did that. And he said, "When did you get started?" I was like, "I already asked him that." But it's funny.
That's funny.
But but no, it was great, and I really love the crowd. Nancy, Vicky, Two Realm, Dover, you guys
Loved
have been
his
great.
answer for the balls of energy. I love that answer.
Right. I like the question, and I was like, I know how I would answer it, but I wanted to
Devil.
present that to Sean and see how he would answer it, and I liked his answer better. His answer way better than mine.
Yeah, way better than mine. Yeah,
Way better than mine. Took mine and put it in the ground.
it was. He hit some
Ralph.
things that. Oh, Ralph.
Ralph.
He said some things that it made me feel better, honestly, about myself and how I think about things.
Yeah.
And I don't get me wrong, I love the Ralph Sarchi interview, but Ralph Sarchi made me rethink a lot of
Okay.
things. And I
Yeah.
love that part that he made me rethink a lot of different stuff.
Yeah.
Whereas talking with Sean, he almost gave me I don't want to say I don't wanna say
validation.
a validation of how I
Yeah.
perceive things. And it was great. Man, I'll love having that guy on. Anytime he wants to come on, he can come on. He can just be like, "Hey, I want to come on the show." I'm like, "Okay, we'll put you in." What day do you want to be here? We stream on
Yeah.
Wednesdays.
Pick a Wednesday, any
Yeah, pick
Wednesday,
Wednesday.
and we will drop whatever it is we're supposed to be working on, and we'll interview you again.
Yeah.
You got another thing? Yeah, I told him, I said, I said, John's in Colorado. I said, I'm in California. I said, so if you're ever doing an investigation in
Wow. Yeah, him being in San Francisco. Dude, we just talked about that hotel in San Francisco, and I can't for the life of me can't remember the name of it. And I know we talked about the church there,
right, I talked about St. Mary's,
but there's that hotel that's there too, if I remember right.
I can't remember the hotel that we talked
I'm gonna have
about.
to go through all my damn notes and remember the name of that one.
I know I talked to because I had paranormal experiences in the hostel that I stayed at.
All I know is, man,
But did we
great.
talk about a haunted hotel in San Francisco? Did we did like a hotel episode?
Run.
Yeah, and one of the hotels was Queen Anne?
Royal Inn? Was it, but that was in Florida, wasn't it?
I'm gonna have to look it up. I'm gonna have to pull
Yeah,
up my
go
notes.
to
It's from season 1.
pull up your notes. It's from season 1, where we talked about
Yeah, I wish
the haunted hotels. It's where we talked about the Figueroa and the
Yeah.
Menger.
Yeah.
And I thought it was like the Royal Anne or Royal something, and
Yeah.
but I thought that was in Florida. I don't remember us talking about a hotel in San Francisco,
No,
but it
it's in
might have
San
been.
Francisco. Oh, wow. Man, it's so good. You know, I know we're new at this, and I know we have, like, almost 40 episodes under our belt, but I still feel very new at this. I
Oh,
mean
we're very new at this.
and we've had 2 live interviews, one with Ralph Searchy over the phone, and now with Sean Austin,
The
on
Queen
video.
Anne Hotel.
It was because I kept mistaking it for the Queen Marie.
Yeah, Mary.
Queen Anne Hotel.
Queen
Queen Anne.
Mary.
Yeah.
The Queen Marie. No.
Queen Mary.
Queen
Yeah.
Mary.
Yeah. Queen Mary.
Oh, what the heck? Okay, that's weird.
Yeah, Queen Anne Hotel.
That was a weird one on me. Oh, that's because I went to Yelp. Okay.
Yeah, we
I
talked
was
about
looking at haunted hotels in San Francisco, and Queen Anne is right up there at the top. And you are blurred for some reason and kind of
Am I?
frozen. Yeah.
My signal dropped a little bit.
Your signal's good, but yeah, you're just kind of you're like this.
Oh.
And it's all blurry.
Am I back
But I can
now?
hear you. There you go. You're back.
Shit, gotta put all my clothes back on.
Damn it. Waist up. Dave, maybe you want to put shorts on for the meeting. It's No Pants Friday.
Hey, bro, you must mute your video before you get up.
Dave, you want to? Yeah. So we had a meeting in our support meeting, and we were talking about. Our boss was like, we want to start doing web chats for support calls, and where they see our faces as we talk to them. And
Disrespectful. I agree.
I'm getting there. I'm going to be real disrespectful in 5, 4, 3, 2. And we're on a conference call, and it was quiet. We were all kind of like mulling this over, and I said, "But what about No Pants Friday?" I mean, Casual Friday. and everybody started laughing, and then one of my coworkers was like, "For Dave, every day is No Pants Friday." And I go, hey, don't let out my secrets. And
Not my fault. I get to work at home.
And I don't want to say what happened. Let's just say that we decided not to do the web chat.
I don't know,
because my boss couldn't get the picture of No Pants Friday out of his mind. And I go, I'd be presentable, I wouldn't go suit and tie or anything, but
I love. Did you see Dover's message about
his message about Bacardi?
Yeah.
Dover's my friend. I like Dover.
See, now this is spiritual spirits. I'm not going there without my buddy Bacardi.
I'm not going out. My buddy Ron is going to join me on this investigation, and we might not make it through the night. And neither will my pants. It will be No Pants Friday.
It will be No Pants Friday.
It'll be like, Dover, maybe you should put some pants on.
We're going streaking.
I'm gonna find this ghost naked.
Nobody wants to see that.
No, the ghost is naked, not you. Oh, I thought I had to be naked to see the ghost. No. No.
Oh.
Put your pants back on, Marine.
Dude, how great was Sean?
It was awesome. I love the interview. But I really love the interaction in the chat was great. And it seems that a lot of these people, like Julia and
they all know
Vicky, everybody knew Vicky. Vicky was like, I was like, oh, Vicky's Vicky's our moderator on the chat, it seems, and I'm totally for that. And they're like, oh, hey, Vicky, oh, hey, Nancy, and it was back and forth, and I was like, oh, cool, everybody knows everybody but us. I don't know you guys, but I already love them because they were very spoken on the show, very,
it was crazy. Dover has actually met Danielle Lutz.
Oh,
did you see that in the chat? Danielle.
I think I missed that in the chat.
Daniel Lutz.
Daniel, not Danielle.
Not Danielle. Daniel Lutz. Yeah.
Yeah, because Danny Lutz. That's
But yeah, I love the chat. I love everybody kind of chiming in. It was awesome. It was a great experience. We got to have him back. Now I got to have him and Ralph on here.
I'm totally down to have them both. I tried to get Ralph was
more of his mentor than anything, and I forgot to ask him.
Yeah, but I talked to Ralph. Ralph responded, and I told him about the interview and stuff, and he's like, "Oh yeah, Sean's got it," and gave me a big thumbs up, and I was like, "Okay, cool." I said, "If you want to be on the show," and he's like, "Nah, I'm good." I was like, I was like, "Okay," but yeah, I'd have either of them or both of them back, or any of them, or.
Now we gotta get Cindy Kaza. Gotta get Kaza out here.
Yeah, I'm trying, but she's a little on demand. I haven't been able to get a response from her, but
still working on Greg and Dana Newkirk. Still working on them. I will get them, damn it. When, I don't know. Maybe it might be season 3, but I'll get them.
Yeah, After we get famous, then we'll get them.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Who knows? I didn't expect Ralph to respond to my request. I didn't expect Sean to
Did it?
respond.
Well,
So
that's the
it's
thing
giving.
is we're so new at this and doing our show. Like I said, we're like almost like 40 episodes in now.
Yeah.
But that's still for me to new. But to
Yeah.
get Ralph to come on here, it's always going to be a shock.
Yeah.
Get Sean to come on here. It's going to be a huge shock that,
Yeah.
yeah, man, I'll come on the show. Really? Like,
Uh,
really?
did I ask that? Are you sure? That was.
I did say you wanted to be on the show, right?
Yeah, because it's one of those things like when you ask that girl out for a date, thinking that she's gonna say no, so you're already prepared for it.
She says
And
yes.
she's like, yes, and you're like, yeah, it's okay. I understand. I'm ugly and I'm fat. And then wait, what'd you say?
Wait a minute.
I said yes. Oh, okay, sweet. What do we do now? I don't know. I didn't get past this point because I didn't think you were gonna say yes. Now I got to come up with a date that
Where do you want to go?
we're-
I don't know. I don't know where you want to go.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
We're gonna play putt putt.
Yeah, we're gonna go to the arcade, and I'm gonna wash your car, and
Oh, I love it, man. It's so good. I can't.
but
I
that was
can't.
interesting. It was a lot of great information, interesting conversation.
He
Um,
again, just so open with everything, and
Yeah.
it blows my mind that how open everybody that we talk to about this is.
Yeah.
I mean, besides the one person
Sister.
during our Christmas episode, everybody's
Show
been
yourself.
very open.
Yeah. The one person in our Christmas episode, not so open,
Not
but
so
it was
open.
similar to the dealing that he had with the guy on YouTube that told him he was
Yeah,
full of crap and he faked all the stuff.
yeah, if you
Um,
want to have a discussion, let's have a discussion.
exactly. I will
I
be,
don't.
and we
I
said that
love
too. I will be more than happy to discuss this with you. I am open to a conversation, but if all you're going to do is just tell me I'm wrong or I'm full of crap and not offer an explanation or not give me
It's
a
not a
chance
discussion.
to explain, give me there's
It's not a
Angel
discussion.
again. If we can't have a discussion about it, if you're just going to tell me that I'm wrong and you're right, then you can go. I don't need to validate myself with you
No,
because
I'm not
you are
looking for
not.
validation from you.
I'm not looking for validation from you. I'm not looking for validation. I'm just looking for people who share the same interests
Yeah, I want
and
to have a conversation.
are open to that dialogue.
Or
If you're not, then don't
even if they
watch.
disagree with what we're saying, if you want to have an open discussion, whether you agree or disagree with what we talk about, I'm down to have that, and I'll have you on the show.
Yeah,
You can
I'll
come
bring
in,
you
we'll
on the show
video
with your
chat,
negative beliefs.
yeah,
Let's talk
whatever.
about
Let's
that.
talk. Let's have a
Let's talk about
discussion.
that. Let's get to the root of that and figure out, is it just because you've never seen anything paranormal
And
or
you
is there
can't
some
say
kind of
that we're anti-religious or anti. I don't want to say religious. That's a whole because of religion. It doesn't matter with the religion, but you can't say that we're anti-Christian because the two people that we've had on here have both
are
been
very
very
Catholic?
very
Yeah.
Christianic.
Yeah, very Christianic. But yeah,
I know that's
very,
not a word.
very, no, yeah, very
Very religious.
religious, very openly
I say
religious. Like
and I'm very open about how I am not religious in that sense. I'm not a churchgoer, but I'm very spiritual, but I'm not a churchgoer.
yeah,
I
no,
and
me neither. I've
I might
always a
believe
firm
in God,
believer.
but that's not the
Yeah,
only God I believe in.
right.
It's very weird with me.
Yeah, and I'm similar in the fact that I believe in God. I I have faith, but I don't really believe in religion. So my church is here.
I'm a
I
I'm a
pray
very
here.
proactive. I'm very proactive in saying that I
Thank you.
don't believe in organized religion, and I don't care if that's Christian, Jewish, a Sutru, Islamic. I don't believe in organized religions. I believe organized religions actually corrupt your faith. Um, but I'm very spiritual in nature, and I hold that. I hold that very deep in my heart, deep in my soul, that I'm very spiritual in nature. But I'm just not. I'm not that churchgoer. I'm not that guy. I've been to so many different churches, and all they've done is corrupt the word that they're trying to teach, and I can't do that. Oh, Danielle's here. Not to be
Not
uh,
confused with
confused with
Daniel.
Daniel, but Danielle.
Danielle.
But
Welcome
I
to
don't
the
know.
show.
And if we want to have a discussion over religion and what you believe in and what I believe in and what you believe in, I'm down for it. Bring it
Yeah.
on. Let's talk. So you can't say we're against Christianity when
Yeah.
the two people we've had on the show who we did not berate are very much Christian.
Are very much Christian. Very Christian is all get out. And
I
so
don't know if I've met a more Christian person than Ralph. I mean, he's very much in
very
Catholicism,
devout.
very
Very
devout
very
Catholic.
devout Catholic.
In the old teachings, and he made that very clear in the old teachings. He's not behind this new stuff that the church is going to.
Mhm.
But so if you want to just tell me I'm gonna burn in hell and I need to pray for forgiveness, and that's all you're gonna say, then we're not having a discussion. Just
Yeah. Yeah, you can just move on.
And I think that's what prompted me to ask him that, is like, how do you deal with the skeptics? How do you
Yeah.
deal with those people that just don't believe or want to come at you negatively? And great answer again, is
Yeah.
and he said kind of the same thing we said. You want to have a discussion with me? Let's have a discussion. Let's have a discussion. Let's not yell at each
Danger.
other or anything like that. Let's have a real discussion about it. But if
Yeah,
you're
I'll
just
be
coming
open to hear your side if you're open to hear my side.
Yeah. But nobody in the world wants to do that no more. Or very little want to do that anymore, is have a discussion.
Mhm.
They'd rather just yell their opinion and walk away.
Hey.
Hey, Henry. God, I gotta close. I mean, I gotta talk to. That's something I should have asked Sean. I want to say Sean. I said Sargy. About is how do I deal with a portal in my house? Because I talked about a little bit of the stuff that's happening in my house, but I didn't get into the portal actually being in my house. How do I deal with that? Yeah. I don't necessarily want to close it, but I would love to put like bars, or a toll booth, something.
Yeah. A gate? Give me a turnstile like in the subway. You got to put a
One
ticket
at a
in.
time, please. One
One
at
at
a
a
time.
time. Yeah. Well, and that was my problem, and that's kind of why I went with the barrier spell around my place, was because I was getting bombarded at night, and and then my wife would get attacked, and then something messed with my daughter, and I'm
Dead.
like, okay, I can't have that. I can't, I can't. I can take that, but
More.
don't don't come at my family. And
Yeah.
so all that came together, and my wife's like, I don't want these things in my house
Recently.
anymore.
Dirty.
Um,
Peace.
okay,
Recently, dirty, and peace.
okay, recently dirty. Um,
I fell in mud. Peace. Gotta go
Box.
change.
please,
Box.
falling and I can't get up.
Pray.
Pray. Um,
Yeah,
so
I literally had to mute. I don't know what was going on with this. Like I turned it down. Like it literally said it was completely turned down.
Behind you.
Expecting a slap on the head. Every time I hear that, I think.
I turned it all the way down, but it was still coming through.
Mhm.
I turned the Bluetooth on my phone all the way down, but it was still coming through. And I was like, what the? I had to mute it on the board. I'm like, all right, I got to turn you off because you are interrupting our guest. But man, did it keep talking. I was like, holy crap, I got to quit looking at this thing. Because what was he talking about? He started talking about the Amityville house again and about the three shadows and everything like that. And all of a sudden it comes across in silence because I had muted it, satanic. And I was like, are you fucking kidding me? I mean, stop it. Oh,
knock it off.
So good. Man, I can't. What the hell happened there? Are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I brought up a video.
Oh. Okay. Oh,
not that I'm trying to segue into what else we were supposed to talk about on this show, and we're already we're already like 2 hours in, 2.5 hours in.
We're gonna get into the second part, but I lied. I gotta pee again. So let me go take care of that real quick, and I'll be right back.
All right. All right. So those of you who are on, who stayed after the Sean Austin interview, thank you guys so much. What we're going to do is we're going to talk about our favorite moments from season 1, and I'm not sure if any of you have watched season 1 of our show, but check us out on Facebook in particular. We just started back up with YouTube, so there's not many episodes on there, but feel free to check us out on Facebook and look at our past shows. But we're going to show some of our favorite moments from season 1, where whether it's intelligent responses with the Ovulus, to funny moments, to sad moments, and culminating with our interview with Ralph Sarchi last year. It's been great. It's been a fun ride, and we're not a huge production by any means. We're just a couple of guys who like to sit around, talk about the paranormal, and both of us are sensitive, and we don't readily do paranormal investigations because we don't have the money to do that kind of stuff. But we hope to at some point, and this is just kind of our way of doing our part in the paranormal, where it's a way that we can discuss the paranormal because we're not in a position where we can go investigate places and do shows and things like that. So we kind of John came up with this idea and brought me on board last year, and it's been an amazing ride. So what we wanted to do was talk about horrible. Thanks. Fuck that guy. Fuck that Ovulus. What we wanted to do was kind of show some of our favorite moments. Now, John, I brought these up in video clips, and then I was like, oh wait, if we're in video clips, then we're muted, so we can't talk about it. So I also I think we queue them up as local videos, and that way we're on the screen with it. Does that sound cool? Or
Yeah, no, that's perfect. That's perfect.
Okay. And then, well, when this comes up, we might have to flip it. But so our first video, so I couldn't do our favorite moments from 2021 without bringing up our first episode together.
Episode together.
So our first episode together was was episode 9, and we were talking about certain haunted locations. Um, one of them being the Riddle House, and that's kind of turned out to be where we focused with our moment. So let me cue this video up, and we'll see how this works.
That way, you guys
Excited.
can a little better when things come
Hope this
through.
is fun.
All
And
right.
remember, Carl's behind you, so
Carl
don't.
is behind me. Yeah, that was
Carl
the thing
is behind you.
before the show even started. Said Carl, and then behind me. So yeah, I mean, we already got special guests joining us tonight.
Yes. Joining us from an ethereal plane is Carl.
Carl.
I was actually.
this is
36 minutes in
wondering-
because we're talking about haunted mansion, or one of the other places. If there is a Carl involved in one of the places that we're going to talk about, that would be interesting. Because the stuff that the Masons let out is just what they wanted to let out.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said,
Carl.
And it came back Carl again.
And that's at 50 minutes. We got Carl
there
again.
You go.
There's validity right there.
Validity. That's what we were just talking about at the beginning. This is getting the same name.
Thank you.
more than once.
That's our show. We're here next week.
Until what, 1920, when actual Carl Riddle ended up buying the house.
Yeah.
And which is where the name comes from. The Riddle House is from Carl Riddle.
I love this part.
Which is,
Who is
I
he?
think the interesting thing is this place was getting ready to be destroyed until like a nephew of Carl's ended up buying the place, and instead of having it destroyed, had it moved.
Okay, I just want to point out for a second, Carl Riddle.
We've been talking about Carl. And I just said, I don't know any Carls because when it comes up with Carl's, it comes up as a C.
Yeah.
And Carl Riddle, his Carl
is a K.
Is a K.
But that could just be the phonic of the word Carl. But I just want to say,
we're just saying
that might actually be Carl Riddle that's talking to us.
Wow.
And Carl, if that is you, go ahead and confirm. That would be
Carl.
That would be great. Carl,
Yeah.
let us know if that's
Let
you.
us know if that is you. If this is Carl Riddle coming through and talking to us because you knew we are going to be talking about your house, that'd be awesome. So he had a
Here.
and he just said here.
Tell me.
We just asked.
I did say Carl, if you're here.
Here, let us
Sure.
know. And he just said here. That's pretty fucking awesome. I'm just saying that, that's pretty fucking awesome. All right, Carl, you got my vote. Why you're at my house, I don't know, but I'm glad you're enjoying the show.
Yep. Thanks, Carl.
No. Dude.
So, right, it was I like this way better. So our first episode together, we get intelligent responses on the Ovilus, and we're like, wouldn't it be funny if Carl came up in one of the places that we were talking about, and it didn't even dawn on us. And then we're like, oh, we're talking about the Riddle House, and then we're talking about Carl Riddle, and I was like, wait
a minute. You can see it moving. You're like, I'm
like, okay.
Wait a minute.
And then I'm like, throw up my hands. Wait, I just want to say something. I got to stop this right now. This train just hit something, and we're gonna derail in a minute. And it was just,
I loved it. It was our first episode together as hosts of the show.
Mm-hmm.
I literally taken 3-month break from doing the show, almost, or at least a month break. I don't remember. I went from like forever to starting to do the show and then starting to talk to you about, hey, doing the show still, and you were coming on every once in a while through chat and everything. And I was like, "Hey man, you want to do the show?" And then you're like, "Oh, let's do the fucking show." So we did the show together. First fucking show.
Angled.
And
That's like strangled.
yeah. And it just, I don't know. It just kind of blew me away. Like it was like, all right, great experience with Dave, talking to one of my
Okay.
guy I consider a brother, and we're doing the show, and I'm like, this is gonna be fantastic. And Carl comes through, and I'm not putting anything to it, and he comes through again. I'm like, wow, same name twice. All right, that's not normal.
Right, we got it before the show even started.
Yeah.
We were getting ready to start. You started getting Carl, and we were like, okay. So then, when we started the show, I'm making fun of Carl because we were already talking about him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
And then, I just came through. I was like, man, I
Down.
I feel bad about talking about the Riddle House in the middle.
Yeah.
Where we should, I was like, we should have caught that right off the bat, and it was just like,
it was so unique. It was such a unique experience, and it just I'm still to this day completely flabbergasted about that first show of us together. Because one, I don't know if I drank too much or what.
pretty sure you did. It's okay.
Probably that I wasn't picking up with the fact that we're getting ready to talk about the Riddle House and Carl. It was Carl Riddle, and I'm sitting there talking about, and it still wasn't hitting me. I'm like, and Carl Riddle, this is why the house is named the Riddle House and everything. And it still wasn't hitting me until you're like, wait a minute, we're talking about the Riddle House. And when you said that, it finally hits me. I was like, we've been getting fucking Carl all goddamn night. Like, dude, I'm fucking here. I'm trying to talk to you, and you're just blowing me off.
You're just like, blah, blah, blah. Haunted Manor, blah, blah, blah. Why the fuck would you start with that episode? And go blah, blah, blah. Get to my house, damn it.
I gotta wait an hour and a half for you motherfuckers.
I ain't got all day. And then and the cool part was even after we were talking about the Riddle House, Carl was still talking to us
there
later on. He would still pop in and say Carl, and it was like, Carl, you're still here. It was like, it was really kind of neat that we had Carl almost through the whole show, and but I wanted to point out that part. I mean, it took us like an hour to figure out, wait a minute. And I was like, oh, wouldn't it be funny if there was a Carl that we were going to talk about in the show?
I looked through all my notes. I'm like, nope, no Carl here.
No Carl here. and then you're like, and then I'm like, dang, you're right. There's no Carl. And I'm looking, I got the websites up, and I'm looking. You're right. There's no Carl. So why are we getting Carl? I couldn't figure that one out. And then you started reading the stuff, and I was like, wait a minute.
You see your finger girl.
I'm like, let me smell my finger. I'm thinking that there might be.
Wait a minute.
Hold on a second. Maybe I've had too much to drink, but not way too much. So I was able to catch on to what we.
I am the drunk on the show.
Not every time.
There was one episode.
And it's probably going to be on our favorite moments of this year.
We can't both be drunk.
No, it can only be one of us. One of us has to be the designated commentator.
The GDC.
Yeah, sexually transmitted demon.
I can't believe that came out of my mouth. As long as I don't get herpes, I'm good.
I don't want to get herpes, but I'll take me some demon.
Angled.
Sexually transmitted
Strangled.
demons.
Sexually transmitted demons.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I have had some dates that were evil, but man, that's a little bit too much for me.
He was like,
Blue.
whoa. Oh, I can't help what comes out of my mouth, people. I'm sorry. Oh,
Yeah.
that was
No, and that's okay. That's kind of one of the points of the show is we get to the point where it's like, oh wow, I can't
you.
believe I just said that.
I like you too.
That's
I
great.
like
Thank you so much.
Oh, but Carl Rollhouse, honestly, I think that might have been why. Wasn't that like the
Knife.
definitive moment for me to actually like purchase the GhostTube actual app? Actually pay
Yeah.
the $12 a year for it.
Yeah, and that was the moment where I installed it
Yeah, yeah. You're like, what are
because I
you
didn't have it on
using?
my phone. I was like, yeah, I didn't really think that those things were valid because the ones that I would grab and look, I was like, these suck. They're not
Yeah,
real. And when you got that and I was like, okay, there's something to this GhostTube app. I'm gonna check that out, and I have not been disappointed with it.
and it
With
still
the
baffles me.
EMF, the proximity
Yeah,
detector, all that stuff is really good. It's like a millimeter on your phone.
it's like
And-
it's for fun. For some reason, it's like you
Thank
almost
you.
can tell when you got to go redo your words.
yeah,
You're like, oh, I'm
I can.
getting way
I
too
got
much
to refish.
talking.
Well, and that was the thing. last week, my phone was going off
It was.
when we were talking about Portland, and I was
Yeah,
like, "Oh crap! I got to refresh my barrier spell because I am getting some
you're
crap.
getting way too
You know,
much stuff coming
I'm
through.
getting way too much activity, and you can see now I'm not. I mean, I'm not getting anything anymore. And then, we talked about, and it's the other thing is that mine tends to echo. I get like the
Yeah,
same word over and over again,
I call it Tourette's.
and
Yeah.
yeah, you call it Tourette's. I call it stuttering. I think my phone stutters, but
Probably
it's
a better word for it.
yeah. And Tourette's would be like all of a sudden my
Stop.
phone. I'm like fuck. My phone would be like say
Hey,
fuck
I'm just
ass.
glad nobody said asshole during this whole damn time.
Right.
I
Or
would've been
liar, asshole,
liar.
false. Um, but um, but no, we figured out that we were theorizing that my barrier spell is probably the reason for that, where something comes in and then kind of bounces around because it can't escape. So I get the same word over and over again because of the barrier spell.
It's
And the thing that validated that was when we were in the antique shop,
yeah.
because I didn't get that in the antique shop until I put a protection spell around myself
Yep.
in the
And
second
then
hour, and then I started getting the same word over and over.
yeah, we also started getting freaking hammered. Like
Oh yeah, because
you're like, oh, I'm
whoever,
not feeling
From
good.
here.
yeah, whatever was in there was like, oh, you want to put up a barrier? I got your barrier spell.
We got you.
See, like that.
The echo.
The echo, the stuttering. Okay, so our second video, and I was just going to go in order by episode, but is there something that you wanted to?
No,
look-
I like the order that we kind of had things in, so I kind of want to keep it that
Agreed.
way. Unless for some reason something pops in my head, I was like, dude, play this one.
Yeah.
But as of right
Okay.
now, let's just keep our order.
Okay, so the next video I queued up. This is from episode 13, when we're talking about superstitions.
Oh, I love that episode.
And well, I'll play it and we'll discuss.
The big one, the big one, and it really is the
Trying.
biggest superstition out there. I mean, wouldn't you say that, Dave? I mean,
Yeah,
you can't
get away from it. It's so entrenched in society that there are floors of hotels missing. There hangars in airports, they won't allow that number.
This is so entrenched in society. Annually, $800 million is lost on this day annually.
So that was 3 minutes in, because in ancient Egyptian and in Chinese philosophy, the 13 is lucky.
Yeah, it's the number 4 that bothers them.
Right.
Yeah, Italy and Thailand, very, very lucky. Very lucky number in Italy and Thailand as well. Like I said, it's like the number 4 for them that really is unlucky for them. Actually, number 13 is actually considered a prime number. It actually symbolizes qualities of incorruptibility and incorruptibility, nature, and purity. It's actually one of the most powerful civilizations of history. Actually decided to have 13 days in their week, as they considered 13 to be extremely lucky. And actually each day of the week was actually ruled by a different god. And of course, the 13th day was the most powerful god of mystery, psych, and magic. And that's Babylonian times.
Right. What was that on the, what is this? In the Gospel of St. John, Jesus uses on the whole 13 comparisons or titles to designate who he is.
Yeah. Yeah. I was reading.
Wow. That's a new one. I just popped that up.
Yeah, I was reading that one too. I was like, "Ooh, that's interesting." I didn't write that one down. I was hoping you'd find it.
Yeah, I found it, and I like it. Say hi. Say hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
How are you?
This is Piper.
Hi, Piper.
Say hi.
Possessed.
Maybe.
Fire.
I don't know. I think it has. I think the 13. The number 13 is a powerful number.
Yes.
And I mean, it shows its power every single day, just by how widespread the superstition and symbolisms of 13 go out there throughout the world, in every culture. I mean, the number 13 is literally in every culture. Whether it's good or bad depends on the culture you're looking into.
Right.
But it's a very powerful number. I think it's prime number. I mean,
Where
it's.
was I going with that?
But I don't associate it with the devil.
That's why. So that was our thing about the number 13, was that we don't associate it as an evil number or really anything bad.
Okay. I'm just gonna say it. Sean brought up the number 13.
Yeah, he did.
Why does this keep happening?
I don't know, but I will tell you that I made this video 2 months ago.
Yeah, right. I
mean, I had no idea that Sean was going to talk about the number 13, and here it is. This is one of our moments from 2021 where we were like, we talked about the number 13.
It's, I don't know what it is that's going on with Sarchi and Sean and us. And I don't want to go too far into it.
I don't want to ruin it.
There's a lot of
So
fucking links in this fucking chain that keeps kind of bringing us back together, and it baffles me. The coincidences are too much to be coincidences. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But God, I loved that show. I loved that show. The 13th episode was what? Our 4th episode together?
Yeah. Well, 9 was our first. So
yeah, our 4th or 5th episode together.
I'm just kind of doing the math.
9, 10, 11, 12. Our 5th episode together.
Yeah.
Because you got to count 9.
That's right. You got to count 9 as number 1. Yeah, I get it.
Our 5th episode together, and we decided to do, because it was our 13th episode, we decided to do, premonitions, Ha, that's wrong. I gotta change the name on that. Oh no, that's right. No,
That's right. I got it right. Don't play.
I thought there was two eyes in it though.
No.
All right. Okay.
It's spirits with spurt.
Spirits with spurt.
Spirits
with spurt because we had too much
spirits with spurt because
we've had too many spirits, so
we've had too many spirits. So that second word was
spurt. We're
I'm smirt.
spurt.
SMRT. I'm smirt.
Spurt.
Smirt. So
But no,
it's spurt.
That 13th episode for me was, I mean, I've loved every episode, but like those special occasion episodes, like episode 13, episode 25, they're special because one, I hit that mark, and two, I got to do it with you, and then the stuff that we talk about. I love our conversations. I love our conversations about things because even though we agree about pretty much 90% of the shit that we talk about, it's just great discussion. And I don't know, 13, the fact that in Babylonian days, it still baffles me in Babylonian days that they had 13 days in a week.
In their week. Yeah. That was interesting. And one of the key things that there were so many references to the number 13 in the Bible.
Yeah, that's also the
I could only pick a few, but there was a ton that we talked about on the show.
There's some good ones.
13 people
I
at the
think
Last Supper. I tried to pick the best ones. Just kind of like, okay, here's kind of the gist of what we were getting from the number 13.
Yeah.
And it was pretty awesome.
Well, I know we talked about it during that show.
And it was
Joyce.
Was it the first? I'm not sure if that was the first time. It was one of the first times that we talked about something not a location. And that was also a point that I wanted to bring up because we were talking about location.
Didn't we do aliens right before that though?
I thought we did aliens after that.
Was it after that? I know we were talking a lot of locations.
Like, I mean, really, we got 10, 11, and 12. I mean, I might go to the site and look at the videos, but
it might be one of our first ones that we talked.
It was
about.
one of our first ones. Maybe not the first.
Recording.
But I think it might have. It was the point where I was like, okay, I want to talk about this stuff too.
Oh yeah.
To where we were like, maybe this was the point where we started alternating because we were like thinking about do locations and then talk about psychic abilities and then do locations and then talk about this and do locations and then talk about this. And I think
we're really starting to get into our format on how we kind of wanted to do the show.
Yeah.
And I think you might be right. It might be like one of the first ones that we talked about off that wasn't location specific.
Yeah.
Because I think even when we talked about aliens, we talked about specific locations. You just told me to keep recording.
I think that's just another one just arguing with you.
Yeah. Or arguing with themselves. I don't know. I
can't really tell without starting. Yeah, I'm undecided. I'm not sure if that's the.
So all right, so we got another one queued up here. Which episode is this?
So this is episode 14.
Okay, the very next episode when we're talking about
reincarnation.
Oh my God, one of my favorites.
Past life regression,
deja
vu, astral projection, all that stuff. So yeah, let's get into this. This was a really great conversation. One of our first epiphany moments.
Yeah.
So I hope I captured this well.
So this week, me and David decided to talk about psychic.
I'm gonna call it phenomena
or phenomena.
I don't think psychic phenomena. They're not psychic abilities.
Phenomena. Okay. Talent. Phenomena.
Something. It's something that happens that could be supernatural in origin.
Yeah. Well, maybe
Homeless.
except for the last one.
Except for the last one. The last one's more of an ability.
That one's more of an ability.
That one's more of an ability. You have to actually. I mean, you can do it by accident, but you actually have to do something.
Yeah, you can. Which kind of corresponded to what we've talked about deja vu before.
Away.
Right.
Doorway. Yeah, my dog's in the doorway. So, theory of precognition.
Right.
Subconscious mind is not confined by time or space. Precognitive dreams. And parallel life. I thought that one was interesting, where you're literally, because parallel life is actually what they have actually considered, that parallel life is proven due to string theory, that there are parallel dimensions, that you're literally going, your subconscious is going into that parallel dimension. But those were kind of, I was like, they're not what you talked about. But precognition, being able to see into the future, to where your theory is actually traveling into the future.
Yeah, my theory is that deja vu is a form of time travel.
And that, and be considering it happens, and if you really think about it, when you have deja vu, it's always, I saw this in a dream. And considering that we use 20% of our mental capacity while we're awake, who knows what our subconscious is doing with that whole 80%, to where the fact that we can't just blip out and all of a sudden you're in the future and then boom, you blip back.
Right.
I gave you 5 seconds of the future. Do what you will with it.
You're welcome. Question.
All right. Answers.
Do you believe in reincarnation?
I very much do. I very much do believe in past life and reincarnation.
Me too.
I read something interesting that about past life and reincarnation today, that there's a lot of people out there that don't believe you can reincarnate as something different other than human.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I think a soul's a soul.
But native beliefs very much differ from that.
Oh yeah. And then just thought that I had off the top of my head, this was a little bit ago, when we were talking about like if you pass away, are you astrally projecting because you leave your body?
Kind of brings
because you're bringing this into our next segment, right? But maybe we'll table that for a second. But I was just thinking, is reincarnation a form of astral projection?
Who is he?
Now this is when I want to pause that. This was when I did the astral projection experiment.
Oh shit. Okay.
Okay.
I was like, why do we have it set up?
So it's in the break, and I might want to pull this back a little bit, but
now my phone is sitting right here, right where it's at. I keep it right next to me.
Yeah.
It's connected because this shit fucking loves to eat the battery.
Yeah. Yeah. Mine too. So and it's no longer charging, you son of a 3-nipple goat. Come on. All right.
And for some reason, if I go more than 5 feet away from the panel, it disconnects. So I can't have my phone on me.
Yeah. And so your phone was on the desk. My headset was off and on the desk. I was sitting on the floor.
I think I was out front, and I was still smoking at the time.
Yeah, so I was trying to meditate and astrally project to your house. And I want to see if I can pull this back just a little bit. And then we'll get into this. Can I do it this way?
Yeah. Any way you want.
So let's let's go to it. But we talked about, and this is where, I also wanted to stop at this point because where we're talking about reincarnation and death.
They're here.
Death experiences or near-death experiences actually being a form of astral projection.
Yeah.
So in the break in the segment, I tried to astrally project to John's house, and let's see, because you leave your body.
Kind of
Because you're bringing this into our next segment, right? But maybe we'll table that for a second. But I was just thinking, is reincarnation a form of astral projection?
Who is he?
So who is he? Remember that.
It's David.
Yep.
And I responded.
Brian.
No. Brian. That's your brother's name.
Come on.
Yeah.
So
Home.
that was the
Don't pull up
key.
the history.
Decided.
Undecided.
Okay. So I'm going to pause that. I did not remember that.
That's
when
all.
I actually, because I was like, I heard who is he, and I heard Brian, and then I felt I got snapped back.
And it's all.
But what I
home.
didn't catch was home. It was like, you go home.
Home.
Right now, because you don't belong here. So
Me about it.
Tell me about it. See,
We are telling you
I'm trying to
about
tell
it.
you about it. So and then the Ovilus says undecided when we got back. So it was like it was kind of cool. But anyway, let's continue. Okay. I went to stop. So I'm sitting down, headset off. I'm sitting down on the floor, and I was meditating. And my ghost tube kept going speak, 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 speak over and over and over. And then I heard, who is he?
You heard who is he?
Yeah, but it wasn't from mine. So I think it was from yours.
Yeah, mine said who is he? That's interesting. Interesting. It was very interesting.
Now, is there a mirror on your left or right?
In this room, no. Is there a mirror to my left? Yes, but it's in a different room.
Okay.
Cool.
I thought I saw a mirror, and I heard, who is he? Is that near where the portal is?
That would be near where the portal is.
Okay. Ooh, that was
three of these things. But, you know.
True.
Hold on a second. I don't want to say all three of these things. Because the one that stands out for me,
is almost 3 hours in now,
is tied into the other two. It can very well stand alone from the Akashic record, and that is astral projection. But now, do I think I love this being able to astral project? Can you access that Akashic record to visit past life experiences or have precognition or deja vu experiences? Yes.
Absolutely.
Me.
Sure.
Astral projection.
Astral projection. Because how do you get to the record? You have to.
Projection is the key into the spire.
They call the Akashic record sits on what is called the mental plane,
which is
where that has to be where our consciousness goes, right? So I don't see why
astral projection
we're not
is the key.
Astral projection is the key to accessing the record, to seeing what's going on. This is
it's like a
but it seems like
it's like having a hammer for the nail,
right?
Because you're not going to hammer it with your hand.
Yeah. you use a brick, but
it doesn't work good.
It doesn't work very well, but well, yeah, it's
the tie.
It's the.
Projection's
I was gonna say it's the ignition switch on the car. It's the one. It's the thing that gets everything rolling. Astral projection kind of leads to all of that. I love it. It kind of all ties together with the Akashic record and astral projection. Because I mean,
that's our
I
aha moment. our aha moment. It was like, wait a minute.
that was our epiphany, and and you just dropped the mic because we were just like,
what? Wait
a minute.
Did that just happen? Wait.
Did we just discover that the hokey pokey was really what it was all about? And I think I mentioned that.
All about.
It was all about the hokey pokey, and it's where we were like, okay, so past life regression, reincarnation, deja vu, the Akashic record, all ties to astral projection because it's all about moving your consciousness from one plane to another.
Which is astral projection.
Yeah, it's astral projection. That's what astral projection is your consciousness leaving your body. So, oh my God. So you know, and that goes intelligent haunt. An intelligent haunt.
What?
An intelligent haunt is just a permanent astral projection because the body dies, so it can't go back. The consciousness is out. That's a permanent astral projection. So it's like,
what? I love the aha moment. It's like, aha.
We were just like, wait, did we just come up with something? Did we just?
I felt like Mel Brooks. Aha.
Aha. I was thinking, I was Eddie Murphy in Coming to America.
I was thinking Mel Brooks in Spaceballs. Aha.
But
oh, dude,
that's interesting.
What
it said soldier, and that's something I haven't gotten before.
Yeah, huh?
Yeah, huh?
We heard soldier on our fucking replay. That wasn't mine. That was yours. That says soldier in the replay.
Oh, in the video.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Aha.
And that's interesting because listen, damn it, pay attention. Your video I was like, oh crap, and then there was because I talked about my the past life regression that I had.
Yep.
Where I was a Revolutionary War soldier.
Yep. We talk about that in that episode.
Yeah. Wow.
It was.
I just had another moment.
Dude, that's what, episode 14?
Protect.
Yeah. Oh, we are. It's so man, that to this day I have not thought about
dull
astral projection and
immune.
Fuck.
What is going on?
I have not thought about astral projection and deja vu and things like that the same.
Demon.
That's not the one I wanted to hear since we did that episode. That episode has really changed how I thought, and we did that during the episode. Like, that epiphany has changed how I view that.
Yeah. I always thought of astral projection as kind of the redheaded stepchild of psychic abilities.
It's like, it's
what can you do with that? Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna go travel over here and I'm gonna see shit. But yeah, after I was like, I am never gonna look at that again the same way. I'm never gonna.
It's
like
when you think of superpowers, and this dude has the weakest power. Like, okay, have you seen the second Suicide Squad?
Yeah.
Okay, astral projection was the polka dot boy. and they went, and then after they saw what the polka dot boy could do, they went, "Oh shit." Why do they call you polka dot boy? Because I shoot polka dots at people. Oh wait, but the radioactive eat everything in their fucking sight. Polka dots. Oh shit.
Yeah. Oh man.
That's astral projection. That's how I felt
Fireplace.
about it. I'm like, astral projection. And then we do
Protect.
that show. I'm like, oh fuck, astral projection.
Astral.
It's way
Hold.
more than what I thought it was. And the
Yeah.
fact that you can be trained to astral project
Yeah.
makes it, I
What
don't
is the
know,
date?
more intriguing, or the feeling that it makes it more dangerous. That was the perfect dun dun moment.
Dun dun. We can. Yeah. It's man. No, it's a that was an interesting. That
It
was a
was
great moment. It was just
a great
like,
moment.
wow. We're actually, we actually hit that.
I think we talked like 2 hours after the show about that.
Yeah.
I mean, we sat here till like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning talking about, did we really just have that epiphany that astral projection was like the key to the lock?
Yeah.
It was a great
What's the date?
that was a great episode.
Play.
Shit, it's the 10th now, I think. No, it's still the 9th.
It's still the ninth, except for Sean. Sean, it's the
Sean,
10th
it's the
because it's
10th.
midnight. Yeah, it's midnight there. But yeah, I got to take a break for a second.
Okay. Well, let's take a quick break. 5 minutes. Go do what
5
you gotta
minutes,
do.
come back, and then I've got the next video already queued and ready to go.
All right. Sounds good.
'Kay.
Be right back.
Early. Library. Make a noise.
I'm back, you guys. Thanks for sticking with us. Okay, soldier. So I'm gonna throw up our stuff. So hope you guys are enjoying the show. I'm having a great time. And start advertising our other things. Tripping on that. Okay, so I'm gonna go. I wonder if this is gonna. Oh, sweet. Okay, so this is our YouTube channel. If you guys want to check us out and subscribe, it'd be great. We've only just recently gotten onto YouTube, but we're doing pretty well. But it's our Facebook page that has all of our stuff. Even our Twitter page came on later, but that's our Twitter handle. If you want to follow us on Twitter, we're also on Twitch, DLive, and Von Live through our show.
We are back. We are back. We are back.
I don't think your creepy music doesn't play when
I muted. Huh? Really? You think so?
Yeah. Yeah. No, it was dead air when I came back.
Oh, because I muted it here and not on the panel. I bet you that's why.
Yeah.
Oh,
usually it doesn't do that, but yeah, I brought up our YouTube channel and threw up our Facebook again. So, and don't forget to check us out on those guys. Okay, so
what episode we got queued up here?
Holy
shit! Sorry, I just looked at something. Go ahead.
Picture of me on No Pants Friday. But so this next episode I've got queued up is episode 16, and this is where we were talking about the haunted amusement parks.
Oh lordy!
This is one of the most powerful moments we've had on the show.
Probably one of the most saddest moments we've ever had on the show.
Yeah.
This is the Yukiko.
It's definitely the saddest moment for me.
This hits the feels a little bit.
Yeah. Okay. So let's get this going.
So what were you saying, bud? Sorry, I missed it.
Well, I was talking about my internal debate about amusement parks as to whether they're actually haunted or just because they're abandoned and nature kind of took them back.
Yeah,
that they look really creepy. Like some of the pictures that I put on the site, I look at them as just real creepy locations, but not necessarily haunted.
Did you pull out your tarot?
I did. I pulled out my tarot.
I saw that in your head just now. I was like, oh, just said pulled out the tarot. Is Gulliver's Kingdom Amusement Park, which is actually near Kawaguchi Machi in Yamanashi Prefecture,
Happened to
Japan.
me.
Wow, way to get that out.
Opened in 97, closed in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Torn down in 2007. So this place had a lifespan of 10 years. This is only our second place that we're talking about. Yeah.
Open for 4, and then
yeah.
And then in 6 years they destroyed it.
Where this is located. So one, the city that it's actually in, and
Diana.
I had a hard enough time pronouncing that stuff that I wrote down. Is actually the location of a doomsday cult that
Okay, what?
I'm just reading the chat that popped up. Wow, you really chopped that up. I'm sorry, I'm not chopping these, damn it. Yamasuchi.
Yamasuki Yakasaka, Japan.
Say from the diaphragm. From the diaphragm.
From.
Sorry. I really fucked up some words in that
Okay.
episode.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So. Okay. So Doomsday Cult. Let's go.
Actually killed a bunch of people through sarin gas.
Right. This is
And
important.
The other super interesting part of this location is other neighbor is Aokigahara Forest, which is known as the Suicide Forest in Japan. Now, the Suicide Forest itself has actually had 200 and some odd cases of suicides there, but only 54 actually died. And that was the last numbers that the Japanese government actually released about that was in, I think, 2018, 2009, or 2017, 2018, and they literally quit giving out numbers.
What should I do?
I don't know. They literally quit giving out numbers for that place, so people would quit trying to go there. But this is another looking park. I mean, I don't know who in their right mind would think having a 147-foot Gulliver.
Yeah, I remember we saw a picture of that. And I'm like, dude, that place looks creepy.
Yeah, it's 100. He's like 147 some odd feet. Yeah, there is a door in Gulliver himself, and it depicts of him being when he was tied down by all the little people.
All the Lilliputians.
Yeah, and I don't know, like it's like the whole village looks like it's from that whole scene from Gulliver's Travel. Regret. Man, what are you messing with over on that tower?
and mine got quiet.
It's all regret. But I mean,
I'm trying to figure out this last card because I don't remember what it's the reverse hermit. Was the last card. So what I drew. So I'm talking about this
Gulliver's Kingdom.
This Gulliver's Kingdom, right? So I was thinking about this when I drew a 3-card stack.
Okay.
And first card that came up with was Ace of Wands, and it was right side up. The Ace of Wands is represents a lot of money and creation. So, and you said it took $300 million to build this thing.
Yeah.
So, and then the Two of Wands right side up came up, and that one represents suffrage and disease, which makes sense with the sarin. And then I got this reverse hermit, and I'm trying to.
Well, Michelle's looking it up there too.
Yeah, I'm going to my book because I can't remember what the reverse hermit was, and it's a little dark here for me, so I may have to turn on my light.
Oh, you don't? Yeah, you don't have your light on, huh?
No, it's my ring light is on. Holy moly!
What do you want? We want to know the meaning of the reverse hermit. Do you know the meaning of the reverse hermit?
Yeah. What does the reverse hermit mean?
Isolation, withdrawal, and lonely. Which really goes along really good with the freaking Suicide Forest.
Yeah.
Wow. That draw was a pretty good draw. It's like it hit all 3 locations that are in the shadow of Mount Fuji.
Yeah, absolutely. They would lead their elderly.
Touch. Now, so I said, listen, look, and now it said touch. If I get smacked in the back of my head again.
Yeah. There's two more senses.
Yeah.
See? So we know what happened before I was 16. Then
to die. Mine just said Yukiko.
That sounds like a name.
That does sound very much like a name. This is when it gets sad. Ant.
Yeah.
I have a Japanese person here now.
Yeah. And Aunt Yukiko.
And I just got super chills just now, like goosebumps. I don't know if that was because what came to the app and like, woohoo, all my senses went crazy for a second.
Mine just
That's interesting. That's the first Japanese name I've ever had come across here.
Mirror.
Well, Yukiko, if you're a sufferer of the suicide forest, said listen again.
My baby.
Why
baby?
All right, I'm listening. You and who?
You who?
Yeah.
You.
It's weird. It said you with the calligraphy, and then it said who with a question mark. It actually had a question mark behind it.
So it was like.
And I haven't had that since.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not with like
Who are you?
Yeah.
I'm John. That's David.
I'm David.
And right now Michelle is joining us.
I have to say Kumbawa. Konnichiwa is good day, but Kumbawa is at night, is evening.
It said, where am I?
3.
Well, you are in Colorado, USA.
So sorry.
Oh my God, what if a Japanese, Michelle was talking about the mountain having a portal.
And you have a portal.
And I have a portal in my house. What if an actual Japanese person literally just came through the portal of Mount Fuji to my house? And now they're wondering where the hell they're at.
And who are you? What the hell am I doing here?
This is the type of shit that happens, B. They saw my light.
Yeah.
God damn it.
It's like a flashlight through a tunnel.
Feel like Rihanna over here. It's shining bright like a diamond.
God, what? There's a saying that no matter how bright the light is, it always shines in the dark.
Yeah, it always shines brightest in the dark.
Yeah. So yeah, it doesn't matter how bright your light is.
It always shines
in the pitch black. It's there.
Wow. That's kind of interesting. I just kind of blew my mind a little bit there. Was Michelle bringing up the theory that there's a portal in Mount Fuji?
Yeah.
And I literally had to have a portal in my house.
And then we get Yukiko.
And then we got Yukiko here.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, look, listen, feel me. Who are you? Where am I? That was interesting. I think maybe Yukiko left because it's gotten quiet again. So that was interesting.
Why did that pop up? Yukiko Okada.
Kiko Okada.
Born August 22nd, 1967, died April 8th, 1986. Was a Japanese singer and actress active in the mid-1980s. After winning a nationwide television show at age 15, she debuted as an idol in 1984. Her death by suicide 2 years later led to a number of copycat suicides, a phenomenon that would bear her name.
So they would literally tell people when they talk about these suicides.
They called it Yukiko syndrome.
Yukiko syndrome.
On April 8th, 1986, Okada was found crying while crouching in a closet in her gas-filled Tokyo apartment. Her wrists were slashed.
Horror.
She was discovered by a rescue team called in by the apartment's manager after residents noticed the smell of gas. Okada's manager eventually arrived and took her to the hospital where her injuries were treated. Where did she commit suicide? Is that it? Did she pass away? Because
early.
I got chills just now. That would pop up on my
search.
Is that you right now?
Soldier? That is.
and it would go right to it. Still Soldier. I went right to her wiki page.
Oh wow. Man, this is kind of fascinating that came through. Well, Yukiko, if that was you,
Oh,
I feel for you.
okay. She jumped from a 7-story building. That's how she committed suicide.
Wow. Horror.
As soon as, because she attempted suicide, she slashed her wrist and she turned the gas on in her apartment. They took her to the hospital. They took her to the hospital.
It just said true. It just said
true.
It's so true. I got goosebumps. I got goosebumps.
Yeah. She wanted to go home to her parents' house, or her apartment, or to the office. She said the office was good, which is on the 6th floor of the Sun Music Building. She went in there, climbed up to the 7th floor, and jumped.
Wow. Sorry, Yukiko.
Sorry, Yukiko. If that is you, I am so sorry for what happened to you.
That is. I agree with Michelle. Wow.
Yeah. I don't.
How old was she? How old was she?
She was, I think it said, because she was 19?
19 when she passed away. How long ago was that?
1986, so 35 years ago she died.
Because it just came through and said 39.
Because she died 35 years ago.
It said 39 and it said curse.
But in 1983, we're getting to it, which was 31
years ago.
That's almost 39 years ago. That was when she won the nationwide television show. Some kind of American Idol Star Search type of thing.
Yeah. And then it said curse after that. Did she get cursed?
Well, they named a suicide after her. I don't know. There's definitely something about an affair.
Wow. Oh yeah, we have been quiet for a bit.
That she was depressed about an unhappy love affair. So she had an affair with an older actor, and I guess that ended badly. But
all right, Yukiko. Sorry.
Yukiko. But yeah, but the fact that they, because after she committed suicide, there were a number of copycat suicides that went along with it after she died.
It's famous. It's the obsession of fanhood.
Yeah. So yeah, her fans were shocked and shattered by her untimely death. It resulted in many copycat suicides in Japan, soon christened with the neologism Yukiko syndrome. It has been suggested that Okada may have had in mind another person, Yasuko Endo, who also committed suicide by falling from a rooftop 10 days before she did.
Wow. The same rooftop?
No, different rooftop. But I guess that person committed suicide and she committed suicide in a similar way. And then I guess that started a whole slew of suicides.
God, I'm drinking.
Wow. You're pounding it. That's just crazy. Never. That's just. I don't know, and it could have nothing to do with the Yukiko that came across.
Yeah.
But when I typed in my search, I typed Yukiko and death.
And that's what popped
up. That popped up, and it took me right to her wiki page. and then that she passed away by suicide. We're talking about the suicide forest, and I don't know.
It said turn it off.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll close it out.
I think
I'm sorry, Yukiko.
someone was talking about her.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'll respect your wishes.
4 years apart.
24 years apart.
And she won her show.
She was born in 67. He was born in 43.
And she won her show when she was 15.
Right.
That
and
means
she committed suicide at 19.
Yeah.
So
but she won her show when she was 15, which
Right.
means he
Here it
would
is.
have been 39 years old at that time.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
if you want to put a spin on that, and it was also 39 years ago from today that she won the show.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was 38. It's close to that.
It's 38.
I think it's 38 because 83 was when she won the contest.
Yeah.
So
82 would have been 39 years.
Mhm.
I already did that math.
Yep.
Now it's in the living room. Okay, if you're in the living room, go back into the bedroom, go back into the portal,
Go back to Mount Fuji.
Go
Or go to the Figueroa Hotel. We're still sending people there.
Or yeah, if you want to stay in the States, head over to Figueroa Hotel in California, down in Los Angeles. It said no.
It said no.
No. Oh, I was sitting there telling it to go back to the portal, and it said no.
No. I'm going back to the portal.
Oh, that's fucking interesting.
All right. I'm breaking out the tequila.
So good. So good. So good.
Yeah. And that was and we got so much more during that episode. I had to condense that as much as I could.
He's back.
I'm Dave. And oh man.
That
it was really sad, especially when we were talking about the affair and we started getting into it, and then it was like turn it off.
Yeah, it's no more.
Stop talking about me. And we were like, oh well, shit. I'm so sorry. I felt really bad. But then she came back and she was talking to us again.
Oh yeah.
But I loved that moment where we were like, 39 and cursed. And then you worked out that the person she had an affair with was 39 when they met, and it was like, whoa, okay. But that, I mean, I know she didn't die in the suicide forest, but we were talking about the suicide forest, and she committed suicide, and there were a whole bunch of suicides that followed. I think it was like 15 or something that happened within a month after her suicide, and it was just
it was a moment.
I remember we just kind of sat there, and it was like, whoa, I can't believe we just got that, and that we had that moment.
It kind of changed the whole episode.
Yeah.
Like I was sad the rest of the fucking show.
Yeah. I had a lump in my throat the rest of the time.
Those goddamn apple fucking Smirnoffs. I was just like, I gotta drink some more. Fuck this shit. That was. I love that episode. And Yukiko kind of holds a place in my heart now. Like,
yeah.
I don't know.
She's probably still there. She didn't want to go back to the portal.
Yeah,
so.
She told us no. And honestly, when you started playing that, I got some interesting things coming through on the Ovilus.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very likely that she might still be here based off of what was coming through on the Ovilus when we're talking about that. But that episode, it was kind of weird. for me, it was especially being here and having what was coming through on the obelisk and everything. Like the feeling in my own house changed.
Yeah.
It was very, very interesting. But it was such a great episode. And that moment was so profound. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if she was still here. You know what I mean? Like,
Mhm.
it's kind of weird because I've had names come through, all kinds of names. I've had English names, German names. A lot of different names come through here. But she still is the only Japanese name to ever come through on Davos in a place at in time where we're actually talking about Japan.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know. And the whole demeanor of the whole show
Yeah.
after we talked about that changed.
Yeah.
It was very interesting. Very
Yeah, it was
interesting.
very interesting because really
Feel
we
it.
didn't we didn't think much of that show because we were like,
Yeah,
we
we're
really
getting
didn't.
very disappointed,
Yeah,
really.
we were kind of like, oh, we thought we'd get a whole bunch of stuff from Prep Yet, and there was like not a whole lot, but we
Yeah.
still wanted to go see
Peace.
it because there just wasn't enough, not enough people could go see it because of the radiation and stuff.
Yeah.
And then we were like, oh man, it's like, we were kind of worried that the show was kind of going to be kind of dull.
Yeah.
And then we got that, and it really, yeah, it really changed
It really changed the whole
it,
demeanor of the whole show.
yeah,
And
it changed the whole show. Everything else after that was like, man, and we just kept going back to her. It was like, man, I
we
feel so
did.
bad.
Like, I could feel her the whole time.
Yeah,
And now I think that's what that got me the most is, like, I could feel the pain, I could feel the
Chris.
anguish, I can feel the depression, and it was just so weird. It was so weird. Like, I feel a lot. I'm not like you, I don't see a lot, but I
Crying.
feel a lot. And
Scream.
it was just I've most time when I feel
How are
anger
you?
or I feel happiness or I feel. But with that show, I felt depression.
yeah,
I felt hurt. And it was a different feeling, and it carried out throughout the whole show. It was such a good episode. Such a good
yeah,
episode.
yeah. Like I said, it
Mm.
was one of the most powerful moments
It
on
did it.
our
To,
show.
to this day, when we talk about Yukiko, I get sad.
Yeah,
I really do. It brings up emotions that I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have emotions for someone that I've never met, or talked to, mm, eh, but when we talk about Yukiko, I automatically like Yukiko gets named, and it's an instant. I feel I don't like using the word pity because that's not correct, but I feel that hurt, and it's I don't know. That Yukiko was special and will always be special to me. I mean,
yeah.
we have the Carl house, of course,
Hmm.
with the intelligent haunt or intelligent communication, and then we have Yukiko, and Yukiko will always be special to me. Always. I'll never forget. I'll never forget that one. And it's very possible that she never fucking left. She might still be here. And it wouldn't surprise me with the responses I've been getting on the Ovilus since
When we were playing the video, I was
when
like,
we were
whoa,
playing the video. I was like,
yeah,
shit, she might still be here.
she might still be here.
Uh,
Or she might be like, oh, they're talking about me again. I can
yeah.
come back through the portal and say hi.
And mine just came up and said cheating, which is really weird because she was having an affair with
She was
39 year
having an
old.
affair. Yeah, she was having an affair with a person 24 years older than her.
She was 39. He was 39
He was 39 when they met,
when they
and she was
met.
15.
God, a fucking
Dirtbag.
I don't know, dude. I want to punch that
Happened to
guy in
me.
the mouth.
Are you a
Yeah, well,
friend?
I am so a friend. I
yeah,
want
well,
to punch
he
that dude.
died too, so he's dead. So you don't have to worry about that.
Hopefully,
So
drug out in the middle of the street and shot, but I
yeah,
doubt that.
so, no, I think he
Dining.
just had a heart attack or something.
Yeah.
If I remember right, I think we talked about it on the show.
I think we
I
did.
found out how he died. So do you? So the next one I have queued up is episode 17, and this was the Bigfoot episode.
Yeah. God, I wish Josh was here.
And I did this one so long ago. I'm not sure what I grabbed over the show, so I don't know what's going to be on here.
Well, let's surprise us.
Let's play it and see what happens. But I mean, there were a couple things in that episode that were really interesting, and there were also a couple that were really funny. So I'm not sure
Yeah.
which direction I went.
I hope you went funny.
I hope I went funny too. But let's see what we got.
Let's see what we got.
Absolutely, Native
Oh,
American stuff constantly. I get Native American dealings all the time. I deal with ghosts up here, but I do not deal. I have never had a Bigfoot experience, nor have I heard of a Bigfoot experience here.
I haven't
flip that
heard of
around.
a Bigfoot
There it goes.
experience that far south.
Yeah,
I wonder if they're more cold.
the closest I remember is Lake
Did you see
Shasta.
that on my screen?
No, that was
Something
the
just
thing.
flashed.
That was the
my
thing.
God,
That was the thing. That was the thing. Yeah, that was the thing with the flash across the screen. That's what I grabbed.
Oh my God. So, all right. So those of you who don't know, I just freaked the fuck out because something just flashed across my screen and it fucked me up. Like to the point where I was like, well, you saw it. And I was like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
It was so crazy. Oh, we're gonna have to talk about that.
We're gonna have to talk to you on in front of a Motel 6. That's interesting because I used to live in Chehalis, Washington, and I had a Bigfoot experience in the late 70s.
We're gonna have to talk
Fireplace.
about that.
It wasn't near a
Holy
fireplace,
shit.
but
Sis Hopping is from D Live.
Purgatory.
Wow, that's awesome. That's our first D
that's
Live.
a D Live. That's our D Live. Hey,
First person.
awesome! I was like, where is that from?
But seriously, no. Let's go back to this. I'm sorry, I don't even know how to say that. Sysopic. I don't know how to say that, and I don't want to keep butchering your name. But this point right here.
Well, you did that to all the Japanese names.
I really did.
Last episode.
Something flies across my screen and it fucks me up. It really, like, to the point where I stopped the show pretty much. Like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah.
I'm like, did you not see that?
Yeah.
Because I don't see it here. I don't see it, live in my eyes. I stare at the screen so I'm talking to Dave, and we're having a discussion. So I'm looking at Dave because how I grew up, you look a person when you're talking to him.
Yeah.
I don't look at my camera. So I'm looking at Dave and we're talking about whatever the fuck we're talking about. And this is the Bigfoot episode. So I'm pretty sure we're talking about cryptids at this point.
Yeah.
And something just goes across my screen. And I'm like, what the fuck was that? And I say that literally out loud. What the fuck was that? And Dave's like, what are you talking about?
Well, and I was like, I saw something, but I was like, it was on my screen when I was looking at you. So I just thought it was a blip. But anyway,
Live is the Wild Wild West, is the Wild West of streaming. That I'm starting to see that.
Yeah.
Sorry. It really fucked me up. It really did. And
yeah,
we talked about that for a minute after the show too. I'm like, dude, did you not see that? It was.
Yeah, I thought I saw it like flash white and then come back. So let's play it. I rewound it a little bit. Hopefully we catch it again.
Dangerous this is.
Dangerous. Okay, so let's go back to this. The closest I remember is Lake
Did you see
Shasta.
that on my screen?
Something just flashed. Did I catch that?
Right? Okay,
Yeah.
so that wasn't just me.
No, there was. I saw a flash on the left, like something flashed.
Okay, because I didn't see it in front of me. I saw it here on the screen. I saw it go.
I was in the middle of drinking and I saw like
go boom,
like something go left to right across. Yeah.
It went this way.
Yeah.
That was weird because I didn't see it in front of me.
Yeah.
And based
I
off
saw
what
I saw it in the camera, but yeah, it was just like
I should have saw it right here.
Yeah, no, it went that way.
Yeah, but it went this way.
Yeah.
But I saw nothing there. Like there was. I mean, I'm looking right here.
Yeah, so it was on your feed. You saw it, but you didn't see it live.
I didn't see it here.
Oh, thanks.
No thanks. What was that?
That was
Caution.
Yeah.
Caution, my yeah. No shit.
That was interesting.
Ant.
I do have an aunt that's passed. My Aunt Pam. Was it Miss Aunt Pam?
Miss Aunt Pam. Oh, that is so.
That was interesting. That was weird. Like I saw it on the feed, but
Laughing.
Yeah, I bet you're laughing. That must be Aunt Pam.
I saw it.
Motherfucker.
That was wow. That was interesting. I'm gonna have to watch that again. You're laughing.
We might. Yeah, I want to see that. That might be something to play next week. See what we saw, what happened.
Yeah, that was
cool. All right. I'm doing another shot.
Yeah,
I'm giving that one. I'm giving that one a Crown Royal shot.
Criminal.
God, I was just drinking from the fucking bottle. Oh my god. Oh, I got really turned on my drinking habits.
If you're on Whidbey Island, it might be just Oprah jogging.
Fucking killed me when I saw it.
Yeah, I saw it too, and I was just like laughing. I'm like, "Oh shit, we're watching the video," but no, I wasn't there. But and it was in 1979, I think. It was when I had my. I'm not going to call it a sighting because I heard a roar. I heard something big going through the woods. I took off running. That was kind of the extent of it.
Recently.
No, it wasn't recently. But yeah, it was.
Yeah, that
But
shit.
the Pacific Northwest, I mean, Washington, Oregon, all that kind of stuff. Those are like prime. That's like prime spots for Bigfoot sightings.
I fucking Redwood Forest there in California, dude. It's Camp 49er, huge places there in up in the Pacific Northwest, which throws me off because we were talking about the show at the beginning there when you played when you started playing that, and I was talking about that far south, and I think we were talking about the pictures and whatnot in the video of the guy in Utah that captured that Bigfoot. And it just really threw me off that he would be in such a desolate place. There's no woods. When you think about Bigfoot and everything, it's always very wooded areas. And when you look at Utah and the mountains and everything, and especially where that video that we showed of the Bigfoot capture, it's very odd that where Bigfoot would be. But that fucking thing going across my fucking screen fucked me up. It
messed you up for the rest of the night. You kept coming. You were like, what the fuck was that? There was just something.
Dude, I'm still fucked up about that because I talk about that a lot, especially off camera.
We talked about that with Josh last week.
Yeah, last
And I
week we
told
talked
you, I'm
about
like,
that
I
with
caught
Josh,
that. I caught that scene and I
and it
recorded
was
it, but I couldn't
crazy
remember
'cause
which episode it was in, and it was here. So
right about this height, like eye height of me looking at the camera, of me looking at the screen. Because, like I said, I talk to you.
yeah,
I don't talk to the camera.
yeah,
I talk to you and you're
right,
on my screen. So I'm always looking here. I don't look up like this, and because I can't see you. And I've always been, I don't know, it might have been the way I was raised, like I was talking about, that I look at someone when I'm talking to them. And it just goes boom. It like up higher. Boom. And I was like, whoa. And it fucked me up. Like, I was like, what the hell was that? What was that? And you're
yeah,
like, I saw something. I was taking a drink and I saw something flash by. And I was like, dude, it went, and it pisses me off that you show that and you don't see it because I fucking saw it.
yeah.
And you saw, and I'm
And I
yelling.
saw something live, but I saw a
Saw
flash
it.
of something live, but but when I recorded when I caught the recording and I went back, it just looks like a glitch. It looks like you froze for a second.
Right? It
And
does.
then you're like, "What the hell was that?" And then
Because I'm like, and I go, what was that?
you're
And
like, "Well, it's
there was
like,
a
yeah, it was
pause, and I don't, dude, that shit fucked me up all night. I still talk about that.
yeah."
And it's
That and the slap on the head.
necklace twice. And I'm trying to find that episode when that happened. I'm pretty sure I'm wearing a gray shirt. Maybe I'm wearing a white shirt. This is the problem with only wearing gray, white, and black.
Yeah.
It's like,
Me,
I know I'm
I'm
wearing
like,
this shirt.
I
That's
know
all I
this is
wear.
my interview shirt. I'll wear this to all my interviews. And then I have the booze shirt with the ghost.
You know, when we get our logo going, it'll
We
be
got our
different.
logo going. I remember I was wearing the blue shirt with the red logo. um, but yeah, getting back to what Sisopik said.
Sisopic, man, so way
Me
better
alone.
way of pronouncing it than I
I don't know if that's right, but it sounds good. Over 400 people missing in Northern Oregon. Yeah, I counter with that's probably not all Bigfoot, but
I'd probably put,
it
maybe
could be
10 of those Bigfoot
like the whole
machines.
thing because that reminds me of the fourth kind. So the movie The Fourth Kind talks about alien abduction, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it's like talking about, and I'm thinking it's Nome, Alaska, is what they talk about. How and there's
Yeah.
like 50 times as many disappearances and missing people in Nome,
Well,
Alaska as anywhere else.
by capital, though. It's
Right.
by capital because
By capital.
12 people
Per
that live
capita. Yeah. There's and they're just like gone. But and it's so funny because I was like, I went and read up on it. And the FBI's official report is, yeah, we've researched that, but we feel it's because a lot of people are getting drunk and falling in the water.
you know,
And I'm just like, really? That's your report?
It does, but if you think about where they're at, that makes
Where
a
they're
lot
at?
of sense.
Because the only way you can get there is by plane.
Oh, yeah, which is weird because how fucking people disappear.
Yeah.
It's I don't know. Nome, Alaska is a different story. And I've talked about it before.
I think it
Me
was
and
no.
you started doing the show together. I talked a lot about Nome, Alaska. I did an aliens episode.
Yeah.
Excuse me. When I started everything over after Josh left, I did talk about Nome, Alaska, and there is, I don't know. There's a lot of people who consider Nome, Alaska to be bullshit. I don't know, but there's a lot of shit that happens there that's fucking really unexplained, and the fact, I don't know why we're talking about this right now, but the fact that you fucked me up and threw me into Nome, Alaska is because you started talking about disappearance of Bigfoots. But Nome, Alaska, and really what brought me to that, of course, is the movie The Fourth Kind, which I fucking love that movie.
I love the movie. I mean, it of course it's it's basically complete bullshit. It's not
Yes,
true,
a lot of
but
people
the
consider,
way
including the footage that they show,
because they show the documentary
the
footage or the
documentary
stuff,
footage.
at
It's
least
all
that's
complete.
all hocus pocus. That's all mumbo
It's
jumbo. It's
Blair
not.
Witch.
Yeah,
It's a Blair Witch movie, guys. If
yeah.
you haven't realized it yet, it is a Blair Witch style movie. It's a complete bullshit movie. It is a movie.
They're all actors,
Um,
including the
all
girl in the documentary
including
part.
documentary
Yeah,
footage.
yeah.
If you have a problem with me saying that, go look up Mia Jovovich's page, hit her up. She'll tell you the same fucking thing.
Yeah.
But it's still a really fucking good fucking movie.
It's still good. It's a really good the way they did it.
But
I
it's a
loved it.
movie.
It's a movie. It's a complete
Now,
fiction.
did they make that movie based off of shit that's happened in Nome, Alaska?
Maybe. I mean, it is true that more people disappeared from Nome, Alaska than
Yes,
anywhere else.
they
But yeah, but I was like, the official FBI statement is they're probably drunk and they fall in the water and die.
when you watch the beginning of the movie and they're talking about the missing persons and all that stuff, for the movie, but they're actually stating facts for Nome, Alaska, and for a population that's like 600, if not less. It's fucking phenomenal how many people go missing there. It's like, how do they keep their population up that high? I mean, like, oh, Dave died. We got to fly another one in.
Yep. Damn it.
We need a new Dave.
We need a new Dave. Can we grab a Dave?
We got a Dave right here. Let's bring him in.
Let's bring him in. Okay, here's the new Dave. Let's just have one person from each name. It's like, okay, John died. We're gonna get a new John.
We need a new John. well,
where was this John from? This John was from Colorado. All right, I got a John in Colorado. Let's go pick him up.
Let's bring him up.
I was thinking, Dave, I'm moving to Nome, Alaska. I don't know what's going on.
I don't know what's going on, but they said they needed an engineer for an oil pipeline.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, and then they were like, and then they were like, we just need a new John. That's
we just need a new John. We'll give you $57 an hour just to clock in. Oh, okay.
Just to be there and be the John. That way we can go. Oh, who's working today? Oh, it's John. And then everybody else. Oh, I know John. There's only one John in town. I'm not sure why we went there.
Why do we go to these places?
Oh man!
Oh my god!
Okay,
this is what Bigfoot does to you people.
I blame D-Live for that. D-Live did that.
That's a good way to say that. I was having problems.
You're like, Sissipic?
Oh my god! Oh, I gotta quit drinking when we do this.
Well, then it wouldn't be called Spirits with Spirits. It'd be called Spirits with Tea or some shit. And that just wouldn't be as fun.
It wouldn't be as fun.
Okay, so
people do crunches to get abs like this.
And the people switch to alcohol and podcasts.
Oh god. Oh, you're gonna kill me, dude. But I don't even remember what the fuck we were talking about. We were talking about that goddamn flash and the goddamn.
We were talking about in the Bigfoot episode.
In the Bigfoot episode.
Yeah.
Oh, and then fucking Sisopic fucking started talking about Bigfoot, and then we went to. Dude, we ended up in Alaska. We
ended up in Alaska, and it was the when he talked about 400 people being missing in Oregon.
Oh yeah.
And then I thought about Nome, Alaska, and then
Nome,
that
Alaska.
took us on that that
Jesus
tirade
Christ.
of
This is the problem
bullshit
when
and
doing live shows is you can go down a rabbit hole really quick and
yeah.
and by that time you can't take the blue pill to make yourself bigger.
Yeah,
It's
all of a sudden you're 4 hours in and I'm like, shit.
oh,
Okay. So
oh, good.
want to keep going?
Yeah, we're gonna keep fucking going. We're gonna finish this damn episode.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't it's up to you on the Ralph Sarchi thing. You know, maybe we do that in the future or something.
Yeah, we might hold it off on that one, but
Because I've got to still edit it and break it up and stuff. So I'm still working on that. But
that was my fault.
okay, so I don't want to
Go away.
okay, go away. I don't want to, I don't want to go through the whole hour interview with him
Oh yeah.
and do just so let me edit that and do all the stuff and
Oh yeah.
I can cut that down. It'll probably still be a half an hour because I mean at least 30 minutes of like great moments with him.
Oh yeah.
It was all great moments, but I got to pick and choose.
Dude,
But
we've only done like 4 moments.
Go.
5 moments. We've done 5 moments?
we've done okay, so
Where
we've
is
done
it?
9, 13, 14, 16, 17. 5.
We've done 5 moments.
We've done 5 moments. So, number 6.
Number 6.
Number 6 is episode 22. This is Penhurst.
This is Penhurst. Oh,
This is Penhurst.
I love
And this for sure is a funny moment.
it's so funny.
So, so let's go to that. And
Hold up here. All right, go ahead. All right, let's keep talking about Penhurst. Like I said, this is your place, man. This is your number one. So I'm gonna keep asking you questions. So at Penhurst, where is a 2-parter? Where's the first place you'd want to go? And where is the most
30.
Where do you think the most haunted location in Penhurst is? Kevin, I'm ready to take on a demon. I'm ordained on the internet.
Let's still crack me up.
He says,
I was almost ordained as an Episcopalian exorcist. So,
did you freeze up on me, or are you just in the awe moment?
I'm having a moment.
Don't get me wrong, man. Like I said, I say I have no fear of this place, but standing in front of it, it's very possible.
You might be like,
"Whoa,
okay, I just shit my pants."
I'm just now overwhelmed, but
so
okay, so what I did was anytime there's we get a response on the Ovilus.
Yeah.
If I can make it out or if we talk about it, I put what it says.
Okay.
And that's in red.
Okay.
And when we're just going to say when there's a quote from the peanut gallery, that's in white. so we got something on the Ovilus, but I didn't know what it was and we didn't talk about it. So so that just says unknown. So if something comes down on the Ovilus and we don't talk about it, I don't know what it says. I put unknown there.
Michaela Jones, nice to see Michaela, all the way from the great United Kingdom.
Michaela, hey. So the third floor of the Mayflower building is what's coming to mind.
That's the place that likes to scare in the alphas.
Right.
Oh, I appreciate it, Michaela.
Thank you. That's what she said. I'm not sure what that comment was about. I'm like,
So the Mayflower is the place you'd probably the first place you'd want to go.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you'd want to go to the Mayflower first?
Well, because I don't know. I think that's where the demon is.
Okay. Now,
So
based off of that,
so
do you
my
think
thing.
that
So
was the most haunted location?
I think that's going to be the most haunted for me. And here's why I'm saying that. And I kind of want to bring up Bobby Mackey's because of this.
Oh, Mackey's.
I feel that I could go through Bobby Mackey's and not get any activity.
I can see that. I can see that happening.
Yeah, I don't think I think that whatever's there at Bobby Mackey's won't come near me. But whatever's in the Mayflower building will come at me.
Okay.
Just it's a feeling that I have.
Whole it says silly. It's a whole different type of feeling between the two demonic energies.
Yes. There's whatever is there, and I believe it's in the Mayflower building. Whatever is there is, whether it only targets alpha males or whatever, that's fine. I've never really considered myself an alpha, but I know that with my spiritual energy, that whatever's there is going to come after me.
No, I can see that. I could see that.
But,
all I know is when I walk into this place, everything's going to come at me.
Yeah, everything's going to be drawn to you. I really think that in that building, I'll be attacked. I think that'll be the one place that I will be physically harmed.
In fact, I think Kevin says, I would go with you three, not alone. I'm strong with other energies to draw from us. Like, well, yeah, that's because you're a fucking succubus.
Incubus.
Incubus. I'm sorry. He's more incubus.
He's an incubus.
But at the same time, Kevin also produces energy. So that might be a good thing for me. As long as we kept Kevin happy.
Yeah, we gotta keep him in a good mood.
Keep Kevin in a good mood so I don't get drained to death.
So we'll bring the Southern Comfort and
the Dr. Pepper. Will
and
be
the Dr. Pepper. But yeah, that's the building I'm drawn to.
The Mayflower building.
Yeah, and that's the one that I see the outside of. In my dreams, when I dream about that place, doesn't happen too often. Maybe half a dozen times I've dreamed about Penhurst, but I'm always standing out. I'm always standing out in front or behind the Mayflower building.
Which is really weird because I like Ghost Adventures, but I think they just gotten too big for themselves. But when Ghost Adventures was there, of course, Quaker Hall is the one where everybody talks about the demonic activity. But when they were there, they felt a lot more demonic activity at the Mayflower building. There was an entity there that was just mean and nasty.
Yeah.
That's why I said you got to keep you happy, so you keep that energy flowing to me, so I don't get drained.
Exactly. I would definitely go to Quaker Hall. I would definitely go to the Limerick building, but it's the Mayflower building that's got the biggest draw to me.
That's what draws.
That's the one I would go to first.
Your first place, and which would make sense that you would go there first, feeling that was the most haunted place for you as well. Because I'm gonna get this out the way. Well, I'm gonna go to battle. I want to be
the most dangerous out of the way. Where
I want to be full strength when I go to battle. Basically.
Exactly. I want all my energy when I go take this thing on.
So when we go to Penhurst,
here we go.
Do you think? And Kevin comes. He comes. I don't have a problem with Kevin coming. I love my brother. Me and Kevin are standing outside the Mayflower building. Would you walk into that Mayflower building by yourself?
Yes.
We need to go. You're going to go headstrong into this building.
Yes. And I'll be like, if I don't come out in this amount of time, you come in and you get me.
Is that something you'd want to do though?
By myself? Yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know why.
Flames, it says.
Flames. I am taking this as a personal challenge.
Okay, so when we go there, Dave, stay outside.
Yeah.
Me and Kevin are
Yes,
gonna go put
you guys go in there,
IRs in there.
set cameras, put some stuff, get
We're
some
gonna put
stuff ready to go.
IRs. We're gonna mic you up.
And then mic me up, and then
With
I'll
GoPro.
do some kind of GoPro on me, and then I go up there by myself and do a solo.
It's like, we're gonna give you 10 minutes. You get 10 minutes. What did she say? What did she just say?
I love my wife. She said, "Over my dead body."
You're going in there by yourself. Okay. No, I just, this is a place that challenges you. And that's the only reason I ask these questions. Because I know there's like I said, and I think you're right. I think it's that fucking Eastern State Penitentiary that's the place where I'm like, that place fucks me up.
Yeah. And that, again, might be because of Top Hat. Top Hat's like, dude, I'm going there. Mm-mm.
Yeah. He's like,
you're on your own.
But at the same time, Penhurst is like, wait, you want to go where?
You want to go? Okay, I'm gonna have to go. There's something there. There's something there that I don't want you to deal with.
Yeah.
And maybe Eastern State's like, oh no, you got that. You can.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, I do this on my own.
I gotta go by myself.
I'm used to that.
But yeah, no, I gotta say, I don't want to say when I get to go to Penhurst. Yeah, I want that to be the first thing that we do. Go over to the Mayflower building, set stuff up, and I go in there and do a solo. I know. I mean, I'm gonna go in there with my buddies, and we're gonna do, an investigation.
10 minutes. Your spirit box is getting mad at you. I fucking love that one. Over my dead body.
Over my dead body.
Oh, I fucking love it. Oh. What did I just say?
You liar.
You can get me in my... I'm so getting beat. Oh my God. And I don't say if we go to Penn. I say when, because we were so gonna go hit Penhurst.
Yeah.
And so gonna hit.
I say it might be another year or two down the road, but
yeah, it's gonna happen where we get to go do those things.
It's gonna happen. You know when you grab me to do this summer thing this year, you're gonna get a ration of shit from my wife. She's gonna.
Oh, I am completely
She'll be like,
unprepared.
You better bring him back in 1 week. You better.
I'm prepared, but at the same time, so unprepared.
I'm so frightened
that I'm gonna get. Yeah, that's better. I am more scared of your wife than anything paranormal that might.
You should be. She'll cut a bitch. It's I'm more scared of my wife than anything paranormal.
That bitch is alive.
Hit that Mayflower building. My wife kicked my ass.
Yeah, she gonna hurt me.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to be walking with a limp. In Alcatraz.
In Alcatraz.
What happened to you? Old injury.
Oh, it's
John
just a
loves to look
reminder.
at
What is it a reminder of? That I'm going to lose the other leg if I don't bring him back in one piece.
Oh, man, I tell you what, all kidding aside, Penhurst is gonna be freaking phenomenal when we get to go do that. And again, I have no fear of Penhurst, but Eastern State, because I guarantee when we go to Penhurst, we're gonna go to Eastern State as well.
Yeah, and it's exactly the opposite. I'm excited for Eastern State, but I'm afraid of Penhurst. And I think that's an interesting dynamic, and it's something that,
like,
yeah, I'm
it's gonna be weird because
excited.
we're gonna be pumping ourselves up to go into a place.
Come on,
be like, this, man, you got it.
Come on, let's do this.
Oh,
Go in there,
Mommy.
Mommy.
You could go. I don't want to go.
I don't want to go.
But we're here. I know we're here.
I know we're doing this. I know. I am breathing.
Why are you crying? I'm not crying.
I'm not crying. I got a stick in my eye or branch or something.
I'm just in Pennsylvania. Oh, it's gonna be.
It's gonna be crazy.
I can also say the one thing, like, I know we kid and we joke and we laugh a lot about these places, but I can also say if there's a place I was gonna go where I feel like is like one of the most haunted locations, and to know that someone had my back, it would definitely be with you. Like, I know at a certain point, like, if things got bad for me, you would get me out of there.
Yeah.
And at the same thing, if things got bad for you, I'd get you out of there. That's the whole thing. Like, yeah, I'm gonna let you go into that place alone. But I'm gonna have all kinds of fucking cameras where I keep a fucking eye on you.
Yeah.
To make sure shit don't go bad.
Yeah.
Like, if I start seeing shit on the camera, and even though you're not responding to me and telling me, hey, what's going on, I can see what the fuck's going on. I'm not coming there and grab your ass like, no, dude, we gotta get you the fuck out of here.
We gotta get you out of here. Something's going on.
You're gonna be like, why the fuck you coming in here? It's like, because you didn't see what I just saw. We going.
Yeah, it's really weird, and I don't know if this was a premonition, and I don't know if it's about Penhurst, but I had a premonition or a vision of us doing an investigation somewhere, and I'm in a room by myself, and I get thrown against a wall.
Well, see, I didn't.
And I was like, and then I woke up and I was like, whoa. But I have no idea where that was.
Well, see,
but I
that's
know
what-
you and I were together.
We were talking about that, and we were talking about what we're talking about last night when I was talking about the fucking reoccurring dream that I have, and that top hat shows up in this one now.
Yes.
That was last night, right? When we were talking.
Yes.
And it
It's
didn't.
a house that you don't recognize. You don't recognize the faces.
Yeah, it's a place I don't recognize, and I know there's people with me.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if there's only two places I can think that would be. And that scare me. But not to the point where I won't go there. But they scare me. They worry me.
Yep.
And that's fucking Eastern State Penitentiary and the fucking Sally House. As much as I want to go to the Sally House, and I've tried talking to you and even doing a fucking Ouija board, because I remember us talking about doing a Ouija board at the Sally House. That place freaks me out, and I'm wondering if Eastern State, because we bring that up in that episode, is that the place? Is that the place that really gets me and goes, you don't want to be here. You shouldn't be here.
Mhm.
And I go fucking go there anyways because I'm a dumbass. And I wonder if that is what I'm seeing. Because I can't. It's weird because it's all blurry, so I can't necessarily make everything out, and I can't make out who's with me. But the weirdest part of it is Top Hat showing up, and it didn't click to me until we were talking about that. Until I was just listening to that fucking episode just now
Mhm.
about how Top Hat is not worried about me going to Penner's, but Top Hat is worried about me going to Eastern State. And that's I think that's what that I think that's why I say what I say right now. I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I don't know. For some reason that clicked on me. But man, she gonna kill me. Your wife is going to kill me. She's like, "What did you get Dave into?" She's gonna
If
kill
I
me.
don't come back alive, oh, she was so mad at my buddy Bobby because because I told you about when we went for the hike and we
Yeah.
did that 50-mile hike and I got lost
Yeah.
in the Kern National Forest. I got lost, and then every time I've gotten lost like that, I've been helped out by a spirit, and I was helped out by the spirit of a ranger who helped me get there, and I told my wife the story, and her takeaway was from it was like, "Your friend fucking left you out there in the fucking in the forest. I'll kick his ass."
Yeah, see, I'm gonna get beat. I might not get beat when we do the California trip because we're gonna be together. But when we do the
But
East Coast
Penhurst,
trip,
but
I'm
Penhurst,
going
she
to
might,
show up with a limp.
she might kill you after
I'm
we do
gonna
the
get
Eastern trip.
beat before. I'm gonna get beat after. I might get beat when we show the show.
It's like we're showing the show, and then all of a sudden there's a knock at the door, and you're like, "Hold on, there's a knock at the door." Liana, what are you? Ah! Ma!
She got me in the eye.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me she was gone, Dave?
I didn't know she was gone.
She
said, "I'll be right back."
She's been gone for 17 hours, Dave.
It's like it was yesterday. She said, "I'll be right back."
I found a missing person report. I guess I can cancel that now.
I guess I can cancel that. I know where my wife is now. She went and kicked my friend's ass in Colorado. No, she would take me with her to Colorado.
You would be that parent.
She would beat your ass.
Tell me what
And then
he
she
did.
would and
No,
then she
you
would
tell
beat
me what you told me what he did.
Yeah. And then she would beat your ass, and then she would beat my ass in front of you.
I told
This
you
is why I don't
to
take him to those places.
Yep. See, my theory is we will take Leona with us.
Yeah. See, I think she would love to do the trip,
but we will handcuff her to
No,
something so she can.
no, she won't go. She will absolutely not go to the
You stay at the
location.
hotel.
But yeah, she could stay at the hotel or stay in the RV or whatever we're doing. But she can stay in the hotel, enjoy, go do some shopping, walk around, have some fun. We'll come back later that night.
Oh God, she's gonna kill me. That's the only way I can put. She's gonna kill me.
She's gonna beat you. She's gonna beat you to death. It will happen. She will.
She'll
She'll beat me to death, and then she'll beat you to death.
Yeah, she gonna. It's she's gonna hurt me. And then she's gonna hurt you. I told you not to do that shit with John. John is.
He's a bad influence on you.
He's a bad influence. So what's this we got lined up?
Okay, so I didn't know if you wanted to do this because this is episode 25, and this is the antique shop. I mean, this is the haunted objects connected to the antique shop. So I was wondering if you wanted to do the Christmas episode first.
I would love to do the Christmas episode first.
Okay, that's what I thought too.
Because
Even though that does take it out of order, but it's just one
it's
video, and the Christmas episode, I mean the haunted objects episode is bigger.
yeah, let's
So
do the Christmas episode because I love the beginning of this.
okay, so let's do the Christmas episode again. This is I'm gonna call this a funny moment.
I think it's a funny moment.
I think it's an hilarious moment, but I think we ruffled some feathers. So here we go.
Oh yeah, about some fucked up shit for Christmas. So
yeah, we are.
So, well, Dave, where do you want to start?
Purgatory.
Tonight? Did you hear that?
Let's start with purgatory.
Purgatory.
Yes, I heard.
Thank you. All right, we are up and running tonight.
Yeah, there we go. Now it's happening.
The magic is back, folks.
It was the night before Christmas.
And all through the house.
And all through the house.
Computers were getting fucked up. And not because of a mouse.
Friend.
Evidently, it was a friend.
A friend.
Your
friends will always get you fucked up, won't they,
yeah.
Kevin?
Yeah, they will.
Angry.
Angry.
Yeah. Angry. He's angry.
So where do you want to start tonight? You want to talk about the history of Christmas?
Well, I think that's where we should start. Just kind of give, an idea of, what Christmas is really about.
I think it's
Vengeful.
We're not trying to be vengeful, but, it might seem that way.
I think, well, I think Christmas has different meaning for everybody that is out there. Dude, if there was a haunted store here, I would so go to it. But I don't know about a doll store. Maybe I'd go to a doll store. As long as they removed any clown-looking dolls, I'd be okay. But I think Christmas has different meanings for everybody. For me, it's more about spending time with family than anything else. But I think the history of Christmas, what are you reading there? Is
well, I think the most popular misconception about Christmas is that it's Jesus' birthday.
Which is a huge misconception. I mean, one, Jesus' birthday isn't actually listed in the Bible at all.
Yeah.
Two,
that's what I'm looking up right now.
Yeah, it's not listed in the Bible at all. Two, it's based off of when things were occurring at that time. When Jesus was born, it would have been closer into springtime and not Christmas. And that just goes back in, shepherds herding sheep and all that great stuff, and following the science and all that good stuff.
Right.
But it does have a lot to do with, so the first pope was actually the one that decided we're going to celebrate Jesus's birthday on December 25th. What did that say? Heart attack.
Heart attack.
Jeez. He's the one that decided that, hey, we're going to start celebrating. This is like in the 5th century, like in 400 AD, basically. And
to me,
he corresponded it with the Roman festivals at that time. What they call it?
Saturnalia.
Saturnalia, which is basically Saturn festival. For the god Saturn.
It's the Roman pagan festival honoring the agricultural god of Saturn.
Yeah, because it was the longest day of the year, which means the sun is going to start coming out, crops are going to be ready, planted and things like that. And so they use that to help with the conversion of Christianity. It also falls in tied with the Germanic pagan with Yule, where they started I think it's like around December, right around the winter solstice. Basically, from the winter solstice to January 1st is basically Yule. Up here. Yeah, the church chose this date in an effort to adopt and absorb the traditions of the pagan Saturnalia festival, first called the Feast of the Nativity. The custom spread to Egypt by 432 and to England by the end of the 6th century. So Christianity just freaking blew up and pretty much annihilated Roman pagans, Scandinavian paganism, Sutru, basically that's Scandinavian, and Germanic pagans.
Yeah, it's
Actually,
basically like calling this stuff out. Here it comes.
Christians not going to heaven.
Deep.
Well, you know, Ashton, I won't say that I'm definitely not a Christian. I'm very spiritual in belief, but definitely not a Christian. I've gone to multiple churches, read the Bible multiple times, but definitely not. I would consider myself a Christian. But I'm a firm believer, you know, whatever religion you want to follow that makes you a better person, go for it. If it teaches you how to hate people, you need to change. I'll never get down on somebody's religion if that's kind of where you're going at. But non-Christians not going to heaven. Well, it depends on what you consider heaven too, Ashton, because
Farther.
it is farther. You have Valhalla. You have all types of different kinds of heavens. I guess it based on what your beliefs are. No, that's not true.
No, I don't think that's true at all.
I don't think that's true at all, Ashton. Ashton said if you celebrate Christmas, you're Christian, which is not true at all. Christmas,
not a Christian holiday.
If you celebrate the birth of Christ, you're a Christian. But Christmas as a celebration itself is not Christian. Because I say I celebrate Yule, but really I don't necessarily celebrate Christmas. That's what I was talking about before. Yeah. For me, Christmas is, besides the gift giving, is just like Thanksgiving to me. It's time to eat food, spend time with family, and enjoy each other's company. I don't put any religious aspects around Christmas at all. And I know a lot of people do. I mean, including whatever type of pagan you want to be. It's, I guess, around a religious belief, because they're festivals of gods, depending on which god you believe in. Yule actually was not necessarily a festival of God. It was more a festival of crop. I mean, you would burn a Yule log every time it spit fire. I mean, it would mean like a new calf or a pig would be born that year.
Yeah. Saturnalia was the same thing. It was worshiping an agricultural god.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, but like it's saying, just starting to get good. Hanukkah, you're Jewish. I would agree with that more than saying that you have to be Christian to celebrate Christmas.
Yeah.
But Christmas is such a commercialized holiday now. I mean, even those that observe other religions celebrate Christmas.
Oh yeah. Very much so. But the fact of gift giving, that doesn't even come from the birth of Christ.
No.
It actually comes from
just like you don't hide eggs at Easter because that's what Jesus did. No,
you may want to pray for forgiveness. It's interesting. you may want to pray for forgiveness.
Well,
you don't teach their own, Ashton. If I felt, I don't think I've ever prayed for forgiveness. I could honestly say I don't think I've ever prayed for that. In Germany, they will celebrate.
They celebrate everything in Germany.
Yeah, they'll celebrate.
I know from the stories that Kevin has told.
It's Tuesday.
It's Tuesday. Stein of beer. You drank the whole thing. Have another one. Celebrate that.
Celebrate that one.
A small child full of beer. But
no, you know, and Ashley, don't get me wrong. I was expecting this kind of, I don't want to say
We're
lashback,
expecting
but,
feedback. Yeah.
feedback in this way of from those that find that do follow the Christian faith. But it's, I don't want to say anything that I'm saying tonight has anything against Christianity. Paranormal is not to be celebrated. John disagrees with you there too. I mean, it all depends on your belief, Ashton. If I mean, I know plenty of Christians that I don't. Oh, I guess they don't necessarily celebrate the paranormal, but
this is where
if you're thinking about, okay, Ashton, I'm gonna call you out right here, okay? Because if you celebrate Easter, you are celebrating the paranormal.
Oh my
I'm just gonna say it like that. Because if you are celebrating the risen, the death and the rise of Christ, you're celebrating the paranormal. That is paranormal, and it's, I mean, you're celebrating a ghost, dude. And hey, don't get me wrong, I'm a firm believer. Jesus is a true factual person in real life and went around the world and helped as many people as he can. But also in that where I don't
Mighty
believe he was
blow.
a son of a god.
John, 3, 2, 1. I don't believe this. Oh God.
You even want to know what I believe? But we're gonna leave that one alone. But I mean, look at the things that Jesus has done.
He walked
documented in the Bible. Wine from water. Curing blindness.
Curing blindness. Yeah, he was. That's
Healing,
paranormal in nature.
That's
itself.
paranormal in nature.
People will call it a miracle, and you know, because he had the healing hand of God and whatnot. But it's paranormal in nature.
It's paranormal. Look at all the prophets.
Paranormal.
I'm just gonna talk about Noah. Noah heard the word of God when he built the ship to save the animals 2 by 2. Hearing the word of God, that's clear audience.
Yeah. Clear audience.
He heard the word of God.
So that there's a lot of paranormal aspect. If you want to really boil down in religions and celebrating religions or the paranormal, if you're following religion, you're already celebrating the paranormal.
Yeah.
If you believe in Santa Claus, you believe in the paranormal. I'm sorry. We're going to get into that a little bit later in the show too.
Yeah.
You know, and don't get me wrong, I'm trying not to be down, and I don't want to attack the Christian faith. Let me just put it out there that way, because no,
it's not the intention. I mean, I am
not the intention either whatsoever. We're just bringing up the history of where Christmas truly came from and things like that tonight. Yeah, virgin birth by definition is paranormal, and yeah, Kevin is very much a Christian.
Kevin is Christian, Southern Baptist.
Yeah, he is a big Southern Baptist. So. Yeah. But it's we're just going off where the history of Christmas came from. We're not trying to attack any faiths. We're just going based off of factualities, really.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. You can't say trust the science and then only trust some parts of the science. You know what I mean?
Well, that sounds familiar.
I'm just saying. Yay, history. Yeah. See, that's all that's all we're talking about at this point. We haven't even really gotten into like the paranormal aspects of Christmas and what we're going to talk about tonight. But I find it, and I knew we were going to get some flashback with talking about it, and I'm okay with that. I'm always open to discussion like that. Especially, bring your opinions, talk to me. I love bantering back and forth. I love having intellectual debates. I love not yelling at each other, just having great conversation. I love this stuff. I talk to preachers all the time about this stuff. It's great. I enjoy it. I love the back and forth banter. So, and if Ashton feels like I'm talking down to him, I don't want him to feel that way.
No, not at all.
But I mean,
You don't
on
hit me.
the other side of the coin,
You humans crack me up. Damn,
Well-
Martin is all that.
no.
Yeah,
I'm
we haven't even gone
I'm gonna
into.
say, because I had a Pentecostal minister write his thesis about my beliefs.
Oh yeah, I remember you saying that.
Right. So I challenged him. He came to work with me, and we spent hours talking about theology, Bible, creationism, everything. And my beliefs versus his beliefs versus the Bible. And he wrote like a 50-page term paper on my beliefs.
That's a thesis.
And yeah, I spent 6 months after that being told that I was going to burn in hell by the rest of the Pentecostal ministry after they read the paper.
Yeah. Well,
And I mean, okay, if you challenge it, I'm open to discussion. And that's what I liked about the person I was speaking to, was he was open to discussion, and we were able to go back and forth. But if someone's just going to tell me that I need to pray for forgiveness,
and
that's not a challenge.
We're not going to heaven.
I want the discussion. I want to go back and forth, and I want to answer questions, and I want to be open, have an open dialogue.
Don't just tell me I'm not going to heaven because.
But just tell me that I'm going to hell because I don't believe the way you believe. That's not fair.
Your heaven and my heaven are two different things.
Exactly. And
one, I believe in reincarnation.
I believe in reincarnation. I don't believe. I believe heaven is just a way station.
Yeah.
For when you get your next life.
Yeah.
I can go deeper in that, but we're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about Christmas and Christmas and the supernatural or paranormal aspects of Christmas.
What? Go.
We're here to talk about Christmas.
I freaking love it. I love that part. It's like, wait a minute. All right. You want to talk about, not celebrating paranormal.
you want to get into this.
Let's talk about this.
I got you. You want to talk about, the paranormal's not celebrated?
And then he disappeared. And
then he was gone. Ashton was gone. Ashton could not. He could dish it out, but he couldn't take it. So
fact.
Yeah, he was great coming out of the gate, but not much for stamina. And I would have been perfectly okay if he'd have been. If he'd have been with us during the show, countering all the stuff that we said, and then we could go back and forth. I would have been totally up for that.
Dude, I would have said, hey, do me a favor. I'm going to share the link right now. Ashton, jump on.
Yeah.
Let's talk.
Yeah. Let's talk.
Have a conversation.
Jump on the show. Let's discuss.
I would have done that. But it was like, okay, let me throw it down. You believe in the rise of Christ. You believe in paranormal. I'm sorry, that's paranormal.
It's paranormal. All the shit that Jesus did, that's paranormal. That's psychic ability.
Yeah, I mean,
you can't tell me
turning
you're
water
a
to
Christian
wine.
you can't tell me that you're a Christian and you don't believe in the paranormal. That's just ridiculous. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it's
and you celebrate it all the time.
And then when you have when you have someone like Ralph Sarchi join the show, and pretty much he's like, yeah, it's paranormal.
What is the date?
And you have Sean come on, and he's doing all this research, and he calls it paranormal. And these are two very Christian people,
two very religious people.
It baffles me. It really does baffle me that these guys that I understand, dude. Your faith is your faith, and I'll never bash you for what you believe in, unless it makes you a horrible person. I won't bash you in it. But I'm 100% against organized religions. I'll bash organized religion altogether, but your faith, I won't bash you. But if you want to have a discussion with us, me, Dave, whoever, have a discussion. Just don't come out and say something, and then because you don't like what we're saying, just run
Just
away.
bail. Yeah.
Let's have a discussion, man. That's why I put the links at the beginning of the show. If you disagree with us, click the link. If you disagree with us, fucking call in on the fucking hotline.
Yeah.
That's what it's there for. It's not just for everybody, you know what I mean? It's not for just everybody that agrees with us. I want, and it might sound weird, but I want that confrontation.
Yeah. I
I
want to have that discussion. If you have an
I
open
want to have
mind
the
and you're willing to
discussion.
talk, I'm willing to listen.
I'm not gonna say I'm gonna change your mind,
No,
and
I don't expect to change your
I
mind.
don't want to change. I don't want
No,
to
I'm
try
not
and
trying to
change your
convert
mind.
you. I just want to have a discussion.
I
And that
love
yeah,
having debates and discussions, and
yeah. And
especially civilized. Where I'm not
yeah,
screaming at you, you're not screaming at me. Let's
well,
just
I'm
have a
not telling you to
discussion.
pray for forgiveness. You're not telling me that I'm going to burn in hell.
Yeah,
And yeah, well, yeah, it's like when the Jehovah's Witnesses used to come here and we used to talk, we used to have great conversations. And
yeah.
I would tell them, look, if you're here to try to convert me, it's not going to happen. I said, so you might as well get to stepping. But
If you want to have a talk,
if you
we can
want to
talk.
talk, we can talk. If you want to talk about the Bible, if you want to talk about my beliefs, you want to talk about whatever you want to talk about. You can come over every week. We'll sit down and we'll talk.
Dude,
I'll show you my faith.
yeah. And a lot of people, it's weird because like I've had discussions with preachers and stuff, and I say that during the show, that
Me
Christmas
too.
episode, that I talk to preachers and stuff like that, and I love the banter. But I think the best part about that is they're not trying to necessarily convert me. They're having a discussion with me, and I'm having a discussion with them. I'm not trying to change their opinion.
No,
We're just talking about things that we agree or disagree on, and just having
yeah,
great discussion.
just like
And
to
that's
just
what I
get
wish
their viewpoint.
Ashton I really wish Ashton during that Christmas episode would have
Would have given
stuck
us that.
around and
Yeah,
had a discussion with us and like, okay, we're and really, we say it, I say it, you say it. We're not trying to go in there and bash Christianity or anything like that. We're just talking about all we were talking about at that point in time is the history of Christmas and where it came from and how it was used as a conversion for Christianity. That's all we were discussing. We weren't saying Christianity was bad. We weren't saying anything else was bad. All we're talking about is how Christianity used
how
other
Christianity took a
other
pagan
other
festival.
rituals and festivals as conversion into Christianity. That's all we were
Yeah,
talking about at that point in time.
yeah. All we were talking about was the true factual history
Yeah,
of Christmas. It
yeah,
wasn't like we were saying that it wasn't Christian or anything like that. We were just saying, here's what they did to
yeah.
get people to convert.
Yeah, and then you
And
came off with, if you celebrate paranormal, you're not Christian, and or if you celebrate Christmas, you're not. You are
you
Christian. And
have
you
to be
shouldn't.
Christian.
Yeah, and if
Only
you,
Christians get to celebrate Christmas.
yeah,
Like, well,
which is
now that's
completely
not true.
wrong. Yeah,
Yeah,
and
that couldn't be more wrong.
I mean, you really got to look into the first pope and why he even created it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's black and white. I love that episode. I really do
Hey,
love that episode. I gotta pee. So before you queue
me
up
too.
this next one, let's take
I've
a
already queued
small
up. It's
break.
ready. It's ready to go. But
Yeah.
let's take a small
Let's take a
break
small
and
break and go use the restroom.
yeah. Wow, that is loud. Okay. Oh, sweet. Oh, you were back for a second. Boop. Nope. Not back.
I'm
And I'm
back.
back.
I'm back. Oh, I need that.
I had to put my old man cardigan on because I'm cold.
Oh, you old person.
I'm old. Got my cardigan on because, god damn it, I'm just cold all the time.
All the time.
It's cold in here, and I don't know what time it is.
I so want Ashton. I was thinking about this. I want Ashton to come back.
We're never gonna see that boy again. That's never gonna
again.
happen.
Never again. I would love for him to come back and just, show up and be like, "Hey, man, I'm here," and I would like, "Dude, I'm sending you the link right now. Let's have a conversation."
Let's get on the show. Let's do it. Let's discuss. Okay, so for the last episode, the last episode that we're going to look at tonight, there are so many moments that I broke it up into 3 videos. And the reason being is basically, and this is episode 25, and it was our haunted objects episode. So what I did was what we did was we decided to do haunted objects. Now in episode 23 we did the antique shop.
Yeah.
And we're going to go through next week. We're going to go through the antique shop episode and basically go over the footage live and discuss. I think that's going to be really fun.
It's
But
gonna be fun.
so what I did was I brought objects from the antique shop to my house, and we basically investigated the objects there. And we had some really, really great moments. And you had objects too.
Oh yeah.
So this first piece is I call it the knife and the coin bank.
Oh.
And so basically this was you were investigating a knife and I was investigating a coin bank at the same time, and we were both getting intelligent responses.
Crazy stuff.
and I think at some point it was like our ovuluses were talking to each other.
It did feel that way. It really did feel that way.
Yeah. It may have been through other pieces, but and my my phone just said help. But it was really interesting. So, but it was just we were getting like simultaneous intelligent responses, and we were basically talking over each other. And then Christopher was on the show.
Oh yeah.
And he was getting his impressions.
That's
and it was a really interesting thing. We were 2 objects, 3 people, 2 ovuluses, and there was a whole bunch of conversation going on. So I picked out what I felt were the most important points during that segment. So let's take a look at that.
All right. So tonight's show, if nobody was paying attention, is all about attachments.
all about well, I don't want to say haunted objects, but attached objects.
Objects. We got a couple different objects. David actually grabbed a few objects from the show we did
from the antique shop from our October 30th show,
which is going to be really interesting to see what comes through there. I got a couple objects we're going to check out here, including one from the woman that passed through here. 30th, that was freaking awesome. But I thought
it was.
What was interesting when we were talking before the show was the fact that where he got that, and he already knew what he was going to use that for. Like, what did he say? You got it at an estate sale?
Yeah, he got the cabinet at an estate sale. First of all, the box.
Immune.
When he got the box, he never opened it. He didn't really want to touch it. And it immediately went in that cabinet.
Cabinet.
And there's nothing to that box that
Agree.
would indicate that it's anything occult.
No. It looks
But
like
that's right. It looks like a little jewelry box.
Jewelry
Like you would open it up and there's little like necklaces and rings and junk in there, but it's completely empty. But he put it in that box. He put it in that cabinet for a reason.
Yeah, and he got that cabinet at a state sale, knowing he
Right.
was going to use it for his occult section.
Right.
For some reason, he's like, I know what I'm putting in this.
Yeah.
All my occult stuff is going to be going in this.
Yeah. And when you talked to me about that, when I picked up those items, I was like, wow, that's really interesting.
I found that pretty interesting too when we were talking before the show. That's why I brought it up, because and especially the reaction, what happened during the show that night, it just made me feel like there was something there. And I'm interested, and I don't know if you've asked him if he's had any different type of activity in that antique shop since
I asked him.
he opened up those things.
I asked him, and he never set foot in the antique shop after the investigation.
That's crazy.
Yes. Yes.
So this is the 98-year-old.
Oh, nice.
And it has a twin, if y'all can see that. It's one of my favorite things.
Oh, that's a beauty.
Put it by the ghost tube.
Oh, that's the plan. So I'm gonna actually put the ghost tube on here, and we're gonna find out what's going on. So I got this. Oh yeah, EMF just went crazy off of it. I got this at a pawn shop actually. I didn't have enough money for both of them at the same time, and I said, "Hey man, give me 2 days. I'll be back. I'll grab the other one." He's like, "Perfect." I paid for both of them.
I just heard something through the microphone.
Happened to me.
That was probably my ghost tube said Donald.
Oh,
Yeah, I just heard something like something like verbally, like I heard it.
yeah, that was probably his ghost tube coming through. So when I went back, so I paid for both of them. When I went back, oh no, I didn't pay for both of them. I paid.
Yeah, you said you paid for one, and then
when I went
you were gonna come
back 2 days later with the rest of the money, the other one was gone. He said, "Man, I found somebody to buy it," and he bought that one. I was a little upset, but it's 98 years old.
Mm-hmm.
They are from the Philippines. They're actually the pair are considered a scream of fighting swords. They're not considered knives, which is what brought me to them to begin with. But ever since, like, man, that EMF is just sitting at like, I don't know, a little bit over halfway, fluctuating to 3/4. It's just sitting there. And there's no reason there should be any type of EMF coming off a fucking knife. Right? I mean, am I wrong? I mean, it's an electromagnetic field. What type of electronic or magnetic field could be coming off of this unless there was some sort of something there?
Mm-hmm.
But it's also gotten quiet. Like it doesn't want to talk. And when I first brought this over to the house, the ghost tube, the first thing it told me to do was shine it.
Yeah.
That's crazy. What's the first thing you brought out there, Dave? I say you grabbed something.
I went to, but as soon as you grabbed the knife, I waited. So the first thing I am grabbing, and this is something that's been here for a while.
Holly grabbed 5+ years ago, and it was a fairy tale book. That's
nice.
Oh, that creepy fucking thing?
This is the coin bank that I was telling you about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty. That looks like something that could be haunted.
Now, do you get a feeling from that?
Yes.
I get emotional from this.
I can feel like goosebumps. I'm just like looking at that.
So it's really weird. So you actually put the money here in his hand, and then you press this little thing, and it opens up a little pouch, and the thing just drops into the pouch. Right here.
That's fucking cool.
Right? So
Okay, so when I first grabbed this thing, and I actually didn't buy it. This was purchased by my daughter's ex. And as soon as I grabbed it, I saw a little boy about 8 years old standing next to me.
Oh no.
And he said his name was Thaddeus.
Thaddeus.
Oh
yeah.
Okay.
So it was almost like a subliminal thing where I got THAD, like, and I'm like, Thad? And I'm like, is that for Thaddeus? And he kind of nodded his head. And I was like, all right. So anyways, I believe this was owned by a little boy. And every time I get the vision, every time he put a coin in here, he saluted the bank. Which is kind of interesting because it's Uncle Sam, I think. It looks like Uncle Sam to me.
Kind of looks a little bit like Uncle Sam, yeah.
And then there's a
hold it up higher, a little bit lower. Oh, yeah, it's got the golden eagle on the front of it.
It's got the golden eagle. It's got the pouch. But yeah, he put the thing in his hand over here.
Yeah.
And then it opens up like that.
Wow. That's kind of cool. Kate says it's creepy, but was probably some kid's prized possession. And
yeah, that's the impression I got when I first touched this thing. So this, it's an attachment, but I feel it's residual.
I can see that. Yeah, and we talked about it.
Yeah, except for the fact that he told me his name. That was the only thing I got intelligently from this was the kid's name.
First thing mine said since I put it on here says black.
So
interesting.
I'm gonna put this near the ghost tube, and and
heard
again, EMF went off.
We did a show where Dave was actually there all night. So I was here in the comfort of my own haunted home while Dave was in the comfort of a haunted antique shop.
Yeah.
You getting a thermal hit off that thing?
Yeah, I'm getting a thermal hit off of his hand.
Really?
Which is interesting because I didn't actually touch the hand.
Dude, that is so cool.
That is interesting. So you feel that yours has more of a residual haunt?
Yeah, this particular object, yeah.
Well, have you ever did a thermal on your knife?
I have not done a thermal. Let me.
Yeah, like on the handle or anything like that. Like, see if there's any residual on yours.
This around. So it's got a little bit of a heat signature.
Like right up, but like you could. That's metal still. Does it feel?
Here, go ahead and pull that out for me. I'm gonna.
Oh, I don't even feel good. Like I don't even like pulling this out of the sheath right now. Like that, it just feels like
this is crazy. I don't know if y'all can see
this. This is just nuts. I'm chilled. I am chilled the fuck up. I am like,
why is there a thermal hit on the edge of the knife?
Blood. You said it was a hunting knife, like it was a fighting knife.
Yeah, it is.
But like I could, like in my arm right now, like the only thing I feel, like all my muscles are tensed up, and like I just need to put that away.
I just got the words Satan and angry.
Yeah,
on my ghost tube.
I just pulled the knife out.
That is interesting.
I just pulled the knife out, and dude, I just felt really, really not good when I pulled that out. I did not like it.
Bless you.
No, I said I didn't like it. Like as soon as I pulled it out, oh my god, dude, it's red right now. Pointing towards me. It is on red right now. Look at that, all the way to red.
Yeah, I can see that now.
I still
gosh.
There you go.
Oh, he's talking.
Scratch.
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 Well, if you want to get scratched, that would be the thing to do it.
Oh, dude. Okay. Oh, I was honestly whole.
Yeah,
I was feeling hot right here.
Now, here you go. Just so you're aware, I'm gonna take it off, and I'm gonna bring it back to right where I had the knife, and look at my EMF now. Oh.
Sure.
Mine just said, where am I?
My EMF is gone,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna put it back down on the knife. Back to no electronics, and we are completely red.
Yeah.
What did you say?
Mine said, "Where am I?"
Yeah, no.
Michael carries nails in his wallet that are 400 years old. Like nails, like pound nails, or like someone cut their nails.
Not
I
like
had
fingernails.
to
That
put
would be
this.
that would be some creepy shit.
There you go, creepy,
We're gonna
Mike.
say goodbye.
Okay, I'm gonna pause that for a second. I had to put this in, and it didn't have really anything to do with what we were talking about. But this guy that had coffin nails
Yeah, I remember him.
was like a great story, so I had to throw this in.
Yeah, I remember that. God,
So,
I'm
yeah,
trying to remember what the nails were from.
I don't know if I caught it, but yeah, it was like he got rid of some and then one came back, or it was like some crazy shit happened. But yeah, I caught most of that. Here, let's finish this up.
To Michael now.
Coffin nails.
Wow.
Okay.
That's
shit. Okay.
how many nails do you have, Michael? Because I
Yeah.
got a number on my phone.
Are you a carpenter?
Huh.
How many nails do you got, Michael?
How many nails?
2 left.
Dang.
How many did you have?
Trouble.
How many did you have?
You said 2 left. So how many did you start with? Mine just said gone. Interesting. Here, so you can see it there and freak out over it too.
I love it.
No, my ex-wife is a witch, and he had 3.
Oh.
What number did you pop up with there, Dave?
The number I got was 8.
Holy shit! I wrote 8 down on my fucking paper. I literally have 8 written down on my paper.
He really does. He has 8 written down on his paper.
Hey, hold on. Get rid of the fucking shit. I don't know.
Wait, hold on.
Somebody's angry.
Savannah said, "I pray for you. You have no idea. I was dragged off bed, chalked,
well, it should be choked.
Molested. Hey, don't be ZB. I don't know what ZB is.
Gave away 2, and one day woke up, another one appeared. Ooh, nice.
Wow.
Whoa.
Angry.
Somebody's angry about that.
Did you see my paper? Did you see it?
I can see it, but I can't see where 8 is. Oh no, I see it. Nice.
That was crazy.
God damn. One day woke up with another one. That is crazy, Michael.
That's amazing.
Wow.
I am so sorry you dealt with that, Savannah.
Yeah, Savannah.
That was crazy.
So yeah, it was it was crazy because we had the knife going, we had the coin bank going, shit was happening through the whole thing, and we were getting responses back and forth, and then the guy started talking about these coffin nails, and I was like, dude,
yeah,
what is up with that? And then poor Savannah, I had to bring Savannah's note in because in the midst of talking about the coffin nails, her thing popped in, and I had to finish it off with we're sorry for what happened to her. And
it was that was horrible what happened to her, honestly.
Yeah. It was horrible what happened to her. It was really cool, the story with the coffin nails. I love getting that shit.
That fucking number 8 fucking still fucks with me.
The,
Like, I was
the number 8 was
number
crazy.
8.
I was like, I got the number 8. You wrote the number 8.
I'm just sitting there. I'm like, I don't know why, but I want to write the number 8. And you're like, well, how did you get?
And I'm sorry to say, but that's the normal amount of nails that are in a coffin. It's not 3.
Right? Because it's 2, 4.
It should be 2, 4, 6, 8.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm just, I'm guessing, but that seems more of a logical number of coffin nails. So it makes me wonder if this guy's got 3, well,
Who's
2
got the other
now.
5?
Who's got the other 5? Where are the other 5 at? And
Well,
are they all attached objects or haunted objects?
I gotta get a hold of that guy because he lives here in Colorado, if I remember right.
Hmm.
I gotta get a hold of that guy.
Where?
Here in
In
Colorado,
Colorado.
somewhere. I gotta get a hold of him. But it was just crazy because I actually wrote the number 8 before he started talking about how many nails he had.
Yeah.
And
And I got a number before I asked him how many nails, because I
And
was like, well, that's weird. I got that number, and I was like, how many nails did you have? Because I was wondering if that was related.
Yeah,
And it's funny what
no.
you wrote and what I got were the same number, and that was really interesting.
It was so crazy and then of course Christopher's
Happened.
like, holy shit, you did write that. I was like, I don't know what the hell just happened.
Who?
Oh, that was great. That was dude, that was that was a good, I like that episode. You got how many? You got 3 for that episode?
Yeah, I've got 3 videos from that episode.
Jesus. I'm still flabbergasted on, I'm trying to not say blown away. On the EMF on that freaking knife. It's like, it makes no sense to me.
Yeah. And the coin bank too. I got EMF all over that coin bank. There's nothing
would-
electronic in that coin bank. And there's
Why
nothing
would it-
electronic on the knife. Why would it generate an electromagnetic field?
Not just generate electromagnetic field, but fucking
But
bury
the
itself.
needle. Yeah.
It's like, I'm like, what is going on here? Like I move it to my computer. I understand that. I'm gonna get
Yeah.
That's
My headset, I get an EMF from my headset, and that's logical. That's supposed to happen.
Yeah, right?
But
my computer, I'm supposed to have an EMF field
well,
off of my computer. I get that. 100%, totally understand. EMF should be there. Should it be high? No, not really, because it's a fucking computer. But a fucking knife that's just
sitting there.
And it was buried in the sheath. I can't even say, like, I don't know. I don't get
Happened to
why.
me.
I don't know what happened to you. I just don't get.
Blood.
Blood happened. That's not good.
There was blood involved. That's yeah.
I don't understand why it was burying the needle. And if somebody could logically tell me why my EMF would be going off and be buried on a freaking non-electronic device, tool, knife, whatever you want to call it, I would be more than happy to listen. Or
Wounded.
Or when it comes to seeing a thermal hit on her, that it only lights up on the edge of the knife where it would be utilized.
Right. And it was funny because you got a thermal hit and I got a thermal hit
Yeah.
off the hand of the coin bank.
Yeah.
You got an EMF, I got an EMF.
Well, and that was the thing. I was like, I wasn't even thinking about thermal, and then you did the thermal hit on the hand, and you're like, why am I? You're like, I'm getting a thermal hit on the hand of, and we watched the show. You don't touch the hand. There's no
I don't
reason
touch the
for-
hand.
There's no.
I just said
residual heat.
the coin goes in the hand and it drops into the
Yeah.
pouch, and I never touched either of those.
You never
pieces.
touched either one of those.
Yeah.
So why is there? So there can't be residual heat from the hand.
Yeah.
So why is the hand lighting up? And then Christopher's like, "Well, have you checked the thermal on
the knife?"
knife?" And I'm like, "No, I haven't." And so I had to check. I had to check, and holy shit, why am I getting a thermal hit on this knife?
Yeah. And that's just the first segment, dude. It was crazy. It was crazy.
All right, let's go to the next one. This is a good show.
Okay. So
patient.
Yeah, we're patient. Yeah, we're being
Okay,
patient.
I'm
That's
sorry.
fine.
I don't mean to be
Be
in a hurry.
patient. Go to the next video. Patient.
I'm sorry.
Okay. So the next video, and this has got to be my favorite moment of 2001, 2021, 2001. A Space Odyssey. Well, it was my favorite moment of 2001 because I dreamed of it and then it happened. No.
I don't think 21 years ago we could be doing this.
Yeah. So, yeah, they didn't have streaming back then. So last year, I'm gonna say last year because there's been a lot of beer involved, and so this is possibly my favorite moment of last year. And this is the segment with the radio.
Okay, now I understand why this might be your
So,
favorite.
and the only reason why this is number 2 is because it is the second segment of our podcast, and we actually talk a little bit about it in the third segment. So I have to put these in this order.
Oh yeah.
But anyway, let's listen in on this.
What else you got in your box there, Dave?
Well, I'm glad you asked that.
Stop doing
that, Jason. Because Jason just
Tell him what we got for him, Johnny.
No, it says peek.
I just heard.
We're gonna peek in the box. We're gonna peek in the box.
Got a peek in the box. Holly, I didn't like Top Hat when I was a little kid either, but I've grown to love the guy because he keeps me safe from other shit. So we got a love-hate relationship.
Well, I don't know what to bring out now.
Oh, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. What was Mo?
About it, though.
I said, if he hollers, let him go.
Grandmother.
My mom.
The pictures. My mom told me to pick the very best one, and you are not it.
Oh.
This is the radio.
Audio.
So we're gonna see if we lose our video here for this.
All right.
I don't think it's that's doing it.
I don't think so either.
That thing is phenomenal, though. So those of you who don't know, when he was doing his base sweep of the antique shop. Oh, the dryer quit.
Oh,
it fucked me up.
Oh,
I felt like something just jumped out of the radio when I opened it, but I didn't.
But everything went silent here.
And I'm getting the name Jerry.
Jerry.
Yeah.
Well, Holly, thank you for saluting me. I appreciate it. So Holly says she salutes me for dealing with that all my life. It's almost what brought me to danger, Dave. It says danger.
Don't tell me that. Wow.
It's kind of what brought me to being so.
I'm seeing a baseball game.
Oh.
As soon as when I touched the dial on it, I saw a baseball game, like
Game 6, Boston,
like 30s, like 1930s.
Wow,
like
30s, like
I'm getting baseball. like old 30s, 40s.
Like Ty Cobb.
I mean, you could tell it had the old, like the really small gloves and
like the White Sox, Black Sox.
Yeah. That's
missing
weird. Yeah,
socks.
I'm getting like a baseball game, like I'm watching a baseball game. Only it's a radio, so
we got to teach you to read the future so we can start betting on these games, Dave.
Right?
I will download Handle right now. Oh, EMF I heard go off.
Okay, so
and it
just said Angel.
Do you want to play? You were saying you saw a baseball game. He's like, do you want to play?
Oh, that's interesting.
What do you want to play with? Like, what do you want to play?
I never ask what they want to play, Dave.
Don't ever, yeah. And
you never like that answer.
Okay, so no EMF.
Yeah, it's an actual radio there, Holly.
Yeah,
it's an old school.
So
yeah, Barry, no EMF.
There was
nothing right now. I'm not touching it.
But it just spiked.
There was
spiked, and now I've got nothing.
There was nothing that you could watch baseball on back in the day. That
really
radio was in. That radio was in play.
Yeah.
So they just.
Yeah, that's
listen to baseball games.
That's old school radio. That
is old school radio. But yeah, I'm like, it's weird. Well, I don't generally hear anything, but it's like I was seeing the game, but I couldn't hear it.
Wow. Yeah,
Sit
that's
down.
super cool.
And with a radio, you hear the game, but you don't see it.
Savannah was talking about being choked.
Wow, I just said choked. I was just sitting there. I was like, Savannah was just talking about being thrown off her bed and being choked.
And, I'm literally, we saw how the EMF spiked. I'm getting nothing off of it right now. There's nothing.
Crazy. Like it just spiked on you.
It's
Like,
just spiked on me.
Dude, what is in your house now?
I know, right? Just
where'd it go?
That is what I feel like.
Yeah.
Like
I feel like baseball was
no
probably
way.
listened to that on
Yeah.
that.
Like baseball was a big
Dude.
thing back. So what is that? Like 50
and it just said
40s?
run.
Just said run. Mine said danger right before you started fucking with it. You know what I mean?
Right, right when I was touching it. Yeah.
North.
And I'm not going to show what I'm bringing out.
Mystery object.
Nobody see it. 'Cause I just want to see what comes through while that's sitting there.
Tell me about it.
North.
Sure.
Don't go there.
Don't go there. You're
House.
crazy.
Pray.
I said house.
Don't
and
go
then pray.
there. He said, "Don't go there." House, pray.
Chris's reactions.
I'm not showing you what I pulled out, but it's already getting responses.
But wow, that was in.
Turn it off.
Turn it
Oh,
off.
More.
Me.
Turn it off more. Turn off what?
Talk to me. Just
Mine got
came
chatty
right
all of
now.
a sudden.
Holy cow.
Dude, that
Chains.
Chains.
Dude, what the fuck?
And mine's quiet. I've got
yeah.
nothing.
What was the name
Gone.
that came gone? What was the name that came through again
Damn.
when you started grabbing that?
Jerry.
I wonder if that was, Jerry's, and he listened to baseball all the time on that.
Going.
Keep going, it says.
Keep going.
What did it say?
It said over here.
Over where?
That's what I'm wondering, but not
Right,
really.
yeah.
What worries me is you got that huge EMF hit right when, and then it just
He just
poof,
said it
gone.
again.
Like, where did it go? One over here.
I know you're over here, but over here is where?
That is interesting. That
Yeah, I completely lost the EMF. It's gone.
it just said
Dead.
find me. That's what mine just said.
No way.
Years ago over here. He's
No
like, where's over here? It is all
way.
find me.
Find me.
You guys, you are crazy.
You have got to be shitting me.
Ooh, I heard your
I got a proximity alert.
No way.
And I lost it. It moved off.
That's
Here,
crazy.
turn your SLS.
Find me. What the hell? Ollie.
Right? Dude, that's,
I
what,
agree,
that's what I
Ollie.
was saying, dude. She came right at me. Whoever it is, I don't even know if it's a she or he, but he or
It
came right at me.
gotta use priest. Mine just said priest.
Priest?
So I put the
Yours also said pray, and
it said house, pray, then priest. So we've talked about psychometry.
Wow.
And we talked about different
That is
types of attachments.
Okay.
Who are they? That's a good question.
Oh, maybe it's
Who are they?
maybe that was it.
What?
I'm
The baseball game, because once I saw the baseball game, the EMF was gone.
It's very true. It's very true. It let you know what it wanted to see.
Yeah, like it just needed to send a message to somebody.
Wow, I didn't even think about that. Like, did you just complete something for something?
I don't know. I'm not picking anything up off of it. I don't feel it's attached anymore.
Did you just like help something? Whew.
Oh shit!
Mine just went backwards.
They better not be in my house.
No, honey, they're not laughing at all. No, honey, they didn't hear you at all.
I'm still laughing. Mine said peace.
Oh, God damn, dude.
Run!
Peace. She's so gonna kick my ass when I come out there.
No, it didn't. It's okay.
I can't.
It's not in the house, Mama. I don't know yet. I'll figure it out.
I just feeling like you might have like.
Oh, goddamn, dude.
You might have like helped it. No, it's funny. It's Leona yelling at me right now.
Huh? I love you. Is it? Look at the time. Isn't it bedtime?
Please don't beat me when I come down.
Please don't hurt me.
So
I'm so getting hit when I come out there, ain't I?
Yeah, she's gonna hurt you.
I know, but I don't know.
She's really
I'm
gonna
crying.
I want to go.
Hey, Dave. I promise I won't let you go.
He promises he won't let me go by myself.
But for some reason, like with what's happened there with that radio, what did yours just say?
It just said light.
I have a feeling that like
Are we?
where are we? We're in Colorado.
I wonder if something passed on. If it was done.
It said backward again. It got the message out that it's been trying to get out for years, and you like live streamed it, and it's like, thank you. About time someone listened to me.
Yeah, that's
interesting.
It's gone.
There's somebody talking here.
Oh my God, that's such a trip.
Like, it's not the TV. Like, it's just every now and then I just.
Okay, so you got two more things sitting in that box, right?
Yep.
And the items that I'm bring. Oh, I have them out.
You have two and I have two.
Yeah,
I
I
think I just completed something.
That's awesome.
I'm not getting anything off of that radio now. I am gonna do a sweep of the house really quick to make sure I don't.
Yeah, so
I
we're
didn't
gonna
let something loose.
we're gonna take a quick break. Enjoy the creepy music while we're gone. We will be right back. Oh, I love that one.
Yeah, I totally forgot that my wife yelled at me.
What did you let loose in my house?
Did you let something loose in my house? No, honey, I didn't. You liar, you full of shit.
Oh, that shit was hilarious.
Oh my God, I hurt so much. I was laughing so hard. I was like, "Oh shit, that's right." She was yelling at me. She was yelling at me after the show too. You better make sure there's nothing in here.
That shit was funny as hell.
But yeah, I was like, I have passed spirits on before, but never from an object.
No, that was
That was a first for me. And we got light and going, and I was like, oh my God, I really think after going through the video again, I really think I passed that spirit on.
It's like it really feels like you completed something for it. It's like oh, I'm seeing this video, this ball game, and
Yeah, I talked about the baseball game, and then all of a
and
sudden it was like,
it's like
finally,
poof.
it was like, now I'm done.
It you closed the loop.
Yeah.
When you think of who we talked to tonight with Sean Austin,
yeah,
you closed the loop, and it was a great moment. It was a really great moment. I mean,
Yeah, was it topped by your wife threatening to kick your ass? Yes, but it was a great moment. that moment with that radio was it was great. I don't know how to articulate what happened with that radio. All I know is you did your base reading at the shop, and you got huge. Well, I don't want to say huge, but you got great
No,
EMF.
it buried the needle. It
Yeah.
was maxed.
You got these great EMF spikes, and then you bring it on the show, and you got these great EMF spikes. You're like, oh wow, this is gonna hit good, and then bam, it goes crazy for a second. You see this ball game, and then poof, gone. Just
Yeah, and
gone.
more importantly, I talked about the ball game because I was getting the EMF spikes, and then I was like, I see this ball game, and then I was still getting the EMF spikes, but then I talked about the game,
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
gloves, and the era, and the
Yeah.
things, and what happened, and then poof, it it all of a sudden there was nothing. It was silent. The radio. I
Yeah.
didn't get anything. It was really weird. It
Okay.
was just a strange moment for me because I was like, okay, what just happened? Why am I not getting anything off of this thing anymore? And it was just kind of, yeah, I was just kind of, I was really stunned.
It was great. I loved it.
But yeah,
That
after going
was
through it, I was like, oh yeah, I'm almost positive that whatever was attached or whoever was attached to that radio passed on because
that's
I completed the story for him or something.
that's what it felt like, or like I said, you closed the loop. I think that's
Mm,
what happened.
yeah,
You closed the loop.
close the loop. I like that. Close the loop. Um,
Yeah, all I know is that was phenomenal. Yeah, I mean, we had a great moment with laughter and everything with the wife there and everything, but it, not to take away what happened there. It was just phenomenal. Hey, Dave, how's it going? Dave's on.
hey, my son,
Go, Dad!
go,
Woohoo!
Dad! Thumbs high. Um,
It was phenomenal. I to this day we talk about that,
yeah,
and
it
the
was a
fact
great, it was a great
of
moment on the show. I mean, we've had some great moments on the
and,
show, but I'm just
and
like,
it,
say, man,
say, man,
that's what we, that's what, that's what we say to each other when we call each other on the
hey, man,
phone. Say, man.
that is so Dave. It doesn't matter which Dave you're talking about. That is so
No,
Dave.
it's such a Dave thing.
That is a Dave thing. Oh, dude. I mean, I found fascinating. I know we're coming up on our last clip for the night, if I remember right.
Yeah, I hope so.
Everything everything we've talked about so far, we still talk about.
Yeah.
Like
everything we've played on this show, we still relive
remember
those
this
moments.
part, remember this episode? We're like,
Yeah.
I
We,
mean,
we get into something else and we're like, oh, it's just like when we talked about this, and we bring back that episode.
Yeah, we talk about these episodes all the time, and now we're showing you our best moments of season 1. But we do. We go back to these episodes a lot, and I think that's kind of why we chose these moments of last season as our top moments, because these are the moments that they might not best they might not necessarily be the most funny or the most prominent, but these are the ones that when we talk about
that's
stuff
funny.
we're always going back to, and some of them are really funny, especially when your wife is yelling at you.
My wife's yelling at me. Like we're gonna get some of that at the antique shop too, where she
Oh,
she
dude.
yells at me in the chat.
Yeah.
I told
This
you
is
not to
funny.
touch nothing.
And we didn't know she was outside at
And
the
she was sitting in the parking lot waiting.
waiting for you. So I'm gonna get hit
I'm gonna come and get
so
you.
hard when I come down there. I'm like, oh my love, pow! What the hell is that for?
Smack!
Why you
Whoa!
hit me? I was getting a hug. I was yelling at you. Throw him on the bus, Dave. Throw him under the bus.
Yep.
All right. So this last clip, same episode though, right?
Same episode. I'm still on episode
This is
25
the
because
attached objects episode.
yeah, and the attached objects episode, and this is this part along with a little bit of the items that you had.
Yeah.
But primarily what we had was a moment with the box of photographs.
Oh yeah, my thing just came up and said photo too.
Yeah.
It's like, let's talk about the photos.
Let's talk about the photos.
I'm almost at this point, Dave. I gotta quit.
He almost like, I'm trying to read the screen. That's gonna be in the moments of 2022. The one time that I got more drunk than you did you were.
That is so going in 22.
Because I'm trying to talk, and in mid sentence I'm like, bleh. Dude, what am I saying?
Because we can't both be drunk.
we can't both be drunk. We got to stop right now. We're just gonna end it.
I can't be the sober one.
Yes, Mom is always yelling at you. Yes, son, she is always yelling at me for whatever reason. I do many wrong things.
Yeah. Oh, it's only about to get worse, Dave.
Oh, it's only downhill from here.
You went where?
You did what by yourself?
By yourself? John told me to. You motherfucker.
I wouldn't do that to you. I would say that John let me do it. John, I wouldn't say that John told me to do it. She'd be like, "Oh, that's bullshit. You wanted to do it."
John let me do it.
John enabled you.
John let me. He said, "Go right ahead. Let me set up this camera first."
I'll be right downstairs to back you up. To come up there after we get some good footage. I mean, after we feel that you're in trouble.
Oh yes. You are not wrong.
I know.
The sad thing is you won't get in trouble for the stupid shit that I do, and I find that very bad, fucked up. This was very one-sided, Dave.
It is, and you know what? I'm okay with that.
You're not gonna get going. Bam! How'd you let John do that? me and your wife's gonna have to have a talk. All right, if I do something stupid, you gotta blame Dave too.
No, she's gonna go, John, that was really stupid. You shouldn't have done that.
You know better.
You know better.
I'm getting the you know better speech.
You're better than this, John.
As you can see, I'm not.
Like, we went to Eastern State, Leona, and I was fucked up. Oh, take your balls out of your purse.
Dave went in this building. Bam! Why did I just get hit?
What the hell just happened?
Oh yes.
I know. A couple times in the pro wrestling, I came. No one survives that speech.
You are better than this.
Yeah, and David has been on the other end of that conversation.
Oh my stomach.
Oh, I love you, son. I'm so glad you're on the show. right now, when we're both like many beers into our conversation.
Too many. Oh yeah. I feel you on that one, Dave. Look at me now.
Look at you now.
Oh my God.
The Jose Canseco of the family.
Oh my God. Oh, my stomach, it hurts so bad. I can't quit laughing. Ooh. Oh, okay. So, oh shit. Ooh, compose yourself. All right, so.
All right, breathe.
All right. Ooh. What's this? Oh, look at me now. Sure.
Okay, so let me break it down for you, son. So I call you the Jose Canseco of the family because you're the one that came in and hit the home run. So it's definitely a compliment.
But you're also the one that got everybody in trouble.
You're also the one that got everybody in trouble.
I decided to write a book about it. Oh, Jesus. Oh,
nice and very
this
true.
last clip.
So this last clip, not to be undone, is where we talk about the box of pictures, and this is where we had a moment with these pictures that was really interesting, which is why I wanted to bring it up. So let's go to the clip.
Okay, hold on a second.
Okay,
Who's hitting the button?
I'll hit the button and change the screen. I know how to do it now, so we're not flipping back and forth. I'll do that part. So I'm gonna go like this.
Drank way too damn much.
Okay,
All
here
right.
we go.
I'm good. All right. What else you got in the goodie bag?
Well, in my box of goodies. What else you got in the goodie bag, Dave?
What you got in there?
It's an undiscreet.
Oh, the canister with the freaking
the pictures,
metal film pictures.
Nice.
I still love those things. Well, that's a good question. I think that a lot of people want to know that question there, Holly. Holly says, where do you all think it went? And then she put
pictures.
The pictures.
Right.
This was
Yeah,
very
good observation. Yeah.
This was very interesting during our show, and I actually got from one of our listeners, I want to say a lot of flack, but thought that we were crazy for messing with those.
Oh yeah, we were crazy
during the show,
including my wife. She was not very happy that I was doing this.
Oh God!
No. But if I felt that there was anything negative, and I'm not using it as a pun, if I felt there was anything negative about these photographs,
I just got the pun.
That's why I kind of added that. Then I wouldn't have touched them at all.
Yeah.
Okay. So I want to bring up my son's comment. I still can't believe Mom let you bring that thing in the house.
She didn't know.
She.
her. You didn't know?
which she didn't know wouldn't hurt me, but then she found out about halfway through the show what I was doing. But no, I told her that we were going to do a haunted objects picture episode, and I was going to bring objects from the antique shop. Yeah, yeah. But I told her that none of the objects were dangerous, and I was going to keep them outside until the show, and that was a lie.
We got Marie Povich on that, and we determined that was a lie.
That was a lie. That was a big fibby, but I had them in a tub, and I had the tub covered with my shillelagh, so they were sealed and they would not come out. Well,
Dave, you gotta come on all the time. Death is the easy way out, Dave.
Sometimes death is better.
We all know that your dad loves taking the hard road.
Yeah, I don't like taking the easy way out, apparently, but no. Well, and I don't know if you made it through the last segment, but there was an issue where I passed on a spirit from the radio, and your mother yelled at me.
Where'd you put my house?
She's like, there better not be anything in my house. And then I was like, no, there's nothing in the house, I promise.
Where'd
She
it
goes,
go?
and then she's like, you're full of shit. I don't know where it went, but I'll find out. I'll figure it out. So yeah, that didn't go over too well. I kind of paid for that later. Fun fact: Dad is already a ghost. That is why this is called Spirits with Spirits.
Oh Lordy!
What happened?
I died. Apparently, that's what happened. That would make sense. But even though I died, I still collect movies.
Yeah. Why am I still getting a bill from Columbia House?
what the hell is going on? Why am I still paying this Amazon Prime thing?
Oh my god! Oh shit!
Okay, let's go back to the video.
Tensed.
Messing with photos. It's
Yeah.
Those photos. It was weird, man. Like there was one picture in there that was just.
There was one picture that creeped me out. So
there's that EMF hit on it again too. And again, I don't know if it's the canister.
Is it the canister? Because the canister. So this is the canister. Heather. And I just got Heather.
You never get names too, which is very weird.
That's super cool, Heather.
So it's buried. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I can see it. There's no
Heather buried. Is that what you got?
Pull it away. Back.
Wow, that's a good visual
There's
too. You
no
can see
reason.
that.
That is super cool.
There's no electron, and then look, nothing next to it.
Nothing next to it.
What did you say?
And then to the but what's that last photo? What's the closest photo to that?
Yeah, what is that?
Well, oddly enough, it's not a photo.
It's yours.
Is this yours?
Don't even. What do you?
Hold on. What does this say? What does this say? Who?
It was a
Probably
card.
says, gives me the creeps. I have looked through that box myself.
Let's see what it says.
I got nothing off of it.
Like you.
It's a card that says Holton and Robinson, 2 Winter Street, Boston. It's like a
just a
little card with a raised engraving on it, or a singing. It looks like there's something else in here. I'm kind of afraid to get in. Yes? Okay. You say so.
Go ahead and dig in there, Dave.
Go ahead.
Dude, there's something with that
thing by.
I just got a proximity hit. That's just an empty photo frame.
Wow.
Front of you.
In front of you?
In front of me?
Said that too. It says in front of you.
Because we went through it and I couldn't find a picture that was actually creating it.
You gonna take them all out and then
I'm gonna
see
take
it?
them all out, and I think it's the box. Ooh.
What's at the bottom of the box? Why'd you say ooh?
So
There's some pictures that I didn't realize were in here.
Oh shit.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Some creepy ass pictures in that.
And on the
box.
back of it, it says Hubert.
Hubert,
Ooh.
are you
am
with
I,
us?
Randy?
I think it's a last name. I'm getting that's a last name.
Oh, that was a popular name, and that was like popular. Like Hubert was a first name for a long
Like
time.
something just scratched me
Where at?
on my hand as I put it in the box.
That's an interesting
Oh my
picture.
gosh, that's old school.
Yeah,
like
these are
way
all old school.
These are way old school pictures. Okay.
Yeah, man,
So
crazy.
Empty box.
Empty box.
Mine just said closet again.
Closet. Yo,
Nothing.
Flip it around.
Okay. I'm going to address this.
My father would open something and start the apocalypse. Also, he would be the one
that would survive said apocalypse.
Apocalypse. Yeah, what did you know? Fucking apocalypse.
Oh shit! Did I start that? My bad.
They're holding Pandora's box, going, "What the fuck just happened?" Oh,
here's it.
Oh shit! I'm sorry. And then wait, I'm the only one left. Oh well, shit. All right.
There'd be me. I'd be holding the camera, going, "Hey man, you should open that."
Hold my beer.
Hold my beer. Hold on, I gotta get the camera.
Don't open that box, Dad. Wait, hold my beer. I got this. Oh man.
Yeah, don't open that. Hold my beer.
See, the worst part about that phrase is that he's probably right.
There's a reason why when we talk about Penhurst,
I'm gonna be like, "What's in this box?" Boom! Oh shit!
Over my dead body. Oh my lord! What? Okay, all right. On how much trouble can we get into at Alcatraz?
I'm gonna end that right now.
and the Winchester Mystery House. There's not a lot of.
I think we should be okay. Maybe not. I mean,
Those two
Alcatraz.
locations.
There's a demon at Alcatraz, and that's going to be an interesting.
Yes, and he loves to sit down in the hole. And I've seen him.
Yeah,
and I've talked to him,
he's
and
down in cell 13, and there's a demon there. We're going to be dealing with that, especially if we can do that night tour.
He scared the shit out of me. They don't do it anymore, but they used to close the door on you in that fucking hole, and he fucked me up. He scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, when we did the Alcatraz trip, when we did your 8th grade trip, David, we were because like I said, I went there.
Yeah, we've talked about this, David.
Yeah, I went there 3 times, and with each kid for their 8th grade thing.
No, you know what I didn't think about when we keep talking about this California tour that we're gonna do. is we haven't talked about the church.
Oh yeah, I would be yeah, not super willing, but I'd be
Well,
I'd be willing.
I would
I'd be
be
willing
willing
to
to
go in.
go in if he didn't want to go in, but
Yeah. No,
the
I
experience
would
that
go
you
in, but
had there, I need
I
to
get
go there.
attacked. I get attacked when I go into that church. And David, just so you know, I'm speaking of St. Mary's Church that's right there by Chinatown. So when we went to Chinatown, and I took you over to the Red Blossom Tea Company, and we went to lunch and we did all that stuff, we went by that church. And if you remember that church with all the stained glass and everything,
Thing.
It's interesting the fact that
there was some stuff. There was a shadow figure that was like attacking me in that church
your
when we
daughter
went in there.
be there. Your daughter didn't like that place either.
No, she wouldn't. She refused to go in there.
So I would, if you want to sit outside, that's fine. But we're gonna
No,
stop by
I'll
that
go in
church
that.
and I'll go in
I'll go in there and um
because I want to see what I feel. I mean, I would love to have you in there with me to see what
yeah.
you see, but I want to see if what you see matches up with what I feel. Does that make sense? I want to
Yeah.
see if we can get, because that's a place I think we might be able to get in sync with, and so I'd like to like stop there before we go over to Alcatraz, but I don't see us that can get. I don't see us that we can get into too much trouble at Alcatraz and Winchester Mystery House. La Vista
Yeah.
Hospital is a whole different story.
Linda Vista is going to
Linda
be a can of
Vista
worms. That's
Hospital.
going to be, like I said, that's one of my top bucket list items. That's going to be a gnarly place.
Fiend.
I definitely want to show you the front of the Winchester house because that was where I got the best paranormal experiences.
I have yet to get to go in there, but
Yeah.
yeah, if there's if there's something that your dad can open up and create hell on Earth,
Me?
he's
Come
the
on.
first one going. We don't need key for that. Watch this.
Hold my beer.
I get that open. Puzzles. I'm good at puzzles.
I'm good at puzzles. I'm smart.
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
What is this? A curse? Nah. Come
Nah.
on. I got this. I love that. Hold my beer. That was fucking awesome.
You don't open that. Hold my beer.
Hold my beer. Don't open that. Hold my beer. I got this.
What is this?
Don't worry.
Sudoku? I got you.
I got this. Don't worry about it.
Yep.
Oh yeah. The eyes under the stairs you told me about
Oh,
at the
yeah.
Winchester house. Yeah.
That Winchester's interesting. There's parts of that place I'm like, I don't get why people make such a big deal of this place. And then there's parts of that place going, I understand everything everybody ever says about this place.
I get it. Yeah. And it's funny because if you go through the main tour of the Winchester house now, there's hardly anything because it's so
Commercialized.
it's so commercialized. It's such a tourist trap that I mean there's generally like 5 or 6 tours going at the same time and you're always seeing people. It's really rare that you're with just your group or even you're never alone.
Yeah.
But when you because everybody does that tour.
Yeah.
But if like I said, we did the front of the house tour, which they just opened, and there were very few people. It was a very intimate setting because there was only one tour, and there was just a few of us, and it was an amazing experience. That made the visit for me is going to that spot. And yeah, eyes under the stairs. Um, the person in the room behind the shower
Yeah,
that nobody
that's
saw, and then to have me say that and then it get validated by the tour guide. It's
that's
just
yeah.
That was an amazing thing because I was like, I walked right up to the shower and I'm like,
Okay.
there's a room behind the shower and there's somebody in that room. and
You're like,
and he can't get out. And the tour guide was like, yeah, there's a room behind that shower and we can't
we
find the
can't figure
door
out how
to
to
it.
get into it.
We can't figure out how to get into it. And I was just like, whoa.
I
Because
wonder
I was
how much it would cost me or us or probably me to get private tour.
hopefully me. Hopefully you.
I would
Well,
hope it'd be an us thing, but
it'll be us thing, and it could be an us thing. We'll we
I
can
could
figure
see
it out.
us. I could see us being at Winchester and going, "What would it cost for a private tour?" And then spit out a fucking number, and you look at me like, "I can't do that." I'm like, well,
Yeah,
"You got
there's
a credit card?"
there's no fucking way. Will you take a check? Can I post date a check?
You Discover's accepted at all locations, right?
Yeah, right. You take American Express, right? I
That
can
was
just file
me.
bankruptcy afterwards. But the
Try and get that money back.
yeah. Well, let me bounce this check to you. There, what I want to do is they have these tours over the summer, and if we do it when we're going to do it, it's going to qualify where they do these tours over the summer, where they do night tours. Do you
date is
accept
it?
bits of string? Can I pay you in gum? Will you take gum? It's Trident Layers. It's really good.
I don't have money, but I have these awesome shoelaces.
But I have this great string. Will you take a handful of beans? They're magic.
They sparkle.
They're great. They're Mexican jumping beans. They actually move on their own. But man, I forgot what I was talking about.
We're talking about the summer tour.
Yeah. So the summer tour, they have a night tour. And the night tour, because there's no electricity in the house, the night tour is all lit by lanterns.
Oh, see, I didn't get to do that.
And I would love to do that tour.
So we got to do the night tour at Alcatraz.
We got to do the night tour at Alcatraz and the night tour at
Winchester.
At Winchester.
And that'll be new for both of us.
Yeah.
And then
you did the night tour at Alcatraz, right?
I did the night tour at Alcatraz. And
yeah.
But they don't see when I did the night tour at Alcatraz, they fucking locked me in the hole, which was not cool.
No. Yeah, I don't think they do that anymore, but
like, hey, who's brave enough to go in here? I'm my dumbass. All right, me.
I'm ready.
Right, we'll be back in about 15, 20 minutes. You're taking the whole group away? What? Well, so me and Dave have been talking about it. Right now, the Queen Mary. Actually, I think the last people that investigated there was Kelly and Jack Osborne.
Yeah.
But they are doing renovations on the Queen Mary, and I'm hoping they'll have at least most of those done. Because
I'm hoping they'll be able to reopen and we can go there.
City or county is making them renovate the place.
Yeah, the city of Long Beach is making them a remodel because they're
yeah, it's been
dilapidated. It's like a step from being condemned, and they're like, dude, we can't let anybody in.
Yeah,
and it's funny because
they had that fucking room 362, if I remember right.
Yeah, I can't remember the room.
Liar.
Sorry. Okay, I can't remember the room. I can't remember the room right now because I've been drinking. So, but
yeah,
I want to. There's
how we
a
want
play.
To finish the tour is Queen Mary, and do the show from the Queen Mary. And with the new internet I got, I can take it anywhere I go. So we will have opportunity for a show no matter where we're at.
Okay. Yeah, I thought we were going to finish at Linda Vista, but I remember we were going to do a show from the Queen Mary.
Yeah.
we were going to do an investigation and then do a show from the Queen Mary and then go do Linda Vista.
Yes.
And then
do a whole show on Linda Vista when we got all back. It's kind of, but
Oh, okay, dumb.
he's talking about
Fancy.
yeah, fancy.
Fancy.
It's that's kind of what we're hoping for this summer is to kind of go hit those places.
Yeah.
And of course,
And the mental hospital in Stockton.
oh yes, yeah. I think that was kind of like our starting point.
That was gonna be our launch.
So basically, starting up there in Stockton, where mom's family's at,
Why?
and then go all the
My
way
family
down
used
the
to be,
coast.
but all my family in Stockton's dead. So
Yeah.
it's
And then go all the way down the coast and hit those places, and then finish up pretty much at your mom and dad's house there, Dave. And yes, when I come down, you and your brother and your sister's already there have to come see me because I haven't seen you and your older brother since shit. I think you were 1 or 2
yeah. He was 1, Eric was 2.
when I moved
And
down to LA, right?
and you never
I have
met Amanda.
I've never met Amanda. And so I need to see you guys. Whether you like it or not, and we might not be blood, but you're always gonna be family. So you gotta deal with it.
Yeah. So yeah, tough noogies. All right, so let's finish this clip.
All right, let's finish this clip.
And then we'll go from there.
And it's interesting.
Crazy.
Go around the ball.
Start.
Is that the same front? Yeah, that is the same front.
The same front. I'm getting something on the side now.
Okay.
Which makes no sense. There was nothing there before.
Well, no, the pictures. Hold on up by that picture.
What did it say?
Oh, it said sad.
Castle.
Hold on up by that picture.
Okay. I'm getting an EMF spike in my hand. And I'm not holding the
A ghost.
Am I a ghost?
Hold it.
Look at that. You see it?
Wow.
Hold it up by that picture that you just had up.
You got something.
I've got something on my hand.
If I remember, you're not even
All right.
connected to you're not even
Something's
tethered
on my phone. There it goes. It's gone.
You're not even tethered to your charger.
That is
crazy.
I'm telling you, hold it up by that old picture that I just said Hubert by.
Penny.
See what it does.
Electric.
Yeah, Oh, I'm lost.
Wow.
Hold it up by see what it says. Oh no, EMF spikes or nothing,
Yeah,
huh?
there's nothing.
Oh, that's crazy.
There's something going on with that.
That
box
box is crazy.
itself.
I thought that is so crazy.
But when the pictures were in the box, it spikes.
But when they're outside, so it's like the
Maybe. Well. Oh, hold on, Kate. Sorry, Kate. Mine just said Karen. Fuck you, Karen.
Oh, dude. That's
Fuck you, Ezekiel.
Right,
that's fucked up.
Kate says I have some photos from the 1860s to 19. That is true too.
And it was clear across the room.
Coming.
But you didn't get
But
really big hits off that box unless all those pictures were in it.
Right.
Like
that's when I got the major EMF was with
like
the
combined energy. Combined energy.
Yeah, maybe. Because I'm getting small hits here and there, but nothing major. But maybe the total of all this together. Your Karen is amazing. Is what's creating this issue. Fuck you, Karen. Yeah, I get little proximity hits. I'm getting little tiny EMF, but nothing big, no big deal, except wreaking havoc with my phone.
So.
It said
that
was 4 times now since you started messing with this picture box.
Okay,
I
so
don't
I'm gonna
remember
put everything back in.
Oh,
I didn't go through. There's like literally hundreds of pictures in here.
Wait,
what was that?
Tunnel.
I've gotten like 4.
Okay, so I'm gonna put everything back in.
4.
I didn't go through. There's like literally hundreds of pictures in here, so I'm not gonna
go through.
I'm not gonna go through all of them. It's dangerous.
It's dangerous.
Did I not put it in right?
And then the
Now they're back in. It's spiked again in the front.
Mine just said rest in peace. That's crazy. It almost feels like it's a combined energy of all of those.
Like it's all stacking. Like all the energy in here is stacking on each other. Each one individually.
Down. That's crazy. Like each individual one has a little bit of energy to it,
but inside this box, it's like it's all focused.
That still baffles me. Jeez. It still baffles me. It
was crazy. That was an amazing piece of evidence that we got. Is each individual picture would get a little bit of a little proximity hit or a little EMF, but it was very slight. But having them all together in the box would spike the EMF because it was all accumulating.
Yeah, and I don't know why, but it
What do you think? There's a petting zoo downstairs.
Every time,
Noah.
Every time we were watching
How
the
are you?
video, it would come up castle, and it only came up that castle only started when we started watching that video of you messing with the picture box. But it said it 4 times, and it when you paused it, it didn't say nothing, and then you started back up, and it was all castle again. Yeah, strange. It is strange.
Sounds strange. Mine says not.
But that whole fucking thing was strange. Like,
yeah, that whole segment was weird because it was like, wow, I thought we'd locate a picture out of there that was just like
that was just emanating this.
Yeah, that had all the EMF was
Cool.
coming from this one picture, but I went through most of that stack in that video.
I know.
And I was like, I'm not getting anything. I get a little bit here, a little bit there.
You
And then
even
the box
spread
didn't get anything either.
Yeah, you
I
spread
all
them out, and we were like, nothing. And then
I'm
you
like,
put them all back in the box, and it's like, whoop.
and the whole box lights up like a Christmas tree. And I don't know. It was pretty amazing.
I really enjoyed that show. I'm really gonna enjoy next week's show when we pretty much
because we're gonna go through. And this was something I've been. Yeah, we're gonna go through the antique store video, start to finish, and we're going to see if we catch stuff. We're gonna pause.
Just so you know, I talked to the antique store around me today.
The Voltron of ghosts. Yeah, I'll go with that.
I talked to the antique store around me today, and I brought my phone in.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I should have recorded that.
You should have. You can on the Ghost Tube.
Yeah, I wasn't even thinking about that, so I could show you. But I am pretty close. I'm going to be doing a show from that antique store.
Okay.
The big thing with her is not mentioning the name of the place or where they're at because they're scared of losing patrons. But that my ghost tube went crazy in there. Like you think it's talkative here? She asked me, she's like, what is that talking in your hand? Because it was boom, 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 like constant. And she's like, what is that? I was like, that is it's basically an Oculus, And she's like,
yeah.
Oh. She's like,
Ovulus.
Ovulus. Sorry. Now
I'm Oculus. Oculus. Ovulus.
Xylophone too.
I got my xylophone.
Shit, we're going into that again.
I got my baby powder and my string with the bells on them.
But she is very close to letting me go do the show there. Is
cool.
And she's like, well, we don't really have internet here. I was like, I got internet. I can take anywhere now.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I don't care if you're bored. Shut up.
So that's why might say uncle. That's where it's gonna be. I'm hoping, but that antique store, and next week when we really dive into
Mhm.
the video of that. Have you watched the video of that yet?
Nope.
I haven't watched the video of that yet, and I'm really interested in seeing what I missed.
Yeah.
Because that's gonna be interesting to me. It's like, what the
Yeah.
hell was that? Pause that, rewind that. Yeah, we're gonna do a lot of that. Pause that, rewind that. Pause that,
We're on
rewind.
that. Let's look at that again. It's yeah, I'm kind of interested because I wanted to go back through it, but I knew I knew the moments that I saw something, but then there were the moments where the people who were watching saw something,
Yeah,
and there
yeah,
were times where you saw something.
dude. And I'm telling you, I think what's gonna freak me out the most is when you open that fucking cabinet.
Yep.
And then you open that fucking box. And or I think I have that backwards. You open that box and then you open that
I opened
fucking
the box and then the cabinet because I started at the top and I worked my way
yeah.
down,
You open
and that
that
cabinet
box,
was
I'm
at the
like,
bottom.
it's like, wow, that was weird. What was that? And then you open the cabinet and I was like, whoa, what was that? And you're like, what was that?
Yeah, because yeah, I was like, because I heard you say like it's so dark or something like that,
Like it was like fucking pitch
and
black.
then
Like
I opened it and I was my head's kind of above it and I have the phone down there and and I saw something come out and just rush me and I hear you kind of let out an exclamation and I let out an exclamation at almost the same time. And I had the phone pointed away from me, so you didn't see what I was doing,
and I
but
didn't, yeah.
we both reacted at the same time, and I'm really excited to kind of see that and see what happened, you know. And then of course my wife yelling at me again on the chat, um, which is going to be funny. But I'm excited to go through it. And I was going to go through it for our best moments, but
Yeah.
I kind of want to go through it just to kind of call out the evidence that we got.
Yeah, and
And
I think that's why we decided it's such a big episode. I mean, shit, we did an interview with Sean Austin and I and went through 10 moments of 32 episodes, right?
30
32
episodes.
episodes? 30 episodes last year.
Yeah.
At 29, because not counting the antique shop.
We didn't count the IT shop and we didn't count Ralph Sarchi.
And we didn't count Ralph Sarchi. So 28 episodes. We got best moments. We got 10 moments, and literally we probably could have pulled another 5 or so from
I
Ralph
could have pulled
Sarchi.
I easily had
And we're
5 to
at
7 from Ralph
6.5
Sarchi.
hours.
We're at
almost.
6.5 hours. But you know, our interview with Sean went long, which was great. I have no problem with that. But we went
Not
half an
whatsoever.
hour longer, but it still would have been a 6-hour show.
Yeah.
Going over these things, and you know, and we were going to do stuff before. I know you said no.
It's
But no, I'm glad we did this. It was really cool to
it,
I don't care if you're bored. Shut
and
up.
that's kind of why that was kind of the theory of us like, well, let's just do a whole episode
Yeah.
of us talking about the actual
Us.
antique store. Yeah, let's do a whole episode of us talking about us.
Yeah.
And we're still, even with that, we're not getting into the Ralph Sarchi interview. So it's
so that we're gonna have to talk about that later.
Right.
And I don't know if maybe we do that next week before we talk about the antique shop. But I think
hard, but I mean,
it'd be hard, but it'd be
because
I
that
don't know, or
literally
bring
we
it up.
can literally watch that whole hour with Ralph Sarchi and talk about it. I mean, it don't get me wrong, I was trying to edit it and it wouldn't let me fucking edit it. And then I was like, okay, I'll send it to you so you can edit it. And you're like, fuck, I don't have time to edit this.
Yeah, I'm not
And
going to
I'm
be able to get through this in time.
And I'm literally
And
going, we can literally play this whole hour in some odd minutes and talk about it and not edit it because it's
that good.
everything. Yeah,
The
Ralph's
whole
are
the whole hour was that good. I mean, yeah, right now the stuff I've cut out is like any dead air to where we're waiting for a response or
yeah.
he's waiting before us to ask another question. And then stuff where I was like, okay, we don't care about that.
Yeah.
So I've gone through like a half an hour of stuff, and I've only pulled out maybe 8 minutes
And that's just
of
crazy.
material.
We're gonna run that same problem with Sean Austin.
What date
and
is
probably
it?
worse because Sean didn't leave dead air.
No.
Which was great. Loved that interview tonight. Man, I loved our moments. I honestly, we picked those moments for a specific reason, but there were so many more moments from the first season.
There's so many more moments. We still
Um,
couldn't find the one where you got slapped on the back of your head.
And
I would have loved to catch that. And I said, I know I recorded where we talked about you being slapped.
yeah, that was like episode 16. So I'm gonna have to really go
Yeah, so we know it was before. That's what I was like. I think it was 15 where you
I'm
got
gonna,
slapped.
I'm gonna have to watch that one again and take a look at it. 'Cause
And
I'm pretty sure
my phone says not. So I guess it wasn't
it
episode
might not
15.
be. Maybe it was 12. I don't
It
know.
was
Was it
before.
13?
It was definitely before 16 because we were like thinking it was in the 20s somewhere. Knowing you two, we'll just keep talking and drinking, and either way, it'll be fun. Yeah,
That is the truth of it.
talking
That
and
is
drinking.
the truth of it.
That is the spirits with spirits mantra. Is we will be talking and drinking.
We will be talking and drinking. But with that being said, and going almost 6.5 hours now, I think it
I
is
know.
really time to stop this show.
I think we'll end here. I got all the clips I wanted to done, and we had a great interview,
Oh,
a good
so
show.
good show.
Officially our longest show,
By
which is
far.
funny because I thought last week would have been our longest
Yeah,
show
and we
ever.
just eclipsed that by an hour.
We
So
did. We just blasted that one.
we're like, let's break records.
But I'm like, let's finish this, damn it, and maybe we'll break it up in post.
Now next week we're not our normal night. Next week we
are on St. Patrick's Day.
That's right. Next week
the 17th.
We will be on Thursday night on
Yeah,
St. Patrick's Day the 17th. And if you don't wear green, I'm going to either make fun of you because I can't reach you, or I'm gonna punch you because I can reach you. So
okay. Well, I am 52% Irish, so I will definitely. I don't have to wear green, but I already have a green shirt picked out. And it says "Let there be shenanigans," so that's gonna happen. That shirt.
Thanks for showing up, buddy. I appreciate
Bye,
you.
man. I love you.
Say, man. Thank you.
Say, man.
Sorry, I had to do it. Say, man.
Say, man. Say, man. Thanks.
God, you don't understand. I have known you to say man since I was like 11. Say, man.
Yep.
The fact that your boy brought that up it just kills me.
Yeah, that's our greeting. That's what we say to each other. And it's so funny. Whenever he calls me or I call him, we answer the phone. Say, man.
Say, man.
And he goes, say, man. And then it's really funny.
I love
it. But yeah, so yeah, next week we're going to be on the 17th.
Yep, St. Patrick's Day.
St. Patrick's Day, and we're going to go through the antique shop video.
I gotta go get green dye. I gotta drink green beer while
you got to do the green beer. That's an interesting idea.
I want to do that and get a clear glass and drink green beer
Yeah.
all
Oh,
freaking.
and speaking of which, Mr. Colorado,
Yeah.
I just had to bring this out that my quarterback just got traded to your team.
Not my fucking team. Let's get that right.
Well, no, your team's the Raiders, but your state's team,
My state's team.
your so the Denver Broncos gets Russell
Just
Wilson,
it's Russell
and
Wilson. But
I'm like,
you guys got an awesome deal. I mean, you got
you
low
got
round
2 first-round picks, 2
dude, that
second-round picks, a
first one.
4th-round pick.
The first one is low round. I mean, it's gonna be low. I mean, you gotta think where Denver finished this year.
Yeah.
So you got the
Yeah, so it's like
opportunity.
probably the, I don't know, 5th or 6th pick or something like that.
You got their quarterback. What the fuck his name?
Drew Lock.
Drew Lock, which I don't think he gets enough credit for. I think he's on a bad team. Honestly,
I think he's okay.
I
And I
think
know
he can get you
Seattle
through
kind
the
of had
year.
their eye on. They were going to draft Drew Lock if Broncos didn't get him first.
Yeah. And then you guys got fucking Noah Fant, which is awesome tight end.
Great tight end.
You got 2 first rounders, 2
And
second
it's
rounders,
someone
and a
that Drew Lock already has a relationship with. That can,
yes. So you guys didn't get necessarily a bad deal, but fuck, man, AFC West has
Mahomes,
Russell Wilson, Patrick Mahomes, Derek Carr, and fucking Justin Herbert as their quarterback.
Yeah, as their quarterback.
Name a division that has better quarterbacks. There isn't one. That dude, AFC West is gonna be scary.
Yeah.
Next year. The best thing I could say is we probably have the best pass rushers. The Raiders might have the best pass rushers as a whole. Running 4 defensive linemen, we create more pressure on the quarterback than any other team in the NFL. That is the only thing that might save us.
Yeah.
And the fact that Broncos don't have an offensive line yet. So yeah, you can trade for Russell Wilson, but you still got to protect him. But
yeah, well, the Seahawks couldn't protect him anyway, so he was sacked more than just about anybody.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was like, oh man, and then Seahawks released Bobby Wagner, so I'm like, okay, so we're just gonna be rebuilding for the next 5 years.
Yep.
So yay, I'm still gonna be a Seahawks fan for life, but I don't expect to get to the playoffs anytime soon.
No, I wouldn't either.
But all right, so 6.5 hours. I think we're good. Yeah, great show. I had a great time.
Just so good.
Yeah, man, it was awesome. I'm looking forward to next week. So we'll, once again, I want to thank Anchor.
Yep. Well, let's thank Anchor. They allow to take this audio portion from the live cast here and put it out there to places like Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Breaker, Pocket Cast, and Radio Public. And if I missed any of them, they're all right there on the screen. And we'll also thank Restream. Restream allows us to do that multicast out there to everybody, to where you can watch us not only on our Facebook page, the Spirit Spirits page, you can also watch it on YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, DLive, Vaughn Live. So there's lots of ways to where you can catch us. And if you prefer watching the video, you can always watch the rerun basically on any one of those channels. On 3 of those channels.
Any one of those,
live. If you don't watch it live, you don't get to watch it. But Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. If you miss the
you
live
can
show
go
here,
back
you
and
can always
watch it.
Go back and watch them. But do appreciate everybody. Definitely want to say thank you again to Mr. Sean Alexander.
Oh,
going with
greatest running back in his Seahawk history.
I want to thank you again to
So
Mr. Sean Austin for
Sean
joining
Austin
the show tonight and letting us pick his brain. And man, I can't wait to have that guy come on again and talk about his projects that he's doing. And I'm interested to see where he's going in San Francisco. I'm interested in that. But and of course,
I said if you're doing anything in California, hit me up and I'd love to join your investigation. He's like, yeah, we're going to San Francisco, and I'm like,
fuck,
okay. If you ping me, I'm in.
Yeah,
I'll be there.
Dude, I will be so mad.
I know you will.
You'll be like, hey, dude, in 3 days, I'm gonna be hooking
Hey,
up with
dude,
Sean Austin.
I'm
I'm like, dude,
I'm
I
gonna be
will be
going.
there
I'm
in
going
a
with Sean
day.
Austin on an investigation in San Francisco. You motherfucker!
Sick.
I'm not feeling well. I think I've got COVID again. I think I'm sick. I need those 10 days.
But no, we do want to thank everybody that chimed in on the chat tonight. Very, very much appreciated, and hoping that we get to see everybody that came on and help us kind of go through and maybe even help us see shit that we still miss on next week's show on March 17th. So
yeah, it's gonna be
we
fun.
are going to say goodnight for tonight and see you in 8 days.
Bye, everybody.